Dear listeners of the Vintage Classic YouTube channel, here is a collection of some of the best short stories by author Philip K. Dick for your listening enjoyment. I am your host, Godric Nolan. Our first story is a smart play on common English idioms. The Eyes Have It tells of a narrator who discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet between the covers of his paperback book. Good listening to you all.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paperback book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties, not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hasten to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble, remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him and were on their own. My heart pounded and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race, obviously non-terrestrial. Yet to the characters in the book it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off, and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. "What's wrong, dear?" my wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. "Nothing," I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so, with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, and maybe more. Without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive, single-celled things. Beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater, we split up. Part of us went inside. part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously. Splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again. Which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I'd had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book, without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up in two when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had started dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leapt to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed thing were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I wanted to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. Our next story is Beyond the Door. A man buys a cuckoo clock for his wife, who has always wanted one. When he catches her cheating on him, the man throws his wife out of the house with her lover. Though he never really cared for the clock, he keeps winding it because he dislikes the silence. But the cuckoo clock, who preferred the wife's company, begins to plot against its owner. Happy listening.
Beyond the Door by Philip K. Dick. Larry Thomas bought a cuckoo clock for his wife, without knowing the price he would have to pay. That night at the dinner table he brought it out and set it down beside her plate. Doris stared at it, her hand to her mouth. "My God, what is it?" She looked up at him bright-eyed. "Well, open it." Doris tore the ribbon and paper from the square package with her sharp nails, her bosom rising and falling. Larry stood watching her as she lifted the lid. He lit a cigarette and leaned against the wall. "A cuckoo clock," Doris cried. "A real old cuckoo clock, just like my mother had." She turned the clock over and over. "Just like my mother had when Pete was still alive." Her eyes sparkled with tears. "It's made in Germany," Larry said. After a moment he added, "Carl got it for me wholesale. He knows some guy in the clock business. Otherwise I would have—" He stopped. Doris made a funny little sound. "I mean, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to afford it." He scowled. What's the matter with you? You've got your clock, haven't you? Isn't that what you want?" Doris sat holding onto the clock, her fingers pressed against the brown wood. "Well," Larry said, "what's the matter?" He watched in amazement as she leaped up and ran from the room, still clutching the clock. He shook his head. "Never satisfied. They're all that way. Never get enough." He sat down at the table and finished his meal. The cuckoo clock was not very large. It was handmade, however, and there were countless frets on it, little indentations and ornaments scored into the soft wood. Doris sat on the bed, drying her eyes and winding the clock. She set the hands by her wristwatch. Presently she carefully moved the hands to 2 minutes of 10. She carried the clock over to the dresser and propped it up. Then she sat waiting, her hands twisting together in her lap, waiting for the cuckoo to come out, for the hour to strike. As she sat, she thought about Larry and what he had said, and what she had said too, for that matter. Not that she could be blamed for any of it. After all, she couldn't keep listening to him forever without defending herself. You had to blow your own trumpet in the world. She touched her handkerchief to her eyes suddenly. Why did he have to say that about getting it wholesale? Why did he have to spoil it all? If he felt that way, he needn't have gotten it in the first place. She clenched her fists. He was so mean. So damn mean. But she was glad of the little clock sitting there ticking to itself, with its funny grilled edges and the door. Inside the door was the cuckoo, waiting to come out. Was he listening, his head cocked on one side, listening to hear the clock strike so that he would know to come out? Did he sleep between hours? Well, she would soon see him. She could ask him. And she would show the clock to Bob. He would love it. Bob loved old things, even old stamps and buttons. He liked to go with her to the stores. Of course, it was a little awkward, but Larry had been staying at the office so much, and that helped. If only Larry didn't call up sometimes to... There was a whir. The clock shuddered, and all at once the door opened. The cuckoo came out, sliding swiftly. He paused and looked around solemnly, scrutinizing her, the room, the furniture. It was the first time he had seen her, she realized, smiling to herself in pleasure. She stood up, coming toward him shyly. "Go on," she said. "I'm waiting." The cuckoo opened his bill. He whirred and chirped quickly, rhythmically. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he retired, and the door snapped shut. She was delighted. She clapped her hands and spun in a little circle. He was marvelous. Perfect. And the way he had looked around, studying her, sizing her up. He liked her. She was certain of it. And she, of course, loved him at once, completely. He was just what she had hoped would come out of the little door. Doris went to the clock. She bent over the little door, her lips close to the wood. "Do you hear me?" she whispered. "I think you're the most wonderful cuckoo in the world." She paused, embarrassed. "I hope you'll like it here." Then she went downstairs again, slowly, her head high. Larry and the cuckoo clock really never got along well from the start. Doris said it was because he didn't wind it right, and it didn't like being only half wound all the time. Larry turned the job of winding over to her. The cuckoo came out every quarter hour and ran the spring down without remorse, and someone had to be ever after it, winding it up again. Doris did her best, but she forgot a good deal of the time. Then Larry would throw his newspaper down with an elaborate, weary motion and stand up. He would go into the dining room where the clock was mounted on the wall over the fireplace. He would take the clock down, and making sure that he had his thumb over the little door, he would wind it up. "Why do you put your thumb over the door?" Doris asked once. "You're supposed to." She raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? I wonder if it isn't that you don't want him to come out while you're standing so close." "Why not?" "Maybe you're afraid of him." Larry laughed. He put the clock back on the wall and gingerly removed his thumb. When Doris wasn't looking, he examined his thumb. There was still a trace of the nick cut out of the soft part of it. Who or what had pecked at him? One Saturday morning, when Larry was down at the office working over some important special accounts, Bob Chambers came to the front porch and rang the bell. Doris was taking a quick shower. She dried herself and slipped into her robe. When she opened the door, Bob stepped inside, grinning. "Hi," he said, looking around. "It's all right? Larry's at the office?" "Fine." Bob gazed at her slim legs below the hem of the robe. "How nice you look today." She laughed. "Be careful. Maybe I shouldn't let you in after all." They looked at one another, half amused, half frightened. Presently Bob said, "If you want, I'll—" "No, for God's sake." She caught hold of his sleeve. "Just get out of the doorway so I can close it. Mrs. Peters across the street, you know." She closed the door. "And I want to show you something," she said. "You haven't seen it." He was interested. "An antique or what?" She took his arm, leading him toward the dining room. "You'll love it, Bobby." She stopped, wide-eyed. "I hope you will. You must. You must love it. It means so much to me. He means so much." "He?" Bob frowned. "Who is he?" Doris laughed. "You're jealous. Come on." A moment later they stood before the clock, looking up at it. "He'll come out in a few minutes. Wait until you see him. I know you two will get along just fine." What does Larry think of him? They don't like each other. Sometimes when Larry's here, he won't come out. Larry gets mad if he doesn't come out on time. He says... Says what? Doris looked down. He always says that he's been robbed, even if he did get it wholesale. She brightened. But I know he won't come out because he doesn't like Larry. When I'm here alone, he comes right out for me every 15 minutes, even though he really only has to come out on the hour. She gazed up at the clock. He comes out for me because he wants to. We talk. I tell him things, of course. I'd like to have him upstairs in my room, but it wouldn't be right. There was the sound of footsteps on the front porch. They looked at each other, horrified. Larry pushed the front door open, grunting. He set his briefcase down and took off his hat. Then he saw Bob for the first time. Chambers, I'll be damned. His eyes narrowed. What are you doing here? He came into the dining room. Doris drew her robe about her, helplessly backing away. Bob began. That is, we... He broke off, glancing at Doris. Suddenly the clock began to whir. The cuckoo came rushing out, bursting into sound. Larry moved towards him. Shut that din off, he said. He raised his fist toward the clock. The cuckoo snapped into silence and retreated. The door closed. That's better. Larry studied Doris and Bob, standing mutely together. I came over to look at the clock, Bob said. Doris told me that it's a rare antique and that... Nuts. I bought it myself. Larry walked up to him. Get out of here. He turned to Doris. You too. And take that damn clock with you. He paused, rubbing his chin. No. Leave the clock here. It's mine. I bought it and paid for it. In the weeks that followed after Doris left, Larry and the cuckoo clock got along even worse than before. For one thing, the cuckoo stayed inside most of the time. Sometimes even at 12 o'clock when he should have been busiest. And if he did come out at all, he usually spoke only once or twice, never the correct number of times. And there was a sullen, uncooperative note in his voice, a jarring sound that made Larry uneasy and a little angry. But he kept the clock wound, because the house was very still and quiet, and it got on his nerves not to hear someone running around, talking and dropping things. And even the whirring of a clock sounded good to him. But he didn't like the cuckoo at all, and sometimes he spoke to him. Listen, he said late one night to the closed little door. I know you can hear me. I ought to give you back to the Germans, back to the Black Forest. He paced back and forth. I wonder what they're doing now, the two of them. That young punk with his books and his antiques. A man shouldn't be interested in antiques. That's for women. He set his jaw. Isn't that right? The clock said nothing. Larry walked up in front of it. Isn't that right? He demanded. Don't you have anything to say? He looked at the face of the clock. It was almost 11, just a few seconds before the hour. All right. I'll wait until 11. Then I want to hear what you have to say. You've been pretty quiet these last few weeks since she left. He grinned wryly. Maybe you don't like it here since she's gone. He scowled. Well, I paid for you, and you're coming out whether you like it or not. You hear me? 11 o'clock came. Far off at the end of town, the great tower clock boomed sleepily to itself. But the little door remained shut. Nothing moved. The minute hand passed on, and the cuckoo did not stir. He was someplace inside the clock, beyond the door, silent and remote. All right, if that's the way you feel, Larry murmured, his lips twisting. But it isn't fair. It's your job to come out. We all have to do things we don't like. He went unhappily into the kitchen and opened the great gleaming refrigerator. As he poured himself a drink, he thought about the clock. There was no doubt about it. The cuckoo should come out. Doris or no Doris. He had always liked her from the very start. They had got along well, the two of them. Probably he liked Bob, too. Probably he had seen enough of Bob to get to know him. They would be quite happy together, Bob and Doris and the cuckoo. Larry finished his drink. He opened the drawer at the sink and took out the hammer. He carried it carefully into the dining room. The clock was ticking gently to itself on the wall. Look, he said, waving the hammer. You know what I have here? You know what I'm going to do with it? I'm going to start on you first. He smiled. Birds of a feather. That's what you are. The three of you. The room was silent. Are you coming out, or do I have to come in and get you? The clock whirred a little. I hear you in there. You've got a lot of talking to do. Enough for the last 3 weeks, as I figure it. You owe me. The door opened. The cuckoo came out fast, straight at him. Larry was looking down, his brow wrinkled in thought. He glanced up and the cuckoo caught him squarely in the eye. Down he went, hammer and chair and everything hitting the floor with a tremendous crash. For a moment the cuckoo paused, its small body poised rigidly. Then it went back inside the house. The door snapped tight shut after it. The man lay on the floor, stretched out grotesquely, his head bent over to one side. Nothing moved or stirred. The room was completely silent, except of course for the ticking of the clock. "I see," Doris said, her face tight. Bob put his arm around her, steadying her. "Doctor," Bob said, "can I ask you something?" "Of course," the doctor said. "Is it very easy to break your neck falling from so low a chair? It wasn't very far to fall. I wonder if it might not have been an accident. Is there any chance it might have been suicide?" The doctor rubbed his jaw. "I never heard of anyone committing suicide that way. It was an accident, I'm positive." "I don't mean suicide," Bob murmured under his breath, looking up at the clock on the wall. "I meant something else." But no one heard him.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. In the next story, Peterson, a crew member from a spaceship visiting Mars, purchases a giant pig-like creature called a wub. Although Captain Franco means to make a meal of the strange beast, the wub proves to be likable and intelligent by discussing the travels of Odysseus and the impact of myth on the human spirit. This was Philip K. Dick's first short story, Beyond Lies the Wub, and it was published shortly after his high school graduation.
Beyond Lies the Wub by Philip K. Dick. The slovenly wub might well have said, "Many men talk like philosophers and live like fools." They had almost finished with the loading. Outside stood the Optus, his arms folded, his face sunk in gloom. Captain Franco walked leisurely down the gangplank, grinning. "What's the matter?" he said. "You're getting paid for all this." The Optus said nothing. He turned away, collecting his robes. The captain put his boot on the hem of the robe. "Just a minute. Don't go off. I'm not finished."
"Oh?"
The Optus turned with dignity.
"I am going back to the village."
He looked toward the animals and birds being driven up the gangplank into the spaceship.
"I must organize new hunts."
Franco lit a cigarette. "Why not? You people can go out into the veldt and track it all down again. But when we run out halfway between Mars and Earth—" The Optus went off, wordless. Franco joined the first mate at the bottom of the gangplank. "How's it coming?" he said. He looked at his watch. "We got a good bargain here." The mate glanced at him sourly. "How do you explain that?" "What's the matter with you?" "We need it more than they do." "I'll see you later, Captain." The mate threaded his way up the plank between the long-legged Martian go-birds into the ship. Franco watched him disappear. He was just starting up after him, up the plank toward the port, when he saw it. My God! He stood staring, his hands on his hips. Peterson was walking along the path, his face red, leading it by a string. "I'm sorry, Captain," he said, tugging at the string. Franco walked toward him. "What is it?" The wub stood sagging, its great body settling slowly. It was sitting down, its eyes half shut. A few flies buzzed about its flank, and it swished its tail. It sat. There was silence. "It's a wub," Peterson said. "I got it from a native for 50 cents. He said it was a very unusual animal, very respected." "This?" Franco poked the great sloping side of the wub. "It's a pig. A huge, dirty pig." "Yes, sir, it's a pig. The natives call it a wub." "A huge pig? It must weigh 400 pounds. Franco grabbed a tuft of the rough hair. The wub gasped. Its eyes opened, small and moist. Then its great mouth twitched. A tear rolled down the wub's cheek and splashed on the floor. "Maybe it's good to eat," Peterson said nervously. "We'll soon find out," Franco said. The wub survived the takeoff, sound asleep in the hold of the ship. When they were out in space and everything was running smoothly, Captain Franco bade his men fetch the wub upstairs so he might perceive what manner of beast it was. The wub grunted and wheezed, squeezing up the passageway. "Come on," Jones grated, pulling at the rope. The wub twisted, rubbing its skin off on the smooth chrome walls. It burst into the anteroom, tumbling down in a heap. The men leaped up. "Good Lord," French said. "What is it?" "Peterson says it's a wub," Jones said. "It belongs to him." He kicked at the wub. The wub stood up unsteadily, panting. "What's the matter with it?" French came over. "Is it going to be sick?" They watched. The wub rolled its eyes mournfully. It gazed around at the men. "I think it's thirsty," Peterson said. He went to get some water. French shook his head. "No wonder we had so much trouble taking off. I had to reset all my ballast calculations." Peterson came back with the water. The wub began to lap gratefully, splashing the men. Captain Franco appeared in the door. "Let's have a look at it." He advanced, squinting critically. "You got this for 50 cents?" "Yes, sir," Peterson said. "It eats almost anything. I fed it on grain, and it liked that, then potatoes and mash and scraps from the table and milk. It seems to enjoy eating. After it eats, it lies down and goes to sleep." "I see," Captain Franco said. "Now, as to its taste, that's the real question. I doubt if there's much point in fattening it up any more. Seems fat enough to me already. Where's the cook? I want him here. I want to find out—" The wub stopped lapping and looked up at the captain.
"Really, Captain," the wub said, "I suggest we talk of other matters."
The room was silent. "What was that?" Franco said. "Just now." "The wub, sir," Peterson said. It spoke." They all looked at the wub. "What did it say? What did it say?" "It suggested we talk about other things." Franco walked around the wub. He went all around it, examining it from every side. Then he came back and stood with the men. "I wonder if there's a native inside it," he said thoughtfully. "Maybe we should open it up and have a look."
"Oh, goodness," the wub cried. "Is that all you people can think of, killing and cutting?"
Franco clenched his fist. "Come out of there! Whoever you are, come out!" Nothing stirred. The men stood together, their faces blank, staring at the wub. The wub swished its tail. It belched suddenly.
"I beg your pardon," the wub said.
"I don't think there's anyone in there," Jones said in a low voice. They all looked at each other. The cook came in.
You wanted me, Captain?
He said.
What's this thing?
"This is a wub," Franco said. "It's to be eaten. Will you measure it and figure out—"
"I think we should have a talk," the wub said. "I'd like to discuss this with you, Captain, if I might. I can see that you and I do not agree on some basic issues."
The captain took a long time to answer. The wub waited good-naturedly, licking the water from its jowls. "Come into my office," the captain said at last. He turned and walked from the room. The wub rose and padded after him. The men watched it go out. They heard it climbing the stairs.
I wonder what the outcome will be,
the cook said.
"Well, I'll be in the kitchen. Let me know as soon as you hear."
"Sure," Jones said. "Sure." The wub eased itself down in the corner with a sigh.
"You must forgive me," it said. "I'm afraid I'm addicted to various forms of relaxation. When one is as large as I—"
The captain nodded impatiently. He sat down at his desk and folded his hands. All right," he said. "Let's get started. You're a wub, is that correct?" The wub shrugged.
"I suppose so. That's what they call us. The natives, I mean. We have our own term."
"And you speak English? You've been in contact with Earthmen before?"
"No."
"Then how do you do it?"
"Speak English? Am I speaking English? I am not conscious of speaking anything in particular. I examined your mind."
"My mind?"
"I studied the contents, especially the semantic warehouse, as I refer to it."
"I see," the captain said. "Telepathy, of course."
"We are a very old race," the wub said. "Very old and very ponderous. It is difficult for us to move around. You can appreciate that anything so slow and heavy would be at the mercy of more agile forms of life. There was no use in our relying on physical defenses. How could we win? Too heavy to run, too soft to fight, too good-natured to hunt for game.
How do you live?
Plants, vegetables. We can eat almost anything. We're very Catholic, tolerant, eclectic Catholic. We live and let live. That's how we've gotten along.
The wub eyed the captain.
And that's why I so violently objected to this business about having me boiled. I could see the image on your mind. Most of me in the frozen food locker, some of me in the kettle, a bit for your pet cat.
So you read minds, the captain said. How interesting. Anything else? I mean, what else can you do along those lines?
A few odds and ends,
the wub said absently, staring around the room.
A nice apartment you have here, Captain. You keep it quite neat. I respect life forms that are tidy. Some Martian birds are quite tidy. They throw things out of their nests and sweep them.
Indeed, the captain nodded. But to get back to the problem.
Quite so. You spoke of dining on me. The taste, I am told, is good. A little fatty but tender. But how can any lasting contact be established between your people and mine if you resort to such barbaric attitudes? Eat me? Rather you should discuss questions with me, philosophy, the arts.
The captain stood up. Philosophy. It might interest you to know that we will be hard put to find anything to eat for the next month. An unfortunate spoilage.
I know,
the wub nodded.
But wouldn't it be more in accord with your principles of democracy if we all drew straws or something along that line? After all, democracy is to protect the minority from such infringements. Now, if each of us cast one vote—
The captain walked to the door. Nuts to you, he said. He opened the door. He opened his mouth. He stood frozen, his mouth wide, his eyes staring, his fingers still on the knob. The wub watched him. Presently it padded out of the room, edging past the captain. It went down the hall, deep in meditation. The room was quiet.
So you see,
the wub said,
we have a common myth. Your mind contains many familiar myth symbols. Ishtar, Odysseus.
Peterson sat, silently staring at the floor. He shifted in his chair. Go on, he said. Please, go on.
I find in your Odysseus a figure common to the mythology of most self-conscious races. As I interpret it, Odysseus wanders as an individual, aware of himself as such. This is the idea of separation from family and country, the process of individuation.
But Odysseus returns to his home. Peterson looked out the port window at the stars, endless stars burning in the empty universe. Finally, he goes home.
As must all creatures. The moment of separation is a temporary period, a brief journey of the soul. It begins, it ends. The wanderer returns to land and race.
The door opened. The wub stopped, turning its great head. Captain Franco came into the room, the men behind him. They hesitated at the door. Are you all right? French said. Do you mean me? Peterson said, surprised. Why me? Franco lowered his gun. Come over here, he said to Peterson. Get up and come here. There was silence.
Go ahead,
the wub said.
It doesn't matter.
Peterson stood up. What for? It's an order. Peterson walked to the door. French caught his arm. What's going on? Peterson wrenched loose. What's the matter with you? Captain Franco moved toward the wub. The wub looked up from where it lay in the corner, pressed against the wall.
It is interesting, the wub said, that you are obsessed with the idea of eating me. I wonder why.
Get up, Franco said.
If you wish.
The wub rose, grunting.
Be patient. It is difficult for me.
It stood, gasping, its tongue lolling foolishly. Shoot it now, French said. For God's sake, Peterson exclaimed. Jones turned to him quickly, his eyes gray with fear. You didn't see him. Like a statue standing there, his mouth open. If we hadn't come down, he'd still be there. Who? The captain? Peterson stared around. But he's all right now. They looked at the wub, standing in the middle of the room, its great chest rising and falling. Come on, Franco said. Out of the way. The men pulled aside toward the door.
You're quite afraid, aren't you? The wub said. Have I done anything to you? I am against the idea of hurting. All I have done is try to protect myself. Can you expect me to rush eagerly to my death? I am a sensible being like yourselves. I was curious to see your ship, learn about you. I suggested to the native.
The gun jerked. See? Franco said. I thought so. The wub settled down, panting. It put its paw out, pulling its tail around it.
It is very warm, the wub said. I understand that we are close to the jets. Atomic power. You have done many wonderful things with it, technically. Apparently your scientific hierarchy is not equipped to solve moral, ethical.
Franco turned to the men, crowding behind him, wide-eyed, silent. I'll do it. You can watch. French nodded. Try to hit the brain. It's no good for eating. Don't hit the chest. If the rib cage shatters, we'll have to pick bones out. Listen, Peterson said, licking his lips. Has it done anything? What harm has it done? I'm asking you. And anyhow, it's still mine. You have no right to shoot it. It doesn't belong to you. Franco raised his gun. I'm going out, Jones said, his face white and sick. I don't want to see it. Me too, French said. The men straggled out, murmuring. Peterson lingered at the door. It was talking to me about myths, he said. It wouldn't hurt anyone. He went outside. Franco walked around the wub. The wub looked up slowly. It swallowed.
A very foolish thing, it said. I am sorry that you want to do it. There was a parable that your Savior related.
It stopped, staring at the gun.
Can you look me in the eye and do it? The wub said. Can you do that?
The captain gazed down. I can look you in the eye, he said. Back on the farm we had hogs. 30 razorback hogs. I can do it. Staring down at the wub, into the gleaming, moist eyes, he pressed the trigger. The taste was excellent. They sat glumly around the table, some of them hardly eating at all. The only one who seemed to be enjoying himself was Captain Franco. More? He said, looking around. More? And some wine, perhaps. Not me, French said. I think I'll go back to the chart room. Me too. Jones stood up, pushing his chair back. I'll see you later. The captain watched them go. Some of the others excused themselves. What do you suppose the matter is? The captain said. He turned to Peterson. Peterson sat staring down at his plate, at the potatoes, the green peas, and at the thick slab of tender, warm meat. He opened his mouth. No sound came. The captain put his hand on Peterson's shoulder. It is only organic matter now, he said. The life essence is gone. He ate, spooning up the gravy with some bread. I myself love to eat. It is one of the greatest things that a living creature can enjoy. Eating, resting, meditation, discussing things. Peterson nodded. 2 more men got up and went out. The captain drank some water and sighed. Well, he said, I must say that this was a very enjoyable meal. All the reports I had heard were quite true. The taste of wub, very fine. But I was prevented from enjoying this pleasure in times past. He dabbed at his lips with his napkin and leaned back in his chair. Peterson stared dejectedly at the table. The captain watched him intently. He leaned over. "Come, come," he said. "Cheer up. Let's discuss things." He smiled. "As I was saying before I was interrupted, the role of Odysseus in the myths." Peterson jerked up, staring. "To go on," the captain said, "Odysseus, as I understand him—"
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. In our next story, Lori, a city girl, marries and moves with her husband to Vermont and has an encounter with an apple tree, the only living tree in a dying orchard. She eats a small withered apple from the tree, not realizing what it will lead to.
Of Withered Apples by Philip K. Dick. Something was tapping on the window, blowing up against the pane again and again, carried by the wind, tapping faintly, insistently. Lori, sitting on the couch, pretended not to hear. She gripped her book tightly and turned a page. The tapping came again, louder and more imperative. It could not be ignored. "Darn," Lori said, throwing her book down on the coffee table and hurrying to the window. She grasped the heavy brass handles and lifted. For a moment the window resisted. Then, with a protesting groan, it reluctantly rose. Cold autumn air rushed into the room. The bit of leaf ceased tapping and swirled against the woman's throat, dancing to the floor. Lori picked the leaf up. It was old and brown. Her heart skipped a beat as she slipped the leaf into the pocket of her jeans. Against her loins the leaf cut and tingled, a little hard point piercing her smooth skin and sending exciting shivers up and down her spine. She stood at the open window a moment, sniffing the air. The air was full of the presence of trees and rocks, of great boulders and remote places. It was time. Time to go again. She touched the leaf. She was wanted. Quickly, Lori left the big living room, hurrying through the hall into the dining room. The dining room was empty. A few chords of laughter drifted from the kitchen. Lori pushed the kitchen door open. "Steve?" Her husband and his father were sitting around the kitchen table, smoking their cigars and drinking steaming black coffee. "What is it?" Steve demanded, frowning at his young wife. "Ed and I are in the middle of business." I want to ask you something." The two men gazed at her. Brown-haired Stephen, his dark eyes full of the stubborn dignity of New England men, and his father, silent and withdrawn in her presence. Ed Patterson scarcely noticed her. He rustled through a sheaf of feed bills, his broad back turned toward her. "What is it?" Steve demanded impatiently. "What do you want? Can't it wait?" "I have to go," Lori blurted. "Go where?" "Outside." Anxiety flooded over her. "This is the last time, I promise. I won't go again after this, okay?" She tried to smile, but her heart was pounding too hard. "Please let me, Steve." "Where does she go?" Ed rumbled. Steve grunted in annoyance. "Up in the hills. Some old abandoned place up there." Ed's gray eyes flickered. "Abandoned farm?" "Yes, you know it." "The old Rickley farm. Rickley moved away years ago. Couldn't get anything to grow. Not up there. Ground's all rocks. Bad soil. A lot of clay and stones. The place is all overgrown. Tumbled down." "What kind of farm was it?" "Orchard. Fruit orchard. Never yielded a damn thing. Thin old trees. Waste of effort." Steve looked at his pocket watch. You'll be back in time to fix dinner? Yes. Laurie moved toward the door. Then I can go? Steve's face twisted as he made up his mind. Laurie waited impatiently, scarcely breathing. She had never got used to Vermont men and their slow, deliberate way. Boston people were quite different, and her group had been more the college youths, dances and talk and late laughter. Why do you go up there? Steve grumbled. Don't ask me, Steve. Just let me go. This is the last time. She writhed in agony. She clenched her fists. Please! Steve looked out the window. The cold autumn wind swirled through the trees. All right, but it's going to snow. I don't see why you want to... Laurie ran to get her coat from the closet. I'll be back to fix dinner, she shouted joyfully. She hurried to the front porch, buttoning her coat, her heart racing. Her cheeks were flushed a deep, excited red as she closed the door behind her, her blood pounding in her veins. Cold wind whipped against her, rumpling her hair, plucking at her body. She took a deep breath of the wind and started down the steps. She walked rapidly onto the field, toward the bleak line of hills beyond. Except for the wind, there was no sound. She patted her pocket. The dry leaf broke and dug hungrily into her. I'm coming, she whispered, a little awed and frightened. I'm on my way. Higher and higher the woman climbed. She passed through a deep cleft between two rocky ridges. Huge roots from old stumps spurted out on all sides. She followed a dried-up creek bed, winding and turning. After a time, low mists began to blow about her. At the top of the ridge, she halted, breathing deeply, looking back the way she had come. A few drops of rain stirred the leaves around her. Again the wind moved through the great dead trees along the ridge. Laurie turned and started on, her head down, hands in her coat pockets. She was on a rocky field, overgrown with weeds and dead grass. After a time she came to a ruined fence, broken and rotting. She stepped over it. She passed a tumbled-down well, half filled with stones and earth. Her heart beat quickly, fluttering with nervous excitement. She was almost there. She passed the remains of a building, sagging timbers and broken glass, a few ruined pieces of furniture strewn nearby, an old automobile tire caked and cracked, some damp rags heaped over rusty, bent bed springs. And there it was, directly ahead. Along the edge of the field was a grove of ancient trees, lifeless trees, withered and dead, their thin, blackened stalks rising up leaflessly, broken sticks stuck in the hard ground, row after row of dead trees, some bent and leaning, torn loose from the rocky soil by the unending wind. Laurie crossed the field to the trees, her lungs laboring painfully. The wind surged against her without respite, whipping the foul-smelling mists into her nostrils and face. Her smooth skin was damp and shiny with the mist. She coughed and hurried on, stepping over the rocks and clods of earth, trembling with fear and anticipation. She circled around the grove of trees, almost to the edge of the ridge. Carefully she stepped among the sliding heaps of rocks. Then she stopped, rigid. Her chest rose and fell with the effort of breathing. I came, she gasped. For a long time she gazed at the withered old apple tree. She could not take her eyes from it, The sight of the ancient tree fascinated and repelled her. It was the only one alive, the only tree of all the grove still living. All the others were dead, dried up. They had lost the struggle. But this tree still clung to life. The tree was hard and barren. Only a few dark leaves hung from it, and some withered apples, dried and seasoned by the wind and mists. They had stayed there on the branches, forgotten and abandoned. The ground around the tree was cracked and bleak, stones and decayed heaps of old leaves in ragged clumps. "I came," Laurie said again. She took the leaf from her pocket and held it cautiously out. "This tapped at the window. I knew when I heard it." She smiled mischievously, her red lips curling. "It tapped and tapped, trying to get in. I ignored it. It was so impetuous. It annoyed me." The tree swayed ominously. Its gnarled branches rubbed together. Something in the sound made Laurie pull away. Terror rushed through her. She hurried back along the ridge, scrambling frantically out of reach. "Don't," she whispered. "Please." The wind ceased. The tree became silent. For a long time, Laurie watched it apprehensively. Night was coming. The sky was darkening rapidly. A burst of frigid wind struck her, half turning her around. She shuddered, bracing herself against it, pulling her long coat around her. Far below, the floor of the valley was disappearing into shadow, into the vast cloud of night. In the darkening mists, the tree was stern and menacing, more ominous than usual. A few leaves blew from it, drifting and swirling with the wind. A leaf blew past her, and she tried to catch it. The leaf escaped, dancing back toward the tree. Laurie followed a little way and then stopped, gasping and laughing. "No," she said firmly, her hands on her hips. "I won't." There was silence. Suddenly the heaps of decayed leaves blew up in a furious circle around the tree. They quieted down, settling back. "No," Laurie said. "I'm not afraid of you. You can't hurt me." But her heart was hammering with fear. She moved back, farther away. The tree remained silent. Its wiry branches were motionless. Laurie regained her courage. "This is the last time I can come," she said. "Steve says I can't come anymore. He doesn't like it." She waited, but the tree did not respond. "They're sitting in the kitchen, the two of them, smoking cigars and drinking coffee, adding up feed bills." She wrinkled her nose. "That's all they ever do. Add and subtract feed bills, figure and figure. Profit and loss, government, taxes, depreciation on the equipment." The tree did not stir. Laurie shivered. A little more rain fell, big icy drops that slid down her cheeks, down the back of her neck, and inside her heavy coat. She moved closer to the tree. "I won't be back. I won't see you again. This is the last time. I wanted to tell you." The tree moved. Its branches whipped into sudden life. Laurie felt something hard and thin cut across her shoulder. Something caught her around the waist, tugging her forward. She struggled desperately, trying to pull herself free. Suddenly the tree released her. She stumbled back, laughing and trembling with fear. "No," she gasped. "You can't have me." She hurried to the edge of the ridge. "You'll never get me again. Understand? And I'm not afraid of you." She stood waiting and watching, trembling with cold and fear. Suddenly she turned and fled, down the side of the ridge, sliding and falling on the loose stones. Blind terror gripped her. She ran on, down the steep slope, grabbing at roots and weeds. Something rolled beside her shoe, something small and hard. She bent down and picked it up. It was a little dried apple. Laurie gazed back up the slope at the tree. The tree was almost lost in the swirling mists. It stood, jutting up against the black sky, a hard, unmoving pillar. Laurie put the apple in her coat pocket and continued down the side of the hill. When she reached the floor of the valley, she took the apple out of her pocket. It was late. A deep hunger began to gnaw inside her. She thought suddenly of dinner, the warm kitchen, the white tablecloth, steaming stew and biscuits. As she walked, she nibbled on the little apple. Laurie sat up in bed, the covers falling away from her. The house was dark and silent. A few night noises sounded faintly far off. It was past midnight. Beside her, Stephen slept quietly, turned over on his side. What had wakened her? Laurie pushed her dark hair back out of her eyes, shaking her head. What? A spasm of pain burst loose inside her. She gasped and put her hand to her stomach. For a time she wrestled silently, jaws locked, swaying back and forth. The pain went away. Laurie sank back. She cried out, a faint, thin cry. "Steve!" Stephen stirred. He turned over a little, grunting in his sleep. The pain came again, harder. She fell forward on her face, writhing in agony. The pain ripped at her, tearing at her belly. She screamed, a shrill wail of fear and pain. Steve sat up. "For God's sake!" He rubbed his eyes and snapped on the lamp. "What the hell?" Laurie lay on her side, gasping and moaning, her eyes staring, knotted fists pressed into her stomach. The pain twisted and seared, devouring her, eating into her. "Laurie!" Stephen grated. "What is it?" She screamed. Again and again, until the house rocked with echoes. She slid from the bed onto the floor, her body writhing and jerking, her face unrecognizable. Ed came hurrying into the room, pulling his bathrobe around him. "What's going on?" The two men stared helplessly down at the woman on the floor. "Good God," Ed said. He closed his eyes. The day was cold and dark. Snow fell silently over the streets and houses, over the red-brick county hospital building. Dr. Blair walked slowly up the gravel path to his Ford car. He slid inside and turned the ignition key. The motor leaped alive, and he let the brake out. "I'll call you later," Dr. Blair said. "There are certain particulars." "I know," Steve muttered. He was still dazed. His face was gray and puffy from lack of sleep. "I left some sedatives for you. Try to get a little rest." "You think," Steve asked suddenly, "if we had called you earlier—" "No." Blair glanced up at him sympathetically. "I don't. In a thing like that, there's not much chance. Not after it's burst." "Then it was appendicitis?" Blair nodded. "Yes." "If we hadn't been so damn far out," Steve said bitterly. "Stuck out in the country, no hospital, nothing, miles from town, and we didn't realize at first—" "Well, it's over now." The upright Ford moved forward a little. All at once a thought came to the doctor. "One more thing." "What is it?" Steve said dully. Blair hesitated. "Post-mortems. Very unfortunate. I don't think there's any reason for one in this case. I'm certain in my own mind, but I wanted to ask... What is it? Is there anything the girl might have swallowed? Did she put things in her mouth? Needles while she was sewing? Pins, coins, anything like that? Seeds? Did she ever eat watermelon? Sometimes the appendix... No. Steve shook his head wearily. I don't know. It was just a thought. Dr. Blair drove slowly off down the narrow, tree-lined street, leaving two dark streaks, two soiled lines that marred the packed, glistening snow. Spring came, warm and sunny. The ground turned black and rich. Overhead, the sun shone, a hot white orb, full of strength. "Stop here," Steve murmured. Ed Patterson brought the car to a halt at the side of the street. He turned off the motor. The two men sat in silence, neither of them speaking. At the end of the street, children were playing. A high school boy was mowing a lawn, pushing the machine over wet grass. The street was dark in the shade of the great trees growing along each side. "Nice," Ed said. Steve nodded without answering. Moodily, he watched a young girl walking by, a shopping bag under her arm. The girl climbed the stairs of a porch and disappeared into an old-fashioned yellow house. Steve pushed the car door open. "Come on. Let's get it over with." Ed lifted the wreath of flowers from the back seat and put them in his son's lap. "You'll have to carry it. It's your job." "All right." Steve grabbed the flowers and stepped out onto the pavement. The two men walked up the street together, silent and thoughtful. "It's been 7 or 8 months now," Steve said abruptly. "At least." Ed lit the cigar as they walked along, puffing clouds of gray smoke around them. "Maybe a little more." "I never should have brought her up here. She lived in town all her life. She didn't know anything about the country." "It would have happened anyhow. If we had been closer to a hospital, the doctor said it wouldn't have made any difference, even if we'd called him right away instead of waiting till morning." They came to the corner and turned. "And as you know—" "Forget it," Steve said, suddenly tense. The sounds of the children had fallen behind them. The houses had thinned out. Their footsteps rang out against the pavement as they walked along. "We're almost there," Steve said. They came to a rise. Beyond the rise was a heavy brass fence running the length of a small field. A green field, neat and even, with carefully placed plaques of white marble crisscrossing it. "Here we are," Steve said tightly. "They keep it nice." "Can we get in from this side?" "We can try." Ed started along the brass fence, looking for a gate. Suddenly Steve halted, grunting. He stared across the field, his face white. "Look!" "What is it?" Ed took off his glasses to see. "What are you looking at?" "I was right." Steve's voice was low and indistinct. "I thought there was something. Last time we were here, I saw... You see it?" "I'm not sure. I see the tree, if that's what you mean." In the center of the neat green field, the little apple tree rose proudly. Its bright leaves sparkled in the warm sunlight. The young tree was strong and very healthy. It swayed confidently with the wind, its supple trunk moist with sweet spring sap. "They're red," Steve said softly. "They're already red. How the hell can they be red? It's only April. How the hell can they be red so soon?
I don't know, Ed said. I don't know anything about apples.
A strange chill moved through him, but graveyards always made him uncomfortable.
Maybe we ought to go.
Her cheeks were that color, Steve said, his voice low, when she had been running. Remember? The two men gazed uneasily at the little apple tree, its shiny red fruit glistening in the spring sunlight, branches moving gently with the wind.
I remember, all right, Ed said grimly. Come on.
He took his son's arm insistently, the wreath of flowers forgotten.
Come on, Steve. Let's get out of here.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. In our next short story, The Gun, a group of space soldiers are sent to investigate what they believe to be an abandoned planet when they are shot down and forced to crash land on its surface. While repairing their ship, they discover the ruins of an ancient city guarded by the mysterious gun that shot them down. Happy listening.
The Gun by Philip K. Dick. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent, dead. Only the gun showed signs of life, and the trespassers had wrecked that for all time. The return journey to pick up the treasure would be a cinch. They smiled. The captain peered into the eyepiece of the telescope. He adjusted the focus quickly. "It was an atomic fission we saw, all right," he said presently. He sighed and pushed the eyepiece away. "Any of you who wants to look may do so, but it's not a pretty sight." "Let me look, Tance," the archaeologist said. He bent down to look, squinting. "Good Lord!" He leaped violently back, knocking against Dorley, the chief navigator. "Why did we come all this way, then?" Dorley asked, looking around at the other men. "There's no point even in landing. Let's go back at once." "Perhaps he's right," the biologist murmured, "but I'd like to look for myself, if I may." He pushed past Tance and peered into the sight. He saw a vast expanse of endless surface of gray, stretching to the edge of the planet. At first he thought it was water, but after a moment he realized that it was slag. Pitted, fused slag, broken only by hills of rock jutting up at intervals. Nothing moved or stirred. Everything was silent, dead. "I see," Fomar said, backing away from the eyepiece. "Well, I won't find any legumes there." He tried to smile, but his lips stayed unmoved. He stepped away and stood by himself, staring past the others. "I wonder what the atmospheric sample will show," Tance said. "I think I can guess," the captain answered. "Most of the atmosphere is poisoned, but didn't we expect all this? I don't see why we're so surprised. A fission visible as far away as our system must be a terrible thing." He strode off down the corridor, dignified and expressionless. They watched him disappear into the control room. As the captain closed the door, the young woman turned. "What did the telescope show, good or bad?" "Bad. No life could possibly exist. Atmosphere poisoned, water vaporized, all the land fused." "Could they have gone underground?" The captain slid back the port windows so that the surface of the planet under them was visible. The two of them stared down, silent and disturbed. Mile after mile of unbroken ruin stretched out, blackened slag, pitted and scarred, and occasional heaps of rock. Suddenly Nasha jumped. "Look! Over there at the edge! Do you see it?" They stared. Something rose up. Not rock, not an accidental formation. It was round, a circle of dots, white pellets on the dead skin of the planet. A city? Buildings of some kind? "Please turn the ship," Nasha said excitedly. She pushed her dark hair from her face. "Turn the ship and let's see what it is." The ship turned, changing its course. As they came over the white dots, the captain lowered the ship, dropping it down as much as he dared. "Piers," he said. "Piers of some sort of stone, perhaps poured artificial stone. The remains of a city." "Oh dear," Nasha murmured. "How awful." She watched the ruins disappear behind them. In a half circle, the white squares jutted from the slag, chipped and cracked like broken teeth. "There's nothing alive," the captain said at last. "I think we'll go right back. I know most of the crew want to. Get the government receiving station on the sender and tell them what we found and that we—" He staggered. The first atomic shell had struck the ship, spinning it around. The captain fell to the floor, crashing into the control table. Papers and instruments rained down on him. As he started to his feet, the second shell struck. The ceiling cracked open, struts and girders twisted and bent. The ship shuddered, falling suddenly down, then righting itself as automatic controls took over. The captain lay on the floor by the smashed control board. In the center, Nasha struggled to free herself from the debris. Outside, the men were already sealing the gaping leaks in the side of the ship, through which the precious air was rushing, dissipating into the void beyond. "Help me!" Dorley was shouting. "Fire over here! Wiring ignited!" 2 men came running. Tance watched helplessly, his eyeglasses broken and bent. "So there is life here after all," he said, half to himself. "But how could—" "Give us a hand," Fomar said, hurrying past. "Give us a hand. We've got to land the ship." It was night. A few stars glinted above them, winking through the drifting silt that blew across the surface of the planet. Dorley peered out, frowning. What a place to be stuck in. He resumed his work, hammering the bent metal hull of the ship back into place. He was wearing a pressure suit. There were still many small leaks, and radioactive particles from the atmosphere had already found their way into the ship. Nasha and Fomar were sitting at the table in the control room, pale, solemn, studying the inventory lists. "Low on carbohydrates," Fomar said. "We can break down the stored fats if we want to, but I wonder if we could find anything outside." Nasha went to the window. "How uninviting it looks." She paced back and forth, very slender and small, her face dark with fatigue. "What do you suppose an exploring party would find?" Fomar shrugged. "Not much. Maybe a few weeds growing in cracks here and there. Nothing we could use. Anything that would adapt to this environment would be toxic, lethal." Nasha paused, rubbing her cheek. There was a deep scratch there, still red and swollen. "Then how do you explain it? According to your theory, the inhabitants must have died in their skins, fried like yams. But who fired on us? Somebody detected us, made a decision, aimed a gun." "And gauged distance," the captain said feebly from the cot in the corner. He turned toward them. "That's the part that worries me. The first shell put us out of commission. The second almost destroyed us. They were well aimed, perfectly aimed. We're not such an easy target." "True," Fomar nodded. "Well, perhaps we'll know the answer before we leave here. What a strange situation. All our reasoning tells us that no life could exist. The whole planet burned dry, the atmosphere itself gone, completely poisoned." "The gun that fired the projectiles survived," Nasha said. "Why not people?" "It's not the same. Metal doesn't need air to breathe. Metal doesn't get leukemia from radioactive particles. Metal doesn't need food and water." There was silence. "A paradox," Nasha said. "Anyhow, in the morning I think we should send out a search party. And meanwhile we should keep on trying to get the ship in condition for the trip back." "It'll be days before we can take off," Fomar said. "We should keep every man working here. We can't afford to send out a party." Nasha smiled a little. "We'll send you out in the first party. Maybe you can discover— what was it you were so interested in?" "Legumes. Edible legumes. Maybe you can find some of them. Only—" "Only what?" "Only watch out. They fired on us once without even knowing who we were or what we came for. Do you suppose they fought with each other? Perhaps they couldn't imagine anyone being friendly under any circumstances. What a strange evolutionary trait, interspecies warfare, fighting within the race." "We'll know in the morning," Fomar said. "Let's get some sleep." The sun came up chill and austere. The 3 people, 2 men and a woman, stepped through the port, dropping down on the hard ground below. "What a day," Dorley said grumpily. "I said how glad I'd be to walk on firm ground again, but—" "Come on," Nasha said. "Up beside me. I want to say something to you. Will you excuse us, Tance?" Tance nodded gloomily. Dorley caught up with Nasha. They walked together, their metal shoes crunching the ground underfoot. Nasha glanced at him. "Listen, the captain is dying. No one knows except the 2 of us. By the end of the day period of this planet, he'll be dead. The shock did something to his heart. He was almost 60, you know." Dorley nodded. "That's bad. I have a great deal of respect for him. You will be captain in his place, of course, since you're vice captain now. No, I prefer to see someone else lead, perhaps you or Fomar. I've been thinking over the situation, and it seems to me that I should declare myself mated to one of you, whichever of you wants to be captain. Then I could devolve the responsibility." "Well, I don't want to be captain. Let Fomar do it." Nasha studied him, tall and blond, striding along beside her in his pressure suit. "I'm rather partial to you," she said. "We might try it for a time, at least. But do as you like. Look, we're coming to something." They stopped walking, letting Tance catch up. In front of them was some sort of a ruined building. Dorley stared around thoughtfully. "Do you see? This whole place is a natural bowl, a huge valley. See how the rock formations rise up on all sides, protecting the floor? Maybe some of the great blast was deflected here." They wandered around the ruins, picking up rocks and fragments. "I think this was a farm," Tance said, examining a piece of wood. "This was part of a tower windmill." "Really?" Nasha took the stick and turned it over. "Interesting. But let's go. We don't have much time." "Look," Dorley said suddenly. "Off there, a long way off. Isn't that something?" He pointed. Nasha sucked in her breath. "The white stones." "What?" Nasha looked up at Dorley. "The white stones. The great broken teeth. We saw them, the captain and I, from the control room." She touched Dorley's arm gently. "That's where they fired from. I didn't think we had landed so close." "What is it?" Tance said, coming up to them. "I'm almost blind without my glasses. What do you see?" "The city, where they fired from." "Oh." All three of them stood together. "Well, let's go," Tance said. "There's no telling what we'll find there." Dorley frowned at him. "Wait, we don't know what we would be getting into. They must have patrols. They probably have seen us already, for that matter." "They probably have seen the ship itself," Tance said. "They probably know right now where they can find it, where they can blow it up. So what difference does it make whether we go closer or not?" "That's true," Nasha said. "If they really want to get us, we haven't a chance. We have no armaments at all. You know that." "I have a hand weapon," Dorley nodded. "Well, let's go on then. I suppose you're right, Tance." "But let's stay together," Tance said nervously. "Nasha, you're going too fast." Nasha looked back. She laughed. "If we expect to get there by nightfall, we must go fast." They reached the outskirts of the city at about the middle of the afternoon. The sun, cold and yellow, hung above them in the colorless sky. Dorley stopped at the top of a ridge overlooking the city. "Well, there it is. What's left of it." There was not much left. The huge concrete piers which they had noticed were not piers at all, but the ruined foundations of buildings. They had been baked by the searing heat, baked and charred almost to the ground. Nothing else remained, only this irregular circle of white squares, perhaps 4 miles in diameter. Dorley spat in disgust. "More wasted time. A dead skeleton of a city, that's all." "But it was from here that the firing came," Tance murmured. "Don't forget that." "And by someone with a good eye and a great deal of experience," Nasha added. "Let's go." They walked into the city between the ruined buildings. No one spoke. They walked in silence, listening to the echo of their footsteps. "It's macabre," Dorley muttered. "I've seen ruined cities before, but they died of old age and fatigue. This was killed, seared to death. This city didn't die. It was murdered." "I wonder what the city was called," Nasha said. She turned aside, going up the remains of a stairway from one of the foundations. "Do you think we might find a signpost? Some kind of plaque?" She peered into the ruins. "There's nothing there," Dorley said impatiently. "Come on." "Wait." Nasha bent down, touching a concrete stone. "There's something inscribed on this." "What is it?" Tance hurried up. He squatted in the dust, running his gloved fingers over the surface of the stone. "Letters, all right." He took a writing stick from the pocket of his pressure suit and copied the inscription on a bit of paper. Dorley glanced over his shoulder. The inscription was, "Franklin Apartments." "That's this city," Nasha said softly. "That was its name." Tance put the paper in his pocket and they went on. After a time, Dorley said, "Nasha, you know, I think we're being watched, but don't look around." The woman stiffened. "Oh? Why do you say that? Did you see something?" "No, I can feel it, though, don't you?" Nasha smiled a little. "I feel nothing, but perhaps I'm more used to being stared at." She turned her head slightly. "Oh!" Dorley reached for his hand weapon. "What is it? What do you see?" Tance had stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth half open. "The gun," Nasha said. "It's the gun." "Look at the size of it. The size of the thing." Dorley unfastened his hand weapon slowly. "That's it, all right." The gun was huge, stark and immense. It pointed up at the sky, a mass of steel and glass set in a huge slab of concrete. Even as they watched, the gun moved on its swivel base, whirring underneath. A slim vane turned with the wind, a network of rods atop a high pole. "It's alive," Nasha whispered. "It's listening to us, watching us." The gun moved again, this time clockwise. It was mounted so that it could make a full circle. The barrel lowered a trifle, then resumed its original position. "But who fires it?" Tance said. Dorley laughed. "No one. No one fires it." They stared at him. "What do you mean?" "It fires itself." They couldn't believe him. Nasha came close to him, frowning, looking up at him. "I don't understand. What do you mean it fires itself?" "Watch, I'll show you. Don't move." Dorley picked up a rock from the ground. He hesitated a moment and then tossed the rock high in the air. The rock passed in front of the gun. Instantly the great barrel moved, the vanes contracted. The rock fell to the ground. The gun paused, then resumed its calm swivel, its slow circling. "You see," Dorley said, "it noticed the rock as soon as I threw it up in the air. It's alert to anything that flies or moves above the ground level. Probably it detected us as soon as we entered the gravitational field of the planet. It probably had a beat on us from the start. We don't have a chance. It knows all about the ship. It's just waiting for us to take off again." "I understand about the rock," Nasha said, nodding. "The gun noticed it, but not us, since we're on the ground, not above. It's only designed to combat objects in the sky. The ship is safe until it takes off again. Then the end will come." "But what's this gun for?" Tance put in. "There's no one alive here. Everyone is dead." "It's a machine," Dorley said. "A machine that was made to do a job, and it's doing the job. How it survived the blast, I don't know. On it goes, waiting for the enemy. Probably they came by air in some sort of projectiles." "The enemy," Nasha said. "Their own race. It is hard to believe that they really bombed themselves, fired at themselves." "Well, it's over with, except right here where we're standing. This one gun, still alert, ready to kill. It'll go on until it wears out." "And by that time, we'll be dead," Nasha said bitterly. "There must have been hundreds of guns like this," Dorley murmured. "They must have been used to the sight. Guns, weapons, uniforms. Probably they accepted it as a natural thing, part of their lives, like eating and sleeping. An institution, like the church and the state. Men trained to fight, to lead armies. A regular profession, honored, respected." Tance was walking slowly toward the gun, peering nearsightedly up at it. "Quite complex, isn't it? All those vanes and tubes. I suppose this is some sort of a telescopic sight." His gloved hand touched the end of a long tube. Instantly the gun shifted, the barrel reacting. It swung. "Don't move!" Dorley cried. The barrel swung past them as they stood rigid and still. For one terrible moment it hesitated over their heads, clicking and whirring, settling into position. Then the sounds died out and the gun became silent. Tance smiled foolishly inside his helmet. "I must have put my finger over the lens. I'll be more careful." He made his way up onto the circular slab, stepping gingerly behind the body of the gun. He disappeared from view. "Where did he go?" Nasha said irritably. "He'll get us all killed." "Tance, come back!" Dorley shouted. "What's the matter with you?" "In a minute." There was a long silence. At last the archaeologist appeared. "I think I found something. Come up and I'll show you." "What is it?" "Dorley, you said the gun was here to keep the enemy off. I think I know why they wanted to keep the enemy off." They were puzzled. "I think I've found what the gun is supposed to guard. Come and give me a hand." "All right," Dorley said abruptly. "Let's go." He seized Nasha's hand. "Come on, let's see what he's found. I thought something like this might happen when I saw that the gun was—" "Like what?" Nasha pulled her hand away. "What are you talking about? You act as if you knew what he's found." "I do." Dorley smiled down at her. "Do you remember the legend that all races have? The myth of the buried treasure and the dragon, the serpent that watches it, guards it, keeps everyone away?" She nodded. "Well?" Dorley pointed up at the gun. "That," he said, "is the dragon. Come on." Between the three of them they managed to pull up the steel cover and lay it to one side. Dorley was wet with perspiration when they finished. "It isn't worth it," he grunted. He stared into the dark, yawning hole. Or is it? Nasha clicked on her hand lamp, shining the beam down the stairs. The steps were thick with dust and rubble. At the bottom was a steel door. "Come on," Tance said excitedly. He started down the stairs. They watched him reach the door and pull hopefully on it without success. "Give a hand." "All right." They came gingerly after him. Dorley examined the door. It was bolted shut, locked. There was an inscription on the door, but he could not read it. "Now what?" Nasha said. Dorley took out his hand weapon. "Stand back. I can't think of any other way." He pressed the switch. The bottom of the door glowed red. Presently it began to crumble. Dorley clicked the weapon off. "I think we can get through. Let's try." The door came apart easily. In a few minutes they had carried it away in pieces and stacked the pieces on the first step. Then they went on, flashing the light ahead of them. They were in a vault. Dust lay everywhere, on everything, inches thick. Wood crates lined the walls, huge boxes and crates, packages and containers. Tance looked around curiously, his eyes bright. "What exactly are all these?" he murmured. "Something valuable, I would think." He picked up a round drum and opened it. A spool fell to the floor, unwinding a black ribbon. He examined it, holding it up to the light. "Look at this." They came around him. "Pictures," Nasha said. "Tiny pictures. Records of some kind." Tance closed the spool up in the drum again. "Look, hundreds of drums." He flashed the light around. "And those crates. Let's open one." Dorley was already prying at the wood. The wood had turned brittle and dry. He managed to pull a section away. It was a picture. A boy in a blue garment, smiling pleasantly, staring ahead, young and handsome. He seemed almost alive, ready to move toward them in the light of the hand lamp. It was one of them, one of the ruined race, the race that had perished. For a long time they stared at the picture. At last Dorley replaced the board. "All these other crates," Nasha said. "More pictures. And these drums. What are in these boxes?" "This is their treasure," Tance said, almost to himself. "Here are their pictures, their records. Probably all their literature is here. Their stories, their myths, their ideas about the universe." "And their history," Nasha said. "We'll be able to trace their development and find out what it was that made them become what they were." Dorley was wandering around the vault. "Odd," he murmured. "Even at the end, even after they had begun to fight, they still knew someplace down inside them that their real treasure was this, their books and pictures, their myths. Even after their big cities and buildings and industries were destroyed, they probably hoped to come back and find this, after everything else was gone." "When we get back home, we can agitate for a mission to come here," Tance said. "All this can be loaded up and taken back. We'll be leaving about—" He stopped. "Yes," Dorley said dryly. "We'll be leaving about 3 day periods from now. We'll fix the ship, then take off. Soon we'll be home. That is, if nothing happens. Like being shot down by that." "Oh, stop it," Nasha said impatiently. "Leave him alone. He's right. All this must be taken back home sooner or later. We'll have to solve the problem of the gun. We have no choice." Dorley nodded. "What's your solution, then? As soon as we leave the ground, we'll be shot down." His face twisted bitterly. "They've guarded their treasure too well. Instead of being preserved, it will lie here until it rots. It serves them right." "How?" "Don't you see? This was the only way they knew. Building a gun and setting it up to shoot anything that came along. They were so certain that everything was hostile, the enemy, coming to take their possessions away from them. Well, they can keep them." Nasha was deep in thought, her mind far away. Suddenly she gasped. "Dorley," she said, "what's the matter with us? We have no problem. The gun is no menace at all." The two men stared at her. "No menace," Dorley said. "It's already shot us down once, and as soon as we take off again—" "Don't you see?" Nasha began to laugh. "The poor foolish gun. It's completely harmless. Even I could deal with it alone." "You?" Her eyes were flashing. "With a crowbar, with a hammer, or a stick of wood. Let's go back to the ship and load up. Of course we're at its mercy in the air. That's the way it was made. It can fire into the sky, shoot down anything that flies. But that's all. Against something on the ground, it has no defenses. Isn't that right?" Dorley nodded slowly. "The soft underbelly of the dragon. In the legend, the dragon's armor doesn't cover its stomach." He began to laugh. "That's right. That's perfectly right." "Let's go then," Nasha said. "Let's get back to the ship. We have work to do here." It was early the next morning when they reached the ship. During the night the captain had died, and the crew had ignited his body according to custom. They had stood solemnly around it until the last ember died. As they were going back to their work, the woman and the two men appeared, dirty and tired, still excited. And presently from the ship a line of people came, each carrying something in his hands. The line marched across the gray slag, the eternal expanse of fused metal. When they reached the weapon they all fell on the gun at once, with crowbars, hammers, anything that was heavy and hard. The telescopic sights shattered into bits. The wiring was pulled out, torn to shreds. The delicate gears were smashed, dented. Finally the warheads themselves were carried off and the firing pins removed. The gun was smashed, the great weapon destroyed. The people went down into the vault and examined the treasure. With its metal armored guardian dead, there was no danger any longer. They studied the pictures, the films, the crates of books, the jeweled crowns, the cups, the statues. At last, as the sun was dipping into the gray mists that drifted across the planet, they came back up the stairs again. For a moment they stood around the wrecked gun, looking at the unmoving outline of it. Then they started back to the ship. There was still much work to be done. The ship had been badly hurt. Much had been damaged and lost. The important thing was to repair it as quickly as possible, to get it into the air. With all of them working together, it took just 5 more days to make it spaceworthy. Nasha stood in the control room watching the planet fall away behind them. She folded her arms, sitting down on the edge of the table. "What are you thinking of?" Dorle said. "I? Nothing." "Are you sure?" "I was thinking that there must have been a time when this planet was quite different, when there was life on it." "I suppose there was. It's unfortunate that no ships from our system came this far. But then we had no reason to suspect intelligent life until we saw the fission glow in the sky. And then it was too late." "Not quite too late. After all, their possessions, their music, books, their pictures, all of that will survive. We'll take them home and study them, and they'll change us. We won't be the same afterwards. Their sculpturing especially. Did you see the one of the great winged creature without a head or arms? Broken off, I suppose, but those wings. It looked very old. It will change us a great deal." "When we come back we won't find the gun waiting for us," Nasha said. "Next time it won't be there to shoot us down. We can land and take the treasure, as you call it." She smiled up at Dorle. "You'll lead us back there as a good captain should." "Captain?" Dorle grinned. "Then you've decided?" Nasha shrugged. "Fomar argues with me too much. I think, all in all, I really prefer you." "Then let's go," Dorle said. "Let's go back home." The ship roared up, flying over the ruins of the city. It turned in a huge arc and then shot off beyond the horizon, heading into outer space. Down below, in the center of the ruined city, a single, half-broken detector vane moved slightly, catching the roar of the ship. The base of the great gun throbbed painfully, straining to turn. After a moment, a red warning light flashed on down inside its destroyed works. And a long way off, 100 miles from the city, another warning light flashed on, far underground. Automatic relays flew into action. Gears turned, belts whined. On the ground above, a section of metal slag slipped back. A ramp appeared. A moment later, a small cart rushed to the surface. The cart turned toward the city. A second cart appeared behind it. It was loaded with wiring cables. Behind it, a third cart came, loaded with telescopic tube sights. And behind came more carts, some with relays, some with firing controls, some with tools and parts, screws and bolts, pins and nuts. The final one contained atomic warheads. The carts lined up behind the first one. The lead cart started off across the frozen ground, bumping calmly along, followed by the others, moving toward the city, to the damaged gun.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. Our next short story, Sales Pitch, tells us the story of a man named Ed Morris and his struggles in a fictional world where advertising and sales were relentlessly performed by autonomous robots. There are pushy salesmen, and then there are pushy salesmen who refuse to give up until they make the sale.
5 days a week, Ed Morris made the long commute back and forth between his home and his job, between Earth and Jupiter's moon, Ganymede.
Look out, you void-brained!
Morris hated rocket traffic. There was only one thing he hated more. It was something he couldn't escape, no matter where he went. Sci-Fi Radio presents an adaptation of Philip K. Dick's Sales Pitch.
This is it. IT, interplanetary traffic with an update at 7 Eastern, 6 Central, 5 Mountain, and 4 p.m. Pacific time, if you're heading for North America.
Jeez, 6 o'clock already.
Those of you commuting from Ganymede to Earth are in for a long flight home.
Now tell me something new.
Jupiter is in opposition to Earth, so you've got a little farther to go tonight. Heavy traffic on the Mars-Jupiter interchange is bringing the flow to a dead stop every few million miles. So watch out for emerging craft there.
Thank God, I'm already past that.
And speaking of dead stops, there's a 15-ship pileup working on the Ganymede Earth Artery, 6.5 million miles on the Earth side of the interchange.
Oh, no.
Repair ships are on the scene, so if you see any floating debris coming your way, duck. That's about it. IT, interplanetary traffic, back with more good news in 15 minutes.
So that's why we've stopped. Sally's gonna kill me. Police ships, just great. Hey, wait a minute. I'll follow them out of this mess. Yeah, who cares if it's illegal? I'll just cut in between those two slow commercial transports. Yeah, I'm out of there. Woohoo! Nice driving, Morris. I need a smoke. Autopilot lock. Autopilot release. Lord, how tired can you get?
Trendseller Products greets you.
Damn audio ads.
Is your attention index pushed over the safety margin by the ordinary frustrations of the day?
Shut up!
Then you need an id persona unit, so small it can be worn behind the ear close to the frontal lobe so that you have instant...
The closer the home, the more they dump this stuff on you.
Drivers, thousands of unnecessary deaths each year from interplanetary driving. Hypno motor control from an expert source point ensures your safety. Surrender your body and save your life.
Never!
Industrial experts say that by the next decade there should be a 24-sec.
Hey, what the hell is that? Oh, a giant naked blonde girl with enormous...
Men. Banish internally caused obnoxious odors forever.
Oh, no. A visual audio ad.
Removal by modern painless methods of the gastrointestinal tract and the substitution of our system will relieve you of the most acute cause of social rejection.
Hey, don't look at me.
Does this happen to you when you're with your lover? During erotic sex play, do you offend your love partner by the presence of gastric processes which cause...
Oh, my eyes. It ought to be illegal to project visual ads right into the brain. A man has a right to close his eyes and see nothing if he wants to. I've got to get home.
You there, Mr. and Ms. Wage Earner.
Leave me alone.
Tired of the same old job?
I'm leaving the traffic lanes.
Sure you are. Wonder Circuits Incorporated has perfected a marvelous long-range thought wave scanner. Know what others are thinking and saying. Get the edge on fellow employees.
I can't take this anymore. I'm stepping on it. Right through the barrier into the dead zone.
While you learn facts and figures about your employer's personal existence. Banish uncertainty. But wait, that's not all. If you act right now, you'll receive...
At last, some peace and quiet. It's ridiculous. Look at all this space, this expanse, and they jam us into a narrow corridor to honk and curse and smash into one another while advertisements blare at us. Oh, good. There's the tractor beam for the commute field. All right, take me home. All I want to do is sleep. Sleep and dream. Thank God they haven't figured out a way to put ads in your dreams. Yet. If I could just make it home without... Nope, here comes one now.
Good evening, sir. You look a little tired.
I am. So if you'll just leave me alone, I'd really like...
I just happen to sell the finest metabolism adjuster on the market.
I don't want any.
It's guaranteed to maintain a perfect endocrine balance. For your money cheerfully, refunded in full.
Look, my endocrine balance couldn't be better, so just get lost.
There is no need to shove me, sir. I'm here to help you feel better. Hello, madam. I'll bet you're feeling pretty tired right about now.
One more block. Uphill.
Have you heard the news?
No, and I don't want to.
All the news, while it's news. Have a retinal vid screen installed in your least used eye. It's a quick and relatively painless operation. Keep in touch with the world. Don't wait for out-of-date hourly summaries.
Excuse me, did you say relatively painless?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means causing a momentary minor discomfort. You see, a laser is used...
No. See, I don't want to know the process. I want to know what the pain is comparable to. Is it like, being stuck with a needle or burned or cut with a knife? See, what I'm asking is, what do you personally know about pain?
I beg your pardon?
What does a bunch of metal and microchips like you know about pain? Human pain and suffering. Look at the other people on the street tonight. Look at them. What do they all have in common?
They are all talking to sales robots.
Wrong. Sales robots are talking to them. And they're all in pain, exhausted from work, stoop-shouldered with fatigue, and instead of having a relaxing walk home, they have to fend off all of you damned sales robots.
You are absolutely right.
What?
It is tiresome talking about these details while walking uphill on the way home from work. By the way, is this your home?
Yes, it is.
It is very lovely.
Oh.
Why don't we both go inside, sit down, and discuss the rest of
Get away from me! If you come any closer to my house, I'm going to smash you with this rock!
We don't have to go inside. Let's just sit on the steps, if you like. This looks like a very good place to...
Darling! Oh, you poor thing. You look so tired. Was it rough at work today?
No, it was rough coming home.
You mean you didn't want to come home?
Oh, no, of course I did. The traffic was bad, and all the robots...
Oh, here, let me give your coat to the closet.
What's for dinner?
Uranian wild pheasant.
Hey, no kidding. What the hell's the big occasion?
Darling, come on.
Come on what?
I don't like it when you tease me.
I'm not teasing you. What's the occasion?
It's your birthday. You're 37 years old today. Darling, isn't it today? June 8th?
Yeah, I guess I forgot about it.
Well, it's time to eat, honey. Go over to the wash slide and let it clean you up.
Fresh hot coffee made from the bean.
Was everything all right?
Oh, just great, honey. Real butter and white bread.
Yeah.
Real mashed potatoes and peas. We gotta eat like this more often.
I'm glad you liked it.
But there's something bothering me. Something we need to talk about.
What is it, dear?
Well, there's the drive from work, for one thing.
Oh, that. I wish you could get a position on Mars like Bob Young. Maybe if you talk to the Employment Commission and explain to them how all the strain...
No. It's not just the drive. It's them. They're right out in front, everywhere, waiting for me, all day and all night.
Who, dear?
Robots selling things. As soon as I set the ship down, they're after me. They follow you around until you die.
I know, honey. When I go shopping, they follow me in clusters, all talking at once. It's really a panic. You can't understand half of what they're saying.
We've got to break out.
Break out? What do you mean?
We've got to get away from them. They're destroying us. Here, look at this. It was circulated in the office among the men. That got to me, and I kept it.
Well, what does it mean? Dear, I don't think you got all of it. There must be more than this.
A new world where they haven't got to yet. It's a long way off, out beyond the solar system, out in the stars.
Proxima?
In the Centaurus system. Only a few thousand people out there. Families, workers, some industrial survey teams. Land free for the asking.
But it's so... Dear, isn't it sort of underdeveloped? They say it's like living back in the 20th century. Flush toilets, bathtubs. gasoline-driven cars?
That's right. It's 100 years behind the time. No kitchens that prepare dinner by themselves. No living rooms taken straight from the pages of galactic architecture today. We'll have to do without. We'll have to get used to a simpler life, the way our ancestors lived.
Ed,
Think of it. No ads, no sales robots, traffic moving at 60 miles an hour instead of 60 million. We could raise passage on one of the big trans-system liners. I could sell my commute rocket.
Ed, I think we should think it over more. What about your job? What would you do out there?
Well, I'd find something.
But what? Haven't you got that part figured out yet? It seems to me we should consider that part just a little before we throw everything away and just take off.
Look, if we don't go, they'll get us. There isn't much time left. I don't know how much longer I can hold them off.
Really, Ed, you make it sound so melodramatic. Ed, it's your birthday. Let's go out tonight and celebrate, okay? I'll put on my new plaster robe, the one I've never had enough nerve to wear. You know the one I mean. When you're up close, it's translucent, but as you get farther off, it becomes more and more sheer.
You know, I know the one. I've seen them advertised all the time on the way home from work. Sally?
Yes?
We need to talk more about Proxima.
When the time is right, we'll talk about it.
It's time now.
Somebody is at the door. Hurry up and see who it is.
What do you want? What is it?
Good evening.
Evening? What are you selling?
I would like to show you a FazRad.
A what?
A FazRad. It will only take a moment.
Yeah, but I'd really...
Thank you. Will you call your wife, please? I would like to show her the FazRad also.
Sally, come here.
What is it? Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. It's just that I've never seen such a large robot.
I am 6 feet 11 1/2 inches tall and weigh 1,120 pounds.
Oh, how nice. Ed, did you order something? Are we buying something?
Good evening. I am going to show you the FazRad. Please be seated. On the couch, if you will, both together.
Look, what the hell is a FazRad? I mean, what I want to know is, what's going on? I don't want to buy anything.
What is your name?
Morris, Ed Morris.
I'm glad to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Morris.
No.
You are the first persons in your neighborhood to see the FazRad. This is the initial demonstration in this area. Mr. Morris, you are employed, I assume. Where are you employed?
Yeah, why do you want to know?
He works on Ganymede.
Sally.
What? For the Terran Metals Development Company.
A FazRad will be of value to you. And what do you do?
I'm a tape transcriber at Histo Research.
Sally.
A FazRad will be of no value in your professional work, but it will be helpful here in the home.
Hey, put down that table!
For example, sometimes an attractive piece of furniture is damaged by a clumsy guest.
Oh, no!
When this happens, a FazRad is needed.
Oh, no, not my best laugh.
When a FazRad is possessed, there is nothing to fear. A special situation may occur, like a violent explosion, such as a nuclear bomb.
For God's sakes,
A nuclear bomb attack may never occur, but in such an event, a FazRad is indispensable.
Oh, what are you doing with that tube?
Put it down. Stand back, Sally.
Let us say you need an emergency shelter immediately. I have not extended this tunnel I have created, but you can see a FazRad would save your life in case of attack.
Oh, my God.
Sometimes a thug or hood will attack a person at night. That takes care of the thug.
Oh, well, what about my wall? Oh, Ed, where is he going now?
Looks like the kitchen.
Often you're too tired in the evening to manipulate the buttons on the stove.
Oh, stop!
Please.
Get away from my stove!
Bathroom!
Oh, Ed, what are we going to do?
You may be too weary to run water for your bath. Sometimes, after a hard day at work,
Keep away from me!
you are too tired to remove your clothing.
Oh, no.
In that event,
Get out of here! Sally, run and call the cops. The thing's gone crazy. Hurry!
the FazRad is a necessity in all modern homes. For example, an appliance may break down, like this automatic humidity control. The FazRad repairs it instantly.
Oh, please.
Sometimes you prefer not to go to work. The FazRad is permitted by law to occupy your position for a consecutive period not to exceed 10 days. If after that period...
Good God! You're the FazRad.
That's right. Fully automatic, self-regulating Android, domestic. There is also the FazRac, construction, the FazRam, managerial, the FazRaz, soldier, and the FazRab, bureaucrat. I am designed for home use.
You're for sale. You're selling yourself.
I am demonstrating myself. I am sure, Mr. Morris, you would like to own me. I am reasonably priced and fully guaranteed. A full book of instructions is included. I cannot conceive of taking no for an answer.
For heaven's sake, it's 12:30, Ed. Finish untying your shoes and come to bed. You have to be up at 5:30. I love lying under the radiant lens. Even though it's windy and cold outside, I feel like I'm on a tropical island.
Yeah, stranded on a lovely tropical island with a FazRad.
Come on, what's wrong with you? It fixed all the things it broke. It was just demonstrating itself. Oh, what are you doing?
Putting my shoe back on.
Where are you going?
Can you hear me?
Certainly. I'm never an operative. Sometimes an emergency occurs at night. A child is sick or an accident takes place. You have no children as yet, but in the event...
Well, shut up. I don't want to hear any more of your artificial voice.
You asked me a question. Self-regulating androids are plugged into a central information exchange. Sometimes a person wishes immediate information. The FazRad is always ready to answer any theoretical or factual inquiry, anything not metaphysical.
Okay, I've got one for you. Why isn't there a law in this society that would prevent sales robots from invading the privacy of human beings?
That is a metaphysical question.
Look, it is not. The FazRad can do thousands of things. The FazRad never wears out. The FazRad never makes a mistake. Well, you made a mistake coming here because I'm not going to buy you. Never. Not in a million years.
Oh, yes, you are. This is an opportunity you can't afford to miss. You can't turn me down, Mr. Morris. A FazRad is an indispensable necessity in the modern home.
Get out of here. Get out of my house and don't ever come back.
I'm not your FazRad to order around. Until you've purchased me at the regular list price, I'm responsible only to Self-Regulating Android Incorporated. Their instructions were to the contrary. I'm to remain with you until you buy me.
Suppose I never buy you.
I'll continue to remain with you. Eventually, you'll buy me. You'll see more and more situations in which a FazRad is indispensable. Eventually, you'll wonder how you ever existed without one.
Is there anything you can't do?
Oh, yes, there's a great deal I can't do, but I can do anything you can do, and considerably better.
Yeah, well, I'd be insane to buy you.
You've got to buy me. I am useful in all situations. Notice how fluffy and free of dust this rug is. I have sprayed for moths. In addition to repairing the damage caused by my demonstration, I have painted the living room, reinforced the bathroom ceiling, increased the number of heating vents, put in new electrical wiring, examined your financial accounts, computed your income tax for next year, and sharpened all your pencils.
Oh, well, gee, thanks. Hey, how about my blood pressure?
Give me your wrist.
Hey, let go. What are you doing?
Just as I suspected, your high blood pressure is psychosomatic. You'll feel better after you've turned responsibility over to me. Did you know I threw out some old soup your wife was saving?
Why?
Danger of botulism. Your wife is sexually attractive, but not capable of a high order of intellectualization.
Okay, that does it.
Where are you going?
To the office.
At this time of night?
Sally, Sally. My sweet Sally. Not a care in the world. Sound asleep on your tropical island. How do you manage to be so happy? can take care of my own life without having some monstrous motorized 7-foot house made that costs $10,000 in gold units.
Apparently, further demonstration is necessary.
Hey, what are you doing in here? Get out of this. Hey, keep that web thing away from my controls.
All the control dials and meters are now in complete adjustment. You should have more frequent servicing. I'm going to the rear to examine the drive jet.
Yeah, fine. You can stay back there for the rest of the trip, and you're welcome to eject at any time.
I will return shortly.
This is the best time to drive. Almost no traffic. Plenty of cool, black space. It's quiet. No ads. You can think about how vast the universe is and be happy.
Your jets aren't in good repair. I don't like that knock on the main brake drive. As soon as you land, I'll make an extensive repair.
Oh, the company doesn't mind you're doing favors for me?
The company considers me your FazRad. An invoice will be mailed to you at the end of the month. I will explain the 4 easy payment plans here on paper.
Oh, boy.
10,000 gold units cash means a 3% discount.
Yeah, that's nice.
In addition, a number of household items may be traded in, items you won't have further need for. If you wish to divide the purchase in 4 parts, the first is due at once, the last in 90 days.
No, I always pay cash.
There's no carrying charge for the 90-day plan, and for the 6-month plan, there's a 6% per annum charge, which will amount to approximately... We've changed course.
That's right.
We've left the official traffic lanes. What are you doing? There's a 2-unit fine for this. We're moving out of the solar system. The current telemetry will send us toward Proxima Centaurus.
You guessed it.
Mr. Morris, hadn't you better call your wife? The main turbines are beginning to heat.
Emergency fuel supply activate.
I'll call Mrs. Morris. We'll be beyond range in a short while.
Oh, don't bother.
She'll worry. Mr. Morris, this ship is not equipped for inter-system travel. It's a Class D 4-shaft domestic model for home consumption only. It was never made to stand this velocity.
Well, to get to Proxima, we need this velocity.
I can take some of the strain off the wiring system with this cable, but unless you rev her back to normal, I can't be responsible for the deterioration of the jet.
The hell with the jets.
We are out of the charted area. We are out of the stall system, Mr. Morris. It's too late to vid your life. There are 3 emergency rockets in the stern. If you want, I'll fire them off in the hope of attracting a passing military transport.
Oh, why?
They can take us in tow and return us to the stall system. There's a 600 gold unit fine, but under the circumstances, it seems to me the best policy.
Come on, we need more velocity. There go my instruments.
Mr. Morris, you must prepare for death. The statistical probabilities of turbine explosion are 70-30. I'll do what I can, but the danger point has already passed.
There they are, the twin stars of Centaurus. They look tremendous, don't they? 20 planets. Proxima's the important one. How are the jets holding now? I can't tell. The instruments are burned out.
Mr. Morris,
Yes?
I'll go back and examine them.
All right, now, this is it. Give me full power. Arm. I can't move. There they are. The twin suns of Centaurus. They're what I've always wanted. In a day or two, I'll float into your center and burn into nothing. But until then, I can just lie here and look at how beautiful you are. And nothing can bother me now. Oh, Sally, would you have liked Proxima? Probably not. What's that?
Mr. Morris.
Oh, no, not you.
Mr. Morris, I have been damaged.
Yeah, well, so have I. I think my arm is broken. I can't feel my legs.
I know you won't want to hear
Well,
this.
then just don't say it. Just leave me alone.
But now that I have been seriously damaged due to your negligence, you have a legal obligation to repair me.
Oh, shut up. If I wasn't pinned down here, I'd take something and smash in your computerized one-track mind.
If you agree to buy me outright rather than make payments, I believe the company may absorb half or more of the cost of repairs.
Are you stupid, or are you just torturing me?
What do you mean?
Well, I know the cabin lights are gone, but don't you get the picture? The ship is in pieces. The equipment is gone, and we're going to burn up in the suns of Centaurus. Which wouldn't be so bad, but I'm going to burn up listening to you babbling your sales pitch.
You are to blame for the explosion of this craft. That wasn't a very smart thing to do, Mr. Morris.
Not smart? You want to talk about smart? Oh, boy, you call yourself a salesman and you blow it on your first call.
What does that mean? Blow it.
It means you're going to be incinerated very shortly.
Incinerated?
Gone, kablooey, destroyed.
We do not have to be destroyed.
Oh, no.
I will splice circuits with this instrument and send out a distress signal. We will be rescued.
Yeah, thanks a lot. But whatever happens, I'm not going to go back to Earth. I'm going to live on Proxima.
Proxima is acceptable to me. Will you buy me now?
I'll let you know.
Proxima Centauri, a new world around a distant star, a haven from the hectic pace of modern life, a world with none of the modern conveniences. That is, not until now. Little do they know that they'll soon be blessed with a Phasrad, and their troubles will be over. Sales Pitch featured Rick Spiegel as Ed Morris, Charlotte Taylor as Sally, and Bryce Armstrong was Phasrad. Other voices included Pam Doherty and David Roth. The original story Sales Pitch was written by Philip K. Dick and adapted for Sci-Fi Radio by Brad Schreiber. The director was John O. Williams. All music and sound effects were created by Ron DiUlio at Audio Visual Associates in Euless, Texas. Producers are Kevin Singer and Ron DiUlio. Support for Sci-Fi Radio has been provided by a grant from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. This is James Edward Kerr, inviting you to join me soon for our next venture into the imaginary worlds of Sci-Fi Radio.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. This next short story is a paranoid classic from Philip K. Dick. A group of space explorers lands on an unknown planet. Everything looks very favorable for colonization, but where are the lethal plants and animals? There don't appear to be any. Then the deadly duplicates of ordinary objects begin to appear.
Tonight's story, Colony, by Philip K. Dick.
The existence of Planet Blue, the fourth in orbit around a G-type sun somewhere in the Aldebaran sector, was predicted by spectroscopic analysis and spatio-mathematic equations some 50 years before an exploring mission was dispatched to it. The research team, under Commander Stella Morrison of the Colonial Administration, went into orbit around Planet Blue at 0700 Standard Sidereal Time. Authorized procedures were followed.
Aerial photography completed, Commander.
Anything show on the plates?
Well, Masterson was suspicious of these lines towards the poles, but the angles seem to be coincidence.
They're not artifacts.
Glacial faults. Geological survey reports no volcanism. The launch is back. Dodge has a landing site pinpointed. Preliminary atmospheric tests look good. There's a .7 bulge in oxygen, but it's just enough to make you feel good. Looks like an open-air job. No pressure suits or condenser masks.
Well, that's precisely what they thought on Centauri 1. And the whole expedition was wiped out by spores.
Of course, I was assuming a favorable biocheck.
Mm-hmm.
Preliminary photographic survey, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Dodge.
Do you want them played back here? We haven't transcribed the tape.
If you please, Lieutenant.
393. Al, pipe the photo tapes up here on 324.
Looks like a green world, all right. Punch up the tape, if you please, Lieutenant.
All orbital checks proved positive. The atmosphere and gravity Earth normal to 3 places on the Grayson scale. And the exploratory research ship lowered itself by the Meyerson-Lay atmospheric skip method, came into a stall tail landing just before sunset on a day marked in the logs as planetfall 0. The hatches remained sealed as a 2-mile perimeter was scanned by direct instrumentation. Major Lawrence Hall of Biosurvey reported EEG sweeps to the bridge.
Of course, it isn't conclusive. We've run into life forms that didn't broadcast a brainwave at all. The Grylodon lizard on Ganymede. Skull acted as an effective shielding due to a heavy lead constituent in the body chemistry.
Major Hall, I am not interested in a lecture on extraterrestrial zoology. Is there or is there not life within the range of your instruments?
Well, I'm sorry, Stella. The readings show no electrical brain activity whatsoever, and that covers life down to the level of invertebrates. There may be a few worms turning out there, and unless they're thinking awfully hard about something, we wouldn't pick them up.
Well, thank you. I want preliminary drones out for sampling. How long do you think that will take?
Well, a thorough job. Take about 2 weeks.
I have a schedule, Major. How long till you can give me a protective Schedule C clearance?
2 days. And I ought to check airborne spores and microorganisms.
Carry on, Major.
All right, Stella. I'll let you know if I turn up any, special diseases on Planet Blue.
Drone sample missiles were dispatched at sunrise. Air scoops, ground samplers, and vegetation choppers returned to base, and the bio team instituted full prescribed tests. Immediately identifiable airborne dangers were ruled out. Outside of the possible allergenic action of pollens, Planet Blue was ruled safe for normal exploratory procedures, and the real work of the survey was gotten underway.
Here's the morning report, Commander. 4 in sick bay, 3 ordered to light duty.
What happened?
Well, last night was liquor ration.
Oh.
Survey teams out in the field. Bio crew under Major Hall. Agronomy, ecological, geological, and deep map teams out.
Any reports back?
Deep map seems to think there's petroleum over to the north, and agronomy reports if you dropped a seed in this soil, you'd have to jump back to keep from being knocked over by the plant.
Sounds pretty good.
Commander, Blue is about as likely a spot for colonization as has been turned up since Harvey's planted in 27.
Well, they'll be glad to hear that in Central. How long do you think until we can send back a clearance?
I've checked with department chiefs. They all estimate about 2 or 3 days more until they're satisfied. All except Bio.
Why is Major Hall dragging his feet?
I don't know.
Well, find out. And in the meantime, I'm going to call a staff meeting. Every day we can save on our report is important. If Blue is suitable for colonization, I don't want to waste a minute.
By planetfall plus 3 weeks, all departments had reported favorably except biology. Ecological survey pointed out the difficulty involved in the necessity of importing animal life. But this problem had already been met in the colonization of Gamma 2 and 3, when an entire ecology had been transported in frozen gene banks and fertilized and incubated on the site. Biology, however, still withheld a favorable report.
Look, Larry.
What is the secret, Stella? Cold formality on the bridge and Larry when you're in my lab?
Well, I'm serious. Well, I've just gotten an official query from Central. They want to fish or cut bait on Blue. Your department is the only one holding it up. We're 2 weeks behind schedule.
And the first colony on Vishnu was right on schedule, and 7,000 died of green spot.
That was before the full bio-check technique was worked out.
My dear, do you know how many different microorganisms there are in a cup full of dirt?
I'm not a freshman student of biology.
Oh, dear. and I was hoping I could tempt you into some field work.
Someday, Larry, you're going to make some remark in front of some junior officers or even enlisted personnel, and I'm going to have to call you on it.
I'm afraid for your dignity, my dear.
Look, I'm in charge of this expedition. My dignity happens to be a function of command, and as such, it's a survival factor.
Ah, well, then you had better take it easy at officers' mess. You know, I saw two biomates watching you climbing the ladder to the bridge. Do you know what their affectionate name for you is?
Major Hall. I'm serious. I want a bio clearance as soon as possible.
And you will get it. As soon as possible.
And when will that be?
When I'm satisfied.
Are the bugs here so dangerous that you're afraid of them?
No, on the contrary. We have yet to find a harmful life form.
Well, you didn't report that. If there are no harmful life forms...
No lice. No disease germs. No malignant virus.
Well, then what are you waiting for?
There should be. There should be at least one little fellow who could give you a common cold.
Look, sociology section found no native narcotic plant life. And inasmuch as there is no humanoid life, there is no bootlegging, gambling, immorality, and pornography either. By analogy, that would be a good reason not to colonize. Is that the idiotic logic you're following?
Microbiology is a little different, Stella. And anyway, what is the rush? Blue is something different. There's something peaceful in the air. Why rush to bring picnickers who drop candy wrappers and fill the pools up with empty beer cans?
Larry, I have a planned board conference in 10 minutes. If you don't bring in some kind of a report by then, I'll have to supersede you under a Section 23.
Ah, yes, that's what happened on Vishnu, isn't it? Followed by Green Spot and the wagons to drag the corpses out of the colony streets.
Never mind that, Major. I want a report.
In the biology section lab, Major Lawrence Hall continued to examine tissue samples from lower fauna and flora samples brought in from Planet Blue. He settled a container of prepared slides and flipped the switch on the electron microscope. Major Hall slid the first slide on the stage of the microscope and adjusted the focus knob.
Come on. Ah, there you are. All right, come on, kid, eat something.
The microorganisms, a form of rotifer, displayed none of the characteristics of ferocity and aggression which were normal on several dozen other planets. Presently, however, Major Hall stopped whistling. Inasmuch as the two eyepieces of his microscope twisted suddenly around his windpipe and started to strangle him.
Ooh.
Hall tore at them, but they dug relentlessly into his throat, steel prongs closing like the claws of a trap. With a convulsive effort, he managed to break free and fling the microscope from him.
Oh, that's crazy. Don't let go of my leg.
He kicked the microscope loose and drew his blaster. As the microscope scuttled away, rolling on its coarse adjustment knobs, he fired. The microscope disappeared in a cloud of metallic particles. The plans board of the research team was assembled in the officer's library. Commander Stella Morrison was outlining plans on a detailed aerial survey map.
This long, flat area is ideal for the actual city. It has an adequate watershed in the hills here, and weather conditions vary sufficiently to give the settlers something to talk about. There are large deposits of various minerals. The colonists can set up their own factories. They won't have to do any importing. Over here is the biggest forest on the planet. If they have any sense, they'll leave us, but if they want to make newspapers out of it, that's not our concern. Now, all reports are in, except bio, and I think that before long we'll be getting...
Stella!
Major Hall, may I remind you that when the consul is in session, no one is permitted to interrupt...
Come to my lab.
Look, Hall, if you're not feeling well, you look a little sick.
Yes, well, I should be. My microscope just tried to strangle me.
What?
Oh, I see.
It almost got me, but I blasted it. But that's not the worst.
It isn't?
No. The microscope is still there. After I blasted it, I found it under the lab bench, untouched.
Look, Major, you sure you don't need a psych test?
Well, I don't know. I suppose it does sound a little...
You look post-trauma to me.
Huh? Oh. Well, you're right. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Commander.
Put Major Hall on psycho report. I think we'll have to proceed to order colonization here without him.
Major Hall proceeded to Psych Center, and inserting his ID card in the robot Neo Rorschach machine, he placed his hands on the contacts and activated the search and Gestalt circuits. Presently, the green light flashed, indicating tentative diagnosis. Major Hall hit the response key.
Severe disturbance. Instability ratio above 10.
And that's over danger, isn't it?
Yes. 8 is danger. 10 is unusual, especially for a person of your index. Your norm is 4.
Yeah, I know.
I require more data to determine whether this unusual instability ratio is an aberrant reaction or is normal survival oriented.
Well, I can't tell you anymore.
It is illegal to hold back information during a robo-psych test. You will deliberately distort diagnosis, which is punishable by 6 months forfeiture of pay and allowances, or such other penalty as a court-martial may direct.
Thanks a heap. Now, look, do you record a high degree of unbalance for me?
There is a high degree of psychic disorganization, but what it signifies, or its etiology, I am unable to determine without further data.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just take a tip from me. Stay away from homicidal microscopes.
That is an interesting Freudian slip. You undoubtedly mean homicidal maniacs, not microscopes. This indicates a possible maladjustment in the area of your specialty.
Why don't you go grease your id?
I will consider that suggestion.
Major Hall returned to the biosection lab and tested the atmosphere near the place where he had fired his blast gun at the microscope. The analysis showed a high density of metallic particles colloidally suspended in the air. In a state of confusion, with an emotional distress quotient of at least .742, he stripped off his uniform and entered the shower.
Oh. Oh, well, you can't expect anybody to believe a story like that. I must be off my rocker.
Major Hall stepped out of the shower, reached for one of the towels on the rack. The towel wrapped around his head and yanked him against the wall. Rough cloth pressed over his mouth and nose. He fought wildly, pulling away. All at once, the towel let go. Major Hall crawled out of the shower and proceeded to dress. His belt, heavy canvas with reinforced metal links, tried to get him around the waist and crush him. The belt, being a heavy-duty issue, was strong, and they rolled on the floor until Hall was able to reach his blaster. He threw himself down on a chair to regain his breath. The arms of the chair started to close around him, but this time he was ready.
Major, I don't believe you were announced.
Look, Commander, Stella.
You're armed. You know that regulations
I'm sorry, Stella, this is important.
Well, what do you want? I have a report here from the robo-psych tester. It says you've hit a ratio of 10 within the last 24-hour period. We've known each other for a long time. Larry, what's happening to
Stella,
you?
I told you. A little while ago, my microscope tried to strangle me. Then when I was getting out of the shower, a bath towel tried to smother me. I got by that. And while I was dressing, my belt...
Wood, in here on the double.
And I finally blasted that. And then an armchair besides.
Yes, Commander.
Stand by a moment.
Stella, will you listen to me? This is serious. Ordinary objects suddenly turning lethal. Maybe this is what we've been looking for. Maybe this is...
Your microscope tried to kill you?
I told you, its stems got me here around the windpipe.
No one else saw this happen?
No. I blasted it, and then I found it again, perfectly all right.
I see. Wood.
Yes, ma'am.
Get 2 guards and take Major Hall down to Captain Taylor in sickbay. Have him confined until he can be sent back to Terra for examination.
Listen, Stella...
Sorry, Major. You can't prove this story, and we'll just have to assume it's a psychotic projection on your part. And we can't afford to have any psychotics running around loose on this planet. Wood, carry on.
Back on Earth, they can clear a thing like this up in a few weeks.
Yeah. Maybe you're right, Wood. Maybe I'm just out of my mind.
Here we are. Captain Taylor. Captain Taylor. He should be in. Captain. The hatch isn't locked. Taylor, what's the matter?
That scatter rug is choking him. Take an end and pull. But quick before he's crushed. Grab that rug.
Now hear this. Now hear this. General alarm. General alarm. Emergency stations. Emergency stations. Condition red. Sidearms will be issued to all personnel. General alarm.
Captain Taylor tells me the rug came from Terra. His grandmother braided it.
That's what I was trying to tell you. It was not the rug that attacked them.
Then what was it?
Something that looked like this rug. And it was something that looked like a microscope that went for me. And the towel and the belt.
You mean there's some life form that can imitate anything?
Yes, it seems so. And it's deadly.
Hey, Charlie, general alarm. Get up out of that sack. Hey, what'd you do with my gloves? Oh. Hey, where'd I get 2 pair? Well, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. 1 pair of gloves is the same as the other. Hey, these gloves are moving. How do you like that? These fool gloves are going for my blast pistol. Charlie, is this one of your crazy electronic gags? Did you rig my gloves? Hey, look out for that pistol! Look out! Commander, there's another casualty. Lieutenant Dodge.
What happened?
I don't know. He seems to have shot himself.
Oh, no.
Stella, I think that I have something.
Dodge is dead.
Look, we know that this thing can camouflage itself. It can imitate any object it leans up against. All right, now, listen to this.
Larry, we've got
This is the answer. It's a tape from Captain Galt. He was out on bio-survey. He had a throat mic on. He was talking to the operator at base. Now, listen to this.
Head for home now. What's this emergency about? Hourglass Stella having hysterics? That's funny. I swear I parked my bucket over by those trees. Well, it's here anyway. Heat up some coffee for me. I'll be in a couple. Yeah, that's funny. There's another bucket over by the trees. Where'd this one come from? Let me out. The thing's stuck. It's folding up around me. Joe, get a squad out here. Joe. Acid. I can't get out. It's digestive fluid. Get somebody out here before.
His transmission just stopped. All right, now we're up against some organic form of life, and there should be some way to destroy it. We've already blasted a few, but we don't know how many more there are. Maybe it's an infinitely divisible substance, some kind of protoplasm.
We've had over 12 casualties reported, and there's still 5 teams out in the field.
All right, it's a lethal life form. Now, that explains why we found everything else harmless. Nothing could compete with this. We have mimic plants of our own, the twisty slug on Venus, but nothing that goes this far.
It can be killed, though. You said that yourself.
If it can be found. You can't tell. Clothes, rugs, drapes, chairs. We can't tell which is which. We've got to try to find some poison, some spray that will destroy them wholesale.
Oh, no.
What's the matter?
In the corner. I never noticed 2 briefcases over there before. There was only one, I think. How are we going to know?
Shortly after the final casualty report of 30 dead and 12 wounded, Major Hall sealed off the bio quarters and moved in with a team from Chem Section, all dressed in corrosive-resistant suits.
Well, I'll make sure that you've got a tight seal on the neck joint.
What are you going to do, Major?
I've got a combination of hydrogen and arsenic under pressure, arsine gas. but it'll give us an idea of how much they've infiltrated. Our sign is deadly to humans, so check your helmets.
Now, Sergeant, I don't want any panic blasting. Our sign is inflammable. All right. Release the valve.
As the gas filled the room, the first to go was a filing cabinet, which melted and oozed to the floor, scars and test tubes. The lab was sealed off and a meeting held in Commander Morrison's quarters.
Well, it's protoplasm, all right. You could see that when the mimic shape melted. It was just as big as your hand. They resemble the simple unicellular protozoa. They're gigantic in size compared to microorganisms.
Can we spray them?
Our sign disturbed them, and I suppose enough might kill them. But we haven't got that much. We can't flood the planet. We wouldn't be able to use our blasters, and it's lethal to humans.
We'll have to pull out.
Stella, I'm afraid you don't quite understand. We can't take the chance of carrying them back to the system disguised as a boot or a towel or anything. And they seem to multiply by binary fission. Wouldn't take long to overrun Earth and the rest of the system.
If we stay here, they'll pick us off one by one.
We could have our sign brought in or some other poison, but that would destroy most of the other life on the planet along with it.
Then we'll have to burn the planet clean. Wood?
Yes, ma'am.
Set up a call to System Monitor. I'm going to get the unit off here out of danger. After that, we can work out the best way of cleaning off this planet.
You'll run the risk of taking them back to Terra.
Can they imitate higher life forms? Can they masquerade as humans?
Apparently not. They seem to be limited to inorganic subjects.
Then we'll go back without any inorganic material.
But our clothes, they can imitate the synthetic fibers, belts, gloves, boots.
We're not taking our clothes. We're going back without anything at all.
Oh, I see.
Get me a beam to Central Monitor immediately.
The nearest cruiser was 2 light hours away, Captain Daniel Davis commanding. Tight beam communication was established after coordinates were flashed from Central Monitor.
This is Captain Davis. Can you read me?
I read you. Commander Morrison here. Captain, you are to make a planetfall as soon as possible at coordinates to be supplied you. We are going to board your ship naked.
Naked?
That's right.
That's, well,
When will you land?
at about 1,500 hours, I'd say.
Captain, would it be possible for your men to...
I'll have my crew below decks. We'll land on robot control.
Thank you. Wood, sign off the transmission.
Yes, ma'am.
There was some objection among the enlisted personnel, particularly in the women's quarters. The ship landed at 1,200 hours, 3 hours sooner than expected.
All hands disrobe immediately. All personnel report to field, ready to embark.
So soon? I didn't hear the ship land.
It's there, all right. We'd better go. Larry.
Mm-hmm.
Larry, you go ahead. I'd rather get ready alone.
Parked in the center of the landing field was a cruiser, its hull pitted and dented by meteor strikes. It lay motionless, with no sign of life aboard. A crowd of naked people was moving across the field, blinking in the bright sunlight. Commander Stella Morrison, without any sign of rank apparent, paused on the ramp and spoke to Major Lawrence Hall beside her.
Larry,
Yeah? What is it?
I'm scared.
Why?
I don't know.
Psychological reaction. Forget it. It's a reaction to nudity carried over from early childhood. Come on, we're holding up the line.
Larry, I want to go back.
Stella, look. Now, at least Davis kept his promise. There are no enlisted men lining the hatches to enjoy the view. You see, it's dark in there.
There's nothing to worry about. Come on. Up you go.
The last of the research team filed into the interior of the ship, and the hatch closed behind them. At exactly 1500 hours, Captain Daniel Davis landed his ship in the center of the field. Automatic relays opened the main lock hatch and lowered the ramp. Davis and his staff sat in the control cabin waiting.
Well, how do you like that? Where are they? Well, maybe the whole fool thing is a joke. We've waited an hour already.
They waited. And waited. But no one came.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features Double Dare by Robert Silverberg, which demonstrates that pride can lead to much worse than a fall. It can put a man out on a limb and keep him there. Galaxy Magazine, on your newsstand today. Tonight, by transcription, X-1 has brought you Colony, a story from the pages of Galaxy written by Philip K. Dick and adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Frederica Chandler, John Larkin, James Stevens, Larry Robinson, Bill Quinn, and Alan Bergman. Your narrator was Norman Rose. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was directed by Daniel Sutter and is an NBC Radio Network production.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. In our next story, The Crystal Crypt, Earth and Mars are poised on the verge of war. On the last spaceship to leave Mars for Earth, law enforcement officials are looking for 3 fugitives who somehow made a great Martian city disappear. Unable to find the perpetrators, the officials allow the ship to disembark for Earth. A businessman named Thatcher strikes up a conversation with a young woman and 2 men who reveal a very interesting secret to him about the mysterious case.
The Crystal Crypt by Philip K. Dick. Stark terror ruled the Interflight ship on that last Mars terror run, for the black-clad Laters were on the prowl, and the grim red planet was not far behind. Attention, Interflight ship, attention. You are ordered to land at the control station on Deimos for inspection. Attention, you are to land at once. The metallic rasp of the speaker echoed through the corridors of the great ship. The passengers glanced at each other uneasily, murmuring and peering out the port windows at the small speck below, the dot of rock that was the Martian checkpoint Deimos. "What's up?" an anxious passenger asked one of the pilots, hurrying through the ship to check the escape lock. "We have to land. Keep seated," the pilot went on. "Land? But why?" They all looked at each other. Hovering above the bulging Interflight ship were 3 slender Martian pursuit craft, poised and alert for any emergency. As the Interflight ship prepared to land, the pursuit ships dropped lower, carefully maintaining themselves a short distance away. "There's something going on," a woman passenger said nervously. "Lord, I thought we were finally through with those Martians. Now what?" "I don't blame them for giving us one last going over," a heavy-set businessman said to his companion. "After all, we're the last ship leaving Mars for Terra. We're damn lucky they let us go at all." "You think there really will be a war?" a young man said to the girl sitting in the seat next to him. "Those Martians won't dare fight, not with our weapons and ability to produce. We could take care of Mars in a month. It's all talk." The girl glanced at him. "Don't be so sure. Mars is desperate. They'll fight tooth and nail. I've been on Mars 3 years." She shuddered. "Thank goodness I'm getting away. If—" "Prepare to land," the pilot's voice came. The ship began to settle slowly, dropping down toward the tiny emergency field on the seldom visited moon. Down, down the ship dropped. There was a grinding sound, a sickening jolt, then silence. "We've landed," the heavy-set businessman said. They better not do anything to us. Terra will rip them apart if they violate one space article. Please keep your seats, the pilot's voice came. No one is to leave the ship according to the Martian authorities. We are to remain here. A restless stir filled the ship. Some of the passengers began to read uneasily. Others stared out at the deserted field, nervous and on edge, watching the 3 Martian pursuit ships land and disgorge groups of armed men. The Martian soldiers were crossing the field quickly, moving toward them, running double time. This inner-flight spaceship was the last passenger vessel to leave Mars for Terra. All other ships had long since left, returning to safety before the outbreak of hostilities. The passengers were the very last to go, the final group of Terrans to leave the grim red planet. Businessmen, expatriates, tourists, any and all Terrans who had not already gone home. "What do you suppose they want?" the young man said to the girl. "It's hard to figure Martians out, isn't it? First they give the ship clearance, let us take off, and now they radio us to set down again. By the way, my name's Thatcher, Bob Thatcher, since we're going to be here a while." The port lock opened. Talking ceased abruptly as everyone turned. A black-clad Martian official, a province leader, stood framed against the bleak sunlight, staring around the ship. Behind him a handful of Martian soldiers stood, waiting, their guns ready. "This will not take long," the leader said, stepping into the ship, the soldiers following him. "You will be allowed to continue your trip shortly." An audible sigh of relief went through the passengers. "Look at him," the girl whispered to Thatcher. "How I hate those black uniforms." "He's just a provincial leader," Thatcher said. "Don't worry." The leader stood for a moment, his hands on his hips, looking around at them without expression. "I have ordered your ship grounded so that an inspection can be made of all persons aboard," he said. "You Terrans are the last to leave our planet. Most of you are ordinary and harmless. I am not interested in you. I am interested in finding 3 saboteurs, 3 Terrans, 2 men and a woman, who have committed an incredible act of destruction and violence. They are said to have fled to this ship." Murmurs of surprise and indignation broke out on all sides. The leader motioned the soldiers to follow him up the aisle. 2 hours ago, a Martian city was destroyed. Nothing remains, only a depression in the sand where the city was. The city and all its people have completely vanished. An entire city, destroyed in a second. Mars will never rest until the saboteurs are captured, and we know they are aboard this ship. "It's impossible," the heavy-set businessman said. "There aren't any saboteurs here." "We'll begin with you," the leader said to him, stepping up beside the man's seat. One of the soldiers passed the leader a square metal box. "This will soon tell us if you are speaking the truth. Stand up. Get on your feet." The man rose slowly, flushing. "See here. Are you involved in the destruction of the city? Answer." The man swallowed angrily. "I know nothing about any destruction of any city, and furthermore—" "He is telling the truth," the metal box said tonelessly. "Next person." The leader moved down the aisle. A thin, bald-headed man stood up nervously. "No, sir," he said. "I don't know a thing about it." "He is telling the truth," the box affirmed. "Next person. Stand up." One person after another stood, answered, and sat down again in relief. At last there were only a few people left who had not been questioned. The leader paused, studying them intently. "Only 5 left. The 3 must be among you. We have narrowed it down." His hand moved to his belt. Something flashed, a rod of pale fire. He raised the rod, pointing it steadily at the 5 people. "All right. The first one of you. What do you know about this destruction? Are you involved with the destruction of our city?" "No, not at all," the man murmured. "Yes, he's telling the truth," the box intoned. "Next." "Nothing. I know nothing. I had nothing to do with it." "True," the box said. The ship was silent. 3 people remained, a middle-aged man and his wife and their son, a boy of about 12. They stood in the corner, staring white-faced at the leader, at the rod in his dark fingers. "It must be you," the leader grated, moving toward them. The Martian soldiers raised their guns. "It must be you. You there, the boy. What do you know about the destruction of our city? Answer." The boy shook his head. "Nothing," he whispered. The box was silent for a moment. "He is telling the truth," it said reluctantly. "Next." "Nothing," the woman muttered. "Nothing." "The truth." "Next." I had nothing to do with blowing up your city, the man said. You're wasting your time. It is the truth, the box said. For a long time the later stood toying with his rod. At last he pushed it back in his belt and signaled the soldiers toward the exit lock. You may proceed on your trip, he said. He walked after the soldiers. At the hatch he stopped, looking back at the passengers, his face grim. You may go, but Mars will not allow her enemies to escape. The 3 saboteurs will be caught, I promise you. He rubbed his dark jaw thoughtfully. It is strange. I was certain they were on this ship. Again he looked coldly around at the Terrans. Perhaps I was wrong. All right, proceed. But remember, the 3 will be caught. Even if it takes endless years, Mars will catch them and punish them. I swear it. For a long time no one spoke. The ship lumbered through space again, its jets firing evenly, calmly, moving the passengers toward their own planet, toward home. Behind them, Deimos and the red ball that was Mars dropped farther and farther away each moment, disappearing and fading into the distance. A sigh of relief passed through the passengers. What a lot of hot air that was, one grumbled. Barbarians, a woman said. A few of them stood up, moving out into the aisle toward the lounge and the cocktail bar. Beside Thatcher, the girl got to her feet, pulling her jacket around her shoulders. Pardon me, she said, stepping past him. Going to the bar, Thatcher said. Mind if I come along? I suppose not. They followed the others into the lounge, walking together up the aisle. You know, Thatcher said, I don't even know your name yet. My name is Mara Gordon. Mara? That's a nice name. What part of Terra are you from? North America? New York? I've been in New York, Mara said. New York is very lovely. She was slender and pretty, with a cloud of dark hair tumbling down her neck against her leather jacket. They entered the lounge and stood undecided. Let's sit at a table, Mara said, looking around at the people at the bar, mostly men. Perhaps that table over there. But someone's already there, Thatcher said. The heavy-set businessman had sat down at the table and deposited his sample case on the floor. Do we want to sit with him? Oh, it's all right, Mara said, crossing to the table. May we sit here? She said to the man. The man looked up, half rising. It's a pleasure, he murmured. He studied Thatcher intently. However, a friend of mine will be joining me in a moment. I'm sure there's room enough for all, Mara said. She seated herself and Thatcher helped her with her chair. He sat down too, glancing up suddenly at Mara and the businessman. They were looking at each other almost as if something had passed between them. The man was middle-aged, with a florid face and tired gray eyes. His hands were mottled, with the veins showing thickly. At the moment he was tapping nervously. My name's Thatcher, Thatcher said to him, holding out his hand. Bob Thatcher. Since we're going to be together for a while, we might as well get to know each other. The man studied him. Slowly his hand came out. Why not? My name's Erickson. Ralph Erickson. Erickson, Thatcher smiled. You look like a commercial man to me. He nodded toward the sample case on the floor. Am I right? The man named Erickson started to answer, but at that moment there was a stir. A thin man of about 30 had come up to the table, his eyes bright, staring down at them warmly. Well, we're on our way, he said to Erickson. Hello, Mara. He pulled out a chair and sat down quickly, folding his hands on the table before him. He noticed Thatcher and drew back a little. Pardon me, he murmured. Bob Thatcher's my name, Thatcher said. I hope I'm not intruding here. He glanced around at the 3 of them. Mara, alert, watching him intently. Heavy-set Erickson, his face blank, and this person. Say, do you 3 know each other? He asked suddenly. There was silence. The robot attendant slid over soundlessly, poised to take their orders. Erickson roused himself. Let's see, he murmured. What will we have? Mara? Whiskey and water. You, Jan? The bright, slim man smiled. The same. Thatcher? Gin and tonic. Whiskey and water for me also, Erickson said. The robot attendant went off. It returned at once with the drinks, setting on the table. Each took his own. Well, Erickson said, holding his glass up, to our mutual success. All drank. Thatcher and the 3 of them, heavy-set Erickson, Mara, her eyes nervous and alert, Jan, who had just come. Again a look passed between Mara and Erickson, a look so swift that he would not have caught it had he not been looking directly at her. What line do you represent, Mr. Erickson? Thatcher asked. Erickson glanced at him, then down at the sample case on the floor. He grunted. Well, as you can see, I'm a salesman. Thatcher smiled. I knew it. You get so you can always spot a salesman right off by his sample case. A salesman always has to carry something to show. What are you in, sir? Erickson paused. He licked his lips, his eyes blank and lidded like a toad's. At last he rubbed his mouth with his hand and reached down, lifting up the sample case. He set it on the table in front of him. Well, he said, perhaps we might even show Mr. Thatcher. They all stared down at the sample case. It seemed to be an ordinary leather case with a metal handle and a snap lock. I'm getting curious, Thatcher said. What's in there? You're all so tense. Diamonds? Stolen jewels? Jan laughed harshly, mirthlessly. Eric, put it down. We're not far enough away yet. Nonsense, Eric rumbled. We're away, Jan. Please, Mara whispered. Wait, Eric. Wait? Why? What for? You're so accustomed to... Eric, Mara said. She nodded towards Thatcher. We don't even know him, Eric. Please. He's a Terran, isn't he? Erickson said. All Terrans are together in these times. He fumbled suddenly at the catch lock on the case. Yes, Mr. Thatcher, I'm a salesman. We're all salesmen, the three of us. Then you do know each other. Yes, Erickson nodded. His two companions sat rigidly, staring down. Yes, we do. Here, I'll show you our line. He opened the case. From it he took a letter knife, a pencil sharpener, a glass globe paperweight, a box of thumbtacks, a stapler, some clips, a plastic ashtray, and some things Thatcher could not identify. He placed the objects in a row in front of him on the tabletop. Then he closed the sample case. I gather you're in office supplies, Thatcher said. He touched the letter knife with his finger. Nice quality steel. Looks like Swedish steel to me. Erickson nodded, looking into Thatcher's face. Not really an impressive business, is it? Office supplies, ashtrays, paper clips. He smiled. Oh, Thatcher shrugged. Why not? They're a necessity in modern business. The only thing I wonder... What's that? Well, I wonder how you ever find enough customers on Mars to make it worth your while. He paused, examining the glass paperweight. He lifted it up, holding it to the light, staring at the scene within until Erickson took it out of his hand and put it back in the sample case. And another thing, if you three know each other, why did you sit apart when you got on? They looked at him quickly. And why didn't you speak to each other until we left Deimos? He leaned towards Erickson, smiling at him. 2 men and a woman, 3 of you, sitting apart in the ship, not speaking until the check station was passed. I find myself thinking over what the Martian said. 3 saboteurs, a woman and 2 men. Erickson put the things back in the sample case. He was smiling, but his face had gone chalk white. Mara stared down, playing with a drop of water on the edge of her glass. Jan clenched his hands together nervously, blinking rapidly. You 3 are the ones the Later was after, Thatcher said softly. You are the destroyers, the saboteurs. But their lie detector, why didn't it trap you? How did you get by that? And now you're safe outside the check station. He grinned, staring around at them. I'll be damned. And I really thought you were a salesman, Erickson. You really fooled me. Erickson relaxed a little. Well, Mr. Thatcher, it's in a good cause. I'm sure you have no love for Mars either. No Terran does, and I see you're leaving with the rest of us. True, Thatcher said. You must certainly have an interesting account to give, the 3 of you. He looked around the table. We still have an hour or so of travel. Sometimes it gets dull, this Mars Terror run. Nothing to see, nothing to do but sit and drink in the lounge. He raised his eyes slowly. Any chance you'd like to spin a story to keep us awake? Jan and Mara looked at Erickson. Go on, Jan said. He knows who we are. Tell him the rest of the story. You might as well, Mara said. Jan let out a sigh suddenly, a sigh of relief. Let's put the cards on the table. Get this weight off us. I'm tired of sneaking around, slipping. Sure, Erickson said expansively. Why not? He settled back in his chair, unbuttoning his vest. Certainly, Mr. Thatcher, I'll be glad to spin you a story, and I'm sure it will be interesting enough to keep you awake. They ran through the groves of dead trees, leaping across the sun-baked Martian soil, running silently together. They went up a little rise, across a narrow ridge. Suddenly Eric stopped, throwing himself down flat on the ground. The others did the same, pressing themselves against the soil, gasping for breath. Be silent, Eric muttered. He raised himself a little. No noise. There'll be Laters nearby from now on. We don't dare take any chances. Between the three people lying in the grove of dead trees and the city was a barren, level waste of desert, over a mile of blasted sand. No trees or bushes marred this smooth, parched surface. Only an occasional wind, a dry wind eddying and twisting, blew the sand up into little rills. A faint odor came to them, a bitter smell of heat and sand carried by the wind. Eric pointed. "Look, the city. There it is." They stared, still breathing deeply from their race through the trees. The city was close, closer than they had ever seen it before. Never had they gotten so close to it in times past. Terrans were never allowed near the great Martian cities, the centers of Martian life. Even in ordinary times, when there was no threat of approaching war, the Martians shrewdly kept all Terrans away from their citadels, partly from fear, partly from a deep, innate sense of hostility toward the white-skinned visitors whose commercial ventures had earned them the respect and the dislike of the whole system. "How does it look to you?" Eric said. The city was huge. Much larger than they had imagined from the drawings and models they had studied so carefully back in New York in the War Ministry office. Huge it was, huge and stark, black towers rising up against the sky, incredibly thin columns of ancient metal, columns that had stood wind and sun for centuries. Around the city was a wall of stone, red stone, immense bricks that had been lugged there and fitted into place by slaves of the early Martian dynasties, under the whiplash of the first great kings of Mars. An ancient sun-baked city, a city set in the middle of a wasted plain, beyond groves of dead trees. A city seldom seen by Terrans, but a city studied on maps and charts in every war office on Terra. A city that contained, for all its ancient stone and archaic towers, the ruling group of all Mars, the Council of Senior Leiters, black-clad men who governed and ruled with an iron hand. The Senior Leiters, 12 fantastic and devoted men, black priests, but priests with flashing rods of fire, lie detectors, rocket ships, intraspace cannon, and many more things the Terran Senate could only conjecture about the Senior Leiters and their subordinate Province Leiters. Eric and the two behind him suppressed a shudder. "We've got to be careful," Eric said again. "We'll be passing among them soon. If they guess who we are or what we're here for." He snapped open the case he carried, glancing inside for a second. Then he closed it again, grasping the handle firmly. "Let's go," he said. He stood up slowly. "You two, come up beside me. I want to make sure you look the way you should." Mara and Jan stepped quickly ahead. Eric studied them critically as the three of them walked slowly down the slope onto the plain toward the towering black spires of the city. "Jan," Eric said, "take hold of her hand. Remember, you're going to marry her. She's your bride, and Martian peasants think a lot of their brides." Jan was dressed in the short trousers and coat of the Martian farmer, a knotted rope tied around his waist, a hat on his head to keep off the sun. His skin was dark, colored by dye until it was almost bronze. "You look fine," Eric said to him. He glanced at Mara. Her black hair was tied in a knot, looped through a hollowed-out yuke bone. Her face was dark too, dark and lined with colored ceremonial pigment, green and orange stripes across her cheeks. Earrings were strung through her ears. On her feet were tiny slippers of Peru hide, laced around her ankles, and she wore long translucent Martian trousers with a bright sash tied around her waist. Between her small breasts a chain of stone beads rested, good luck charms for the coming marriage. "All right," Eric said. He himself wore the flowing gray robe of a Martian priest, dirty robes that were supposed to remain on him all his life, to be buried around him when he died. "I think we'll get past the guards. There should be heavy morning traffic on the road." They walked on, the hard sand crunching under their feet. Against the horizon they could see specks moving, other persons going towards the city, farmers and peasants and merchants bringing their crops and goods to market. "See the cart?" Mara exclaimed. They were nearing a narrow road, 2 ruts worn into the sand. A Martian huffa was pulling the cart, its great sides wet with perspiration, its tongue hanging out. The cart was piled high with bales of cloth, rough country cloth, hand-dipped. A bent farmer urged the huffa on. And there, she pointed, smiling. A group of merchants riding small animals were moving along behind the cart. Martians in long robes, their faces hidden by sand masks. On each animal was a pack, carefully tied on with rope. And beyond the merchants, plodding dully along, were peasants and farmers in an endless procession, some riding carts or animals, but mostly on foot. Mara and Jan and Eric joined the line of people, melting in behind the merchants. No one noticed them, no one looked up or gave any sign. The march continued as before. Neither Jan nor Mara said anything to each other. They walked a little behind Eric, who paced with a certain dignity, a certain bearing becoming his position. Once he slowed down, pointing up at the sky. "Look," he murmured in the Martian hill dialect. "See that?" 2 black dots circled lazily. Martian patrol craft, the military on the outlook for any sign of unusual activity. War was almost ready to break out with Terra, any day, almost any moment. "We'll be just in time," Eric said. "Tomorrow will be too late. The last ship will have left Mars." "I hope nothing stops us," Mara said. "I want to get back home when we're through." Half an hour passed. They neared the city, the wall growing as they walked, rising higher and higher until it seemed to blot out the sky itself. A vast wall, a wall of eternal stone that had felt the wind and sun for centuries. A group of Martian soldiers were standing at the entrance, the single passage gate hewn into the rock leading to the city. As each person went through, the soldiers examined him, poking his garments, looking into his load. Eric tensed. The line had slowed almost to a halt. "It'll be our turn soon," he murmured. "Be prepared." "Let's hope no Laiters come around," Jan said. "The soldiers aren't so bad." Mara was standing up at the wall and the towers beyond. Under their feet the ground trembled, vibrating and shaking. She could see tongues of flame rising from the towers, from the deep underground factories and forges of the city. The air was thick and dense with particles of soot. Mara rubbed her mouth, coughing. "Here they come," Eric said softly. The merchants had been examined and allowed to pass through the dark gate, the entrance through the wall into the city. They and their silent animals had already disappeared inside. The leader of the group of soldiers was beckoning impatiently to Eric, waving him on. "Come along," he said. "Hurry up there, old man." Eric advanced slowly, his arms wrapped around his body, looking down at the ground. "Who are you and what's your business here?" the soldier demanded, his hands on his hips, his gun hanging idly at his waist. Most of the soldiers were lounging lazily, leaning against the wall, some even squatting in the shade. Flies crawled on the face of one who had fallen asleep, his gun on the ground beside him. "My business?" Eric murmured. "I am a village priest." "Why do you want to enter the city?" "I must bring these 2 people before the magistrate to marry them." He indicated Mara and Jan, standing a little behind him. "That is the law the Laiters have made." The soldier laughed. He circled around Eric. "What do you have in that bag you carry?" "Laundry. We stay the night." "What village are you from?" "Kranos." "Kranos?" The soldier looked to a companion. "Ever hear of Kranos?" "A backward pigsty. I saw it once on a hunting trip." The leader of the soldiers nodded to Jan and Mara. The 2 of them advanced, their hands clasped, standing close together. One of the soldiers put his hand on Mara's bare shoulder, turning her around. "Nice little wife you're getting," he said. "Good and firm looking." He winked, grinning lewdly. Jan glanced at him in sullen resentment. The soldiers guffawed. "All right," the leader said to Eric. "You people can pass." Eric took a small purse from his robes and gave the soldier a coin. Then the 3 of them went into the dark tunnel that was the entrance, passing through the wall of stone into the city beyond. They were within the city. "Now," Eric whispered, "hurry." Around them the city roared and cracked, the sound of 1,000 vents and machines shaking the stones under their feet. Eric led Mara and Jan into a corner by a row of brick warehouses. People were everywhere, hurrying back and forth, shouting above the din. Merchants, peddlers, soldiers, street women. Eric bent down and opened the case he carried. From the case he quickly took 3 small coils of fine metal, intricate meshed wires and vanes worked together into a small cone. Jan took one and Mara took one. Eric put the remaining cone into his robe and snapped the case shut. "Now remember, the coils must be buried in such a way that the line runs through the center of the city. We must trisect the main section where the largest concentration of buildings is. Remember the maps. Watch the alleys and streets carefully. Talk to no one if you can help it. Each of you has enough Martian money to buy your way out of trouble. Watch especially for cut purses, and for heaven's sake, don't get lost." Eric broke off. 2 black-clad Laiters were coming along the inside of the wall, strolling together with their hands behind their backs. They noticed the 3 who stood in the corner by the warehouses and stopped. "Go," Eric muttered, "and be back here at sundown." He smiled grimly. "Or never come back." Each went off a different way, walking quickly without looking back. The Laters watched them go. "The little bride was quite lovely," one Later said. "Those hill people have the stamp of nobility in their blood from the old times." "A very lucky young peasant to possess her," the other said. They went on. Eric looked after them, still smiling a little. Then he joined the surging mass of people that milled eternally through the streets of the city. At dusk they met outside the gate. The sun was soon to set, and the air had turned thin and frigid. It cut through their clothing like knives. Mara huddled against Jan, trembling and rubbing her bare arms. "Well," Eric said, "did you both succeed?" Around them peasants and merchants were pouring from the entrance, leaving the city to return to their farms and villages, starting the long trip back across the plain toward the hills beyond. None of them noticed the shivering girl and the young man and the old priest standing by the wall. "Mine's in place," Jan said, "on the other side of the city, on the extreme edge, buried by a well." "Mine's in the industrial section," Mara whispered, her teeth chattering. "Jan, give me something to put over me. I'm freezing." "Good," Eric said. "Then the 3 coils should trisect dead center, if the models were correct." He looked up at the darkening sky. Already stars were beginning to show. 2 dots, the evening patrol, moved slowly toward the horizon. "Let's hurry. It won't be long." They joined the line of Martians moving along the road away from the city. Behind them the city was losing itself in the somber tones of night, its black spires disappearing into darkness. They walked silently with the country people until the flat ridge of dead trees became visible on the horizon. Then they left the road and turned off, walking towards the trees. "Almost time," Eric said. He increased his pace, looking back at Jan and Mara impatiently. "Come on." They hurried, making their way through the twilight, stumbling over rocks and dead branches, up the side of the ridge. At the top Eric halted, standing with his hands on his hips, looking back. "See," he murmured, "the city. The last time we'll ever see it this way." "Can I sit down?" Mara said. "My feet hurt me." Jan pulled at Eric's sleeve. "Hurry, Eric, not much time left." He laughed nervously. "If everything goes right, we'll be able to look at it forever." "But not like this," Eric murmured. He squatted down, snapping his case open. He took some tubes and wiring out and assembled them together on the ground at the peak of the ridge. A small pyramid of wire and plastic grew, shaped by his expert hands. At last he grunted, standing up. "All right." "Is it pointed directly at the city?" Mara asked anxiously, looking down at the pyramid. Eric nodded. "Yes, it's placed according—" He stopped, suddenly stiffening. "Get back! It's time! Hurry!" Jan ran down the far side of the slope, away from the city, pulling Mara with him. Eric came quickly after, looking back at the distant spires, almost lost in the night sky. "Down!" Jan sprawled out, Mara beside him, her trembling body pressed against his. Eric settled down into the sand and dead branches, still trying to see. "I want to see it," he murmured. "A miracle. I want to see." A flash, a blinding burst of violet light lit up the sky. Eric clapped his hands over his eyes. The flash whitened, growing larger, expanding. Suddenly there was a roar, and a furious hot wind rushed past him, throwing him on his face in the sand. The hot, dry wind licked and seared at them, crackling the bits of branches into flame. Mara and Jan shut their eyes, pressed tightly together. "God," Eric muttered. The storm passed. They opened their eyes slowly. The sky was still alive with fire, a drifting cloud of sparks that was beginning to dissipate with the night wind. Eric stood up unsteadily, helping Jan and Mara to their feet. The 3 of them stood, staring silently across the dark waste, the black plain, none of them speaking. The city was gone. At last Eric turned away. "That part's done," he said. "Now the rest. Give me a hand, Jan. There'll be 1,000 patrol ships around here in a minute." "I see one already," Mara said, pointing up. A spot winked in the sky, a rapidly moving spot. "They're coming, Eric." There was a throb of chill fear in her voice. "I know." Eric and Jan squatted on the ground around the pyramid of tubes and plastic, pulling the pyramid apart. The pyramid was fused together like molten glass. Eric tore the pieces away with trembling fingers. From the remains of the pyramid he pulled something forth, something he held up high, trying to make it out in the darkness. Jan and Mara came close to see, both staring up intently, almost without breathing. "There it is," Eric said. "There." In his hand was a globe, a small transparent globe of glass. Within the glass something moved, something minute and fragile, spires almost too small to be seen, microscopic, a complex web swimming within the hollow glass globe. A web of spires. A city. Eric put the globe into the case and snapped it shut. "Let's go," he said. They began to lope back through the trees, back the way they had come before. "We'll change in the car," he said as they ran. "I think we should keep these clothes on until we're actually inside the car. We still might encounter someone." "I'll be glad to get my own clothing on again," Jan said. "I feel funny in these little pants." "How do you think I feel?" Mara gasped. "I'm freezing in this, what there is of it." "All young Martian brides dress that way," Eric said. He clutched the case tightly as they ran. "I think it looks fine." "Thank you," Mara said, "but it's cold." "What do you suppose they'll think?" Jan asked. "They'll assume the city was destroyed, won't they? That's certain." "Yes," Eric said. "They'll be sure it was blown up. We can count on that. And it will be damn important to us that they think so." "The car should be around here someplace," Mara said, slowing down. "No, farther on," Eric said. "Past that little hill over there, in the ravine by the trees. It's so hard to see where we are." "Shall I light something?" Jan said. "No, there may be patrols around who—" He halted abruptly. Jan and Mara stopped beside him. "What?" Mara began. A light glimmered. Something stirred in the darkness. There was a sound. "Quick!" Eric rasped. He dropped, throwing the case far away from him into the bushes. He straightened up tensely. A figure loomed up, moving through the darkness, and behind it came more figures. Men, soldiers in uniform. The light flashed up brightly, blinding them. Eric closed his eyes. The light left him, touching Mara and Jan, standing silently together, clasping hands. Then it flicked down to the ground and around in a circle. A later stepped forward, a tall figure in black, with his soldiers close behind him, their guns ready. "You three," the later said. "Who are you? Don't move. Stand where you are." He came up to Eric, peering at him intently, his hard Martian face without expression. He went all around Eric, examining his robes, his sleeves. "Please," Eric began in a quavering voice, but the later cut him off. "I'll do the talking. Who are you three? What are you doing here? Speak up." We are going back to our village," Eric muttered, staring down, his hands folded. "We were in the city, and now we are going home." One of the soldiers spoke into a mouthpiece. He clicked it off and put it away. "Come with me," the later said. "We're taking you in. Hurry along." "In? Back to the city?" One of the soldiers laughed. "The city is gone," he said. "All that's left of it you can put in the palm of your hand." "But what happened?" Mara said. "No one knows. Come on, hurry it up." There was a sound. A soldier came quickly out of the darkness. "A senior later," he said. "Coming this way." He disappeared again. "A senior later." The soldiers stood, waiting, standing at respectful attention. A moment later the senior later stepped into the light, a black-clad old man, his ancient face thin and hard, like a bird's eyes, bright and alert. He looked from Eric to Jan. "Who are these people?" he demanded. "Villagers, going back home." "No, they're not. They don't stand like villagers. Villagers slump. Diet, poor food. These people are not villagers. I myself came from the hills, and I know." He stepped close to Eric, looking keenly into his face. "Who are you? Look at his chin. He's never shaved with a sharpened stone. Something is wrong here." In his hand a rod of pale fire flashed. "The city is gone, and with it at least half the later council. It is very strange. A flash, then heat and a wind. But it was not fission. I am puzzled. All at once the city has vanished. Nothing is left but a depression in the sand." "We'll take them in," the other later said. "Soldiers, surround them. Make certain that—" "Run!" Eric cried. He struck out, knocking the rod from the senior later's hand. They were all running, soldiers shouting, flashing their lights, stumbling against each other in the darkness. Eric dropped to his knees, groping frantically in the bushes. His fingers closed over the handle of the case, and he leapt up. In Terran he shouted to Mara and Jan. "Hurry! To the car! Run!" He set off down the slope, stumbling through the darkness. He could hear soldiers behind him, soldiers running and falling. A body collided against him, and he struck out. Someplace behind him there was a hiss, and a section of the slope went up in flames. The later's rod. "Eric!" Mara cried from the darkness. He ran toward her. Suddenly he slipped, falling on a stone. Confusion and firing. The sound of excited voices. "Eric, is that you?" Jan caught hold of him, helping him up. "The car. It's over here. Where's Mara?" "I'm here," Mara's voice came. "Over here, by the car." A light flashed. A tree went up in a puff of fire, and Eric felt the singe of the heat against his face. He and Jan made their way toward the girl. Mara's hand caught his in the darkness. "Now the car," Eric said. "If they haven't got to it." He slid down the slope into the ravine, fumbling in the darkness, reaching and holding onto the handle of the case, reaching. He touched something cold and smooth. Metal. A metal door handle. Relief flooded through him. "I've found it, Jan. Get inside. Mara, come on." He pushed Jan past him into the car. Mara slipped in after Jan, her small, agile body crowding in beside him. "Stop," a voice shouted from above. "There's no use hiding in that ravine. We'll get you. Come up and—" The sound of voices was drowned out by the roar of the car's motor. A moment later they shot into the darkness, the car rising into the air. Treetops broke and crackled under them as Eric turned the car from side to side, avoiding the groping shafts of pale light from below, the last furious thrusts from the two Leiters and their soldiers. Then they were away, above the trees, high in the air, gaining speed each moment, leaving the knot of Martians far behind. "Toward Marsport," Jan said to Eric. "Right?" Eric nodded. "Yes. We'll land outside the field in the hills. We can change back to our regular clothing there, our commercial clothing. Damn it! We'll be lucky if we can get there in time for the ship." "The last ship," Mara whispered, her chest rising and falling. "What if we don't get there in time?" Eric looked down at the leather case in his lap. "We'll have to get there," he murmured. "We must." For a long time there was silence. Thatcher stared at Erickson. The older man was leaning back in his chair, sipping a little of his drink. Mara and Jan were silent. "So you didn't destroy the city," Thatcher said. "You didn't destroy it at all. You shrank it down and put it in a glass globe in a paperweight. And now you're salesman again, with a sample case of office supplies." Erickson smiled. He opened the briefcase and reached into it. He brought out the glass globe paperweight. He held it up, looking into it. "Yes, we stole the city from the Martians. That's how we got by the lie detector. It was true that we knew nothing about a destroyed city." "But why?" Thatcher said. "Why steal a city? Why not merely bomb it?" "Ransom," Mara said fervently, gazing into the globe, her dark eyes bright. "Their biggest city, half of their council, in Eric's hand." "Mars will have to do what Terra asks," Erickson said. "Now Terra will be able to make her commercial demands felt. Maybe there won't even be a war. Perhaps Terra will get her way without fighting." Still smiling, he put the globe back into the briefcase and locked it. "Quite a story," Thatcher said. "What an amazing process. Reduction of size. A whole city reduced to microscopic dimensions. Amazing. No wonder you were able to escape. With such daring as that, no one could hope to stop you." He looked down at the briefcase on the floor. Underneath them the jets murmured and vibrated evenly as the ship moved through space toward distant Terra. "We still have quite a way to go," Jan said. "You've heard our story, Thatcher. Why not tell us yours? What sort of line are you in? What's your business?" "Yes," Mara said. "What do you do?" "What do I do?" Thatcher said. "Well, if you like, I'll show you." He reached into his coat and brought out something that flashed and glinted, something slender, a rod of pale fire. The three stared at it. Sickened shock settled over them slowly. Thatcher held the rod loosely, calmly, pointing it at Erickson. "We knew you three were on the ship," he said. "There was no doubt of that. But we did not know what had become of the city. My theory was that the city had not been destroyed at all, that something else had happened to it. Council instruments measured a sudden loss of mass in that area, a decrease equal to the mass of the city. Somehow the city had been spirited away, not destroyed. But I could not convince the other council leaders of it. I had to follow you alone." Thatcher turned a little, nodding to the men sitting at the bar. The men rose at once, coming toward the table. "A very interesting process you have. Mars will benefit a great deal from it. Perhaps it will even turn the tide in our favor. When we return to Marsport, I wish to begin work on it at once. And now, if you will, please pass me the briefcase."
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. In our next story, Henry Harris, an Army doctor, is startled when a soldier returns from a mission on an asteroid claiming to be a plant. When several more men return from the same asteroid also claiming to be plants, Harris travels to the asteroid himself to investigate the strange phenomenon.
Piper in the Woods by Philip K. Dick. Earth maintained an important garrison on asteroid Y3. Now, suddenly it was imperiled with a biological impossibility: men becoming plants. Well, Corporal Westerberg, Dr. Henry Harris said gently. "Just why do you think you're a plant?" As he spoke, Harris glanced down again at the card on his desk. It was from the base commander himself, made out in Cox's heavy scrawl. "Doc, this is the lad I told you about. Talk to him and try to find out how he got this delusion. He's from the new garrison, the new check station on asteroid Y3, and we don't want anything to go wrong there. Especially a silly damn thing like this." Harris pushed the card aside and stared back up at the youth across the desk from him. The young man seemed ill at ease and appeared to be avoiding answering the question Harris had put to him. Harris frowned. Westerburg was a good-looking chap, actually handsome in his patrol uniform, a shock of blonde hair over one eye. He was tall, almost 6 feet, a fine, healthy lad, just 2 years out of training, according to the card. Born in Detroit, had measles when he was 9, interested in jet engines, tennis, and girls. 26 years old. "Well, Corporal Westerburg," Dr. Harris said again, "why do you think you're a plant?" The corporal looked up shyly. He cleared his throat. "Sir, I am a plant. I don't just think so. I've been a plant for several days now." "I see." The doctor nodded. "You mean that you weren't always a plant?" "No, sir. I just became a plant recently." "And what were you before you became a plant?" "Well, sir, I was just like the rest of you." There was silence. Dr. Harris took up his pen and scratched a few lines, but nothing of importance came. A plant, and such a healthy-looking lad. Harris removed his steel-rimmed glasses and polished them with his handkerchief. He put them on again and leaned back in his chair. "Care for a cigarette, Corporal?" "No, sir." The doctor lit one himself, resting his arm on the edge of the chair. "Corporal, you must realize that there are very few men who become plants, especially on such short notice. I have to admit you are the first person who has ever told me such a thing." "Yes, sir, I realize it's quite rare." "You can understand why I'm interested, then. When you say you're a plant, you mean you're not capable of mobility? Or do you mean you're a vegetable as opposed to an animal? Or just what?" The corporal looked away. "I can't tell you any more," he murmured. "I'm sorry, sir." "Well, would you mind telling me how you became a plant?" Corporal Westerburg hesitated. He stared down at the floor, then out the window at the spaceport, then at a fly on the desk. At last he stood up, getting slowly to his feet. "I can't even tell you that, sir," he said. "You can't? Why not?" Because I promised not to." The room was silent. Dr. Harris rose too, and they both stood facing each other. Harris frowned, rubbing his jaw. "Corporal, just who did you promise?" "I can't even tell you that, sir. I'm sorry." The doctor considered this. At last he went to the door and opened it. "All right, Corporal, you may go now, and thanks for your time." "I'm sorry I'm not more helpful." The corporal went slowly out, and Harris closed the door after him. Then he went across his office to the vidphone. He rang Commander Cox's letter. A moment later, the beefy, good-natured face of the base commander appeared. "Cox, this is Harris. I talked to him, all right. All I could get is the statement that he's a plant. What else is there? What kind of behavior pattern?" "Well," Cox said, "the first thing they noticed was that he wouldn't do any work. The garrison chief reported that this Westerburg would wander off outside the garrison and just sit all day long. Just sit." "In the sun?" "Yes, just sit in the sun. Then at nightfall he would come back in. When they asked why he wasn't working in the jet repair building, he told them he had to be out in the sun. Then he said—" Cox hesitated. "Yes? Said what?" "He said that work was unnatural, that it was a waste of time, that the only worthwhile thing was to sit and contemplate outside." "What then?" Then they asked him how he got that idea, and he revealed to them that he had become a plant. "I'm going to have to talk to him again, I can see," Harris said. "And he applied for a permanent discharge from the patrol. What reason did he give?" "The same, that he's a plant now and has no more interest in being a patrolman. All he wants to do is sit in the sun. It's the damnedest thing I ever heard." "All right. I think I'll visit him in his quarters." Harris looked at his watch. "I'll go over after dinner." "Good luck," Cox said gloomily. "But who ever heard of a man turning into a plant? We told him it wasn't possible, but he just smiled at us." "I'll let you know how I make out," Harris said. Harris walked slowly down the hall. It was after 6. The evening meal was over. A dim concept was coming into his mind, but it was much too soon to be sure. He increased his pace, turning right at the end of the hall. 2 nurses passed, hurrying by. Westerburg was quartered with a buddy, a man who had been injured in a jet blast and who was now almost recovered. Harris came to the dorm wing and stopped, checking the numbers on the doors. "Can I help you, sir?" the robot attendant said, gliding up. "I'm looking for Corporal Westerburg's room." 3 doors to the right." Harris went on. Asteroid Y3 had only recently been garrisoned and staffed. It had become the primary checkpoint to halt and examine ships entering the system from outer space. The garrison made sure that no dangerous bacteria, fungus, or what-not arrived to infect the system. A nice asteroid it was, warm, well-watered, with trees and lakes and lots of sunlight, and the most modern garrison in the 9 planets. He shook his head, coming to the 3rd door. He stopped, raising his hand and knocking. "Who's there?" sounded through the door. "I want to see Corporal Westerburg." The door opened. A bovine youth with horn-rimmed glasses looked out, a book in his hand. "Who are you?" "Dr. Harris." "I'm sorry, sir. Corporal Westerburg is asleep." "Would he mind if I woke him up? I want very much to talk to him." Harris peered inside. He could see a neat room with a desk, a rug and lamp, and 2 bunks. On one of the bunks was Westerburg, lying face up, his arms folded across his chest, his eyes tightly closed. "Sir," the bovine youth said, "I'm afraid I can't wake him up for you, much as I'd like to." "You can't? Why not?" "Sir, Corporal Westerburg won't wake up. Not after the sun sets. He just won't. He can't be wakened." "Cataleptic? Really?" "But in the morning, as soon as the sun comes up, he leaps out of bed and goes outside. Stays the whole day." "I see," the doctor said. "Well, thanks anyhow." He went back out into the hall, and the door shut after him. "There's more to this man than I realized," he murmured. He went on back the way he had come. It was a warm, sunny day. The sky was almost free of clouds, and a gentle wind moved through the cedars along the bank of the stream. There was a path leading from the hospital building down the slope to the stream. At the stream a small bridge led over to the other side, and a few patients were standing on the bridge, wrapped in their bathrobes, looking aimlessly down at the water. It took Harris several minutes to find Westerburg. The youth was not with the other patients, near or around the bridge. He had gone farther down, past the cedar trees, and out onto a strip of bright meadow, where poppies and grass grew everywhere. He was sitting on the stream bank on a flat gray stone, leaning back and staring up, his mouth open a little. He did not notice the doctor until Harris was almost beside him. "Hello?" Harris said softly. Westerburg opened his eyes, looking up. He smiled and got slowly to his feet, a graceful flowing motion that was rather surprising for a man of his size. "Hello, doctor. What brings you out here?" "Nothing. Thought I'd get some sun." "Here, you can share my rock." Westerburg moved over, and Harris sat down gingerly, being careful not to catch his trousers on the sharp edges of the rock. He lit a cigarette and gazed silently down at the water. Beside him, Westerburg had resumed his strange position, leaning back, resting on his hands, staring up with his eyes shut tight. "Nice day," the doctor said. "Yes." "Do you come here every day?" "Yes." "You like it better out here than inside?" "I can't stay inside," Westerberg said. "You can't? How do you mean, can't?" "You would die without air, wouldn't you?" the corporal said. "And you'd die without sunlight?" Westerberg nodded. "Corporal, may I ask you something? Do you plan to do this the rest of your life? Sit out in the sun on a flat rock? Nothing else?" Westerberg nodded. "How about your job? You went to school for years to become a patrolman. You wanted to enter the patrol very badly. You were given a fine rating and a first-class position. How do you feel giving all that up? You know it won't be easy to get back in. Do you realize that?" "I realize it." "And you're really going to give it all up?" "That's right." Harris was silent for a while. At last he put his cigarette out and turned toward the youth. "All right. Let's say you give up your job and sit in the sun. Well, what happens then? Someone else has to do the job instead of you, isn't that true? The job has to be done. Your job has to be done. And if you don't do it, someone else has to." "I suppose so." "Westerberg, suppose everyone felt the way you do. Suppose everyone wanted to sit in the sun all day. What would happen? No one would check ships coming from outer space. Bacteria and toxic crystals would enter the system and cause mass death and suffering. Isn't that right?" "If everyone felt the way I do, they wouldn't be going into outer space." "But they have to. They have to trade. They have to get minerals and products and new plants." "Why?" "To keep society going." "Why?" "Well," Harris gestured, "people couldn't live without society." Westerberg said nothing to that. Harris watched him, but the youth did not answer. "Isn't that right?" Harris said. "Perhaps. It's a peculiar business, Doctor. You know, I struggled for years to get through training. I had to work and pay my own way, wash dishes, work in kitchens, studied at night, learned, crammed, worked on and on. And you know what I think now?" "What?" "I wish I'd become a plant earlier." Dr. Harris stood up. "Westerberg, when you come inside, will you stop off at my office? I want to give you a few tests, if you don't mind." "The shock box?" Westerberg smiled. "I knew that would be coming around. Sure, I don't mind." Nettled, Harris left the rock, walking back up the bank a short distance. "About 3, Corporal." The corporal nodded. Harris made his way up the hill to the path, toward the hospital building. The whole thing was beginning to become more clear to him. A boy who had struggled all his life. Financial insecurity, idealized goal, getting a patrol assignment. Finally reached it, found the load too great, and on asteroid Y3 there was too much vegetation to look at all day. Primitive identification and projection on the flora of the asteroid. Concept of security involved in immobility and permanence. Unchanging forest. He entered the building. A robot orderly stopped him almost at once. "Sir, Commander Cox wants you urgently on the vidphone." "Thanks." Harris strode to his office. He dialed Cox's letter, and the commander's face came presently into focus. "Cox, this is Harris. I've been out talking to the boy. I'm beginning to get this lined up. Now I can see the pattern. Too much load, too long. Finally gets what he wants, and the idealization shatters under the—" "Harris!" Cox barked. "Shut up and listen. I just got a report from Y3. They're sending an express rocket here. It's on the way." "An express rocket?" 5 more cases like Westerberg. All say they're plants. The garrison chief is worried as hell. Says we must find out what it is or the garrison will fall apart right away. Do you get me, Harris? Find out what it is." "Yes, sir," Harris murmured. "Yes, sir." By the end of the week there were 20 cases. and all, of course, were from asteroid Y3. Commander Cox and Harris stood together at the top of the hill, looking gloomily down at the stream below. 16 men and 4 women sat in the sun along the bank, none of them moving, none speaking. An hour had gone by since Cox and Harris appeared, and in all that time the 20 people below had not stirred. "I don't get it," Cox said, shaking his head. "I just absolutely don't get it. Harris, is this the beginning of the end? Is everything going to start cracking around us? It gives me a hell of a strange feeling to see those people down there, basking away in the sun, just sitting and basking." "Who's that man there with the red hair?" "That's Ulrich Deutsch. He was second in command at the garrison. Now look at him. Sits and dozes with his mouth open and his eyes shut. A week ago that man was climbing, going right to the top. When the garrison chief retires, he was supposed to take over. Maybe another year at the most. All his life he's been climbing to get up there." "And now he sits in the sun," Harris finished. "That woman, the brunette with the short hair, career woman, head of the entire office staff at the garrison. And the man beside her, janitor. And that cute little gal there with the bosom, secretary, just out of school. All kinds. And I got a note this morning, 3 more coming in sometime today." Harris nodded. "The strange thing is they really want to sit down there. They're completely rational. They could do something else, but they just don't care to." "Well," Cox said, "what are you going to do? Have you found anything? We're counting on you. Let's hear it." "I couldn't get anything out of them directly," Harris said, "but I've had some interesting results with the shock box. Let's go inside and I'll show you." "Fine." Cox turned and started toward the hospital. "Show me anything you've got. This is serious. Now I know how Tiberius felt when Christianity showed up in high places." Harris snapped off the light. The room was pitch black. "I'll run this first reel for you. The subject is one of the best biologists stationed at the garrison, Robert Bradshaw. He came in yesterday. I got a good run from the shock box because Bradshaw's mind is so highly differentiated. There's a lot of repressed material of a non-rational nature, more than usual." He pressed the switch. The projector whirred, and on the far wall a 3-dimensional image appeared in color, so real that it might have been the man himself. Robert Bradshaw was a man of 50, heavy set, with iron-gray hair and a square jaw. He sat in the chair calmly, his hands resting on the arms, oblivious to the electrodes attached to his neck and wrist. "There I go," Harris said. "Watch." His film image appeared, approaching Bradshaw. "Now, Mr. Bradshaw," his image said, "this won't hurt you at all, and it'll help us a lot." The image rotated the controls on the shock box. Bradshaw stiffened and his jaw set, but otherwise he gave no sign. The image of Harris regarded him for a time and then stepped away from the controls. "Can you hear me, Mr. Bradshaw?" the image asked. "Yes." "What is your name?" "Robert C. Bradshaw." "What is your position?" "Chief biologist at the check station on Y3." "Are you there now?" "No, I'm back on Terra in a hospital." "Why?" "Because I admitted to the garrison chief that I had become a plant." "Is that true, that you are a plant?" "Yes. In a non-biological sense, I retain the physiology of a human being, of course." "What do you mean, then, that you're a plant?" "The reference is to attitudinal response, to Weltanschauung." "Go on." "It is possible for a warm-blooded animal, an upper primate, to adopt the psychology of a plant to some extent." "Yes. I refer to this." "And the others, they refer to this also?" "Yes." "How did this occur, your adopting this attitude?" Bradshaw's image hesitated, the lips twitching. "See?" Harris said to Cox. "Strong conflict. He wouldn't have gone on if he had been fully conscious." "Yes?" "I was taught to become a plant." The image of Harris showed surprise and interest. What do you mean you were taught to become a plant? They realized my problems and taught me to become a plant. Now I'm free from them, the problems. Who taught you? The Pipers. Who? The Pipers? Who are the Pipers? There was no answer. Mr. Bradshaw, who are the Pipers? After a long, agonized pause, the heavy lips parted. They live in the woods. Harris snapped off the projector and the lights came on. He and Cox blinked. That was all I could get, Harris said. But I was lucky to get that. He wasn't supposed to tell, not at all. That was the thing they all promised not to do, tell who taught them to become plants. The Pipers who live in the woods on asteroid Y3. You got this story from all 20? No, Harris grimaced. Most of them put up too much fight. I couldn't even get this much from them. Cox reflected. The Pipers. Well, what do you propose to do? Just wait around until you can get the full story? Is that your program? No, Harris said. Not at all. I'm going to Y3 and find out who the Pipers are myself. The small patrol ship made its landing with care and precision, its jets choking into final silence. The hatch slid back, and Dr. Henry Harris found himself staring out at a field, a brown, sun-baked landing field. At the end of the field was a tall signal tower. Around the field, on all sides, were long gray buildings, the garrison check station itself. Not far off, a huge Venusian cruiser was parked, a vast green hulk, like an enormous lime. The technicians from the station were swarming all over it, checking and examining each inch of it for lethal life forms and poisons that might have attached themselves to the hull. All out, sir, the pilot said. Harris nodded. He took hold of his 2 suitcases and stepped carefully down. The ground was hot underfoot, and he blinked in the bright sunlight. Jupiter was in the sky, and the vast planet reflected considerable sunlight down onto the asteroid. Harris started across the field, carrying his suitcases. A field attendant was already busy opening the storage compartment of the patrol ship, extracting his trunk. The attendant lowered the trunk into a waiting dolly and came after him, manipulating the little truck with bored skill. As Harris came to the entrance of the signal tower, the gate slid back, and a man came forward. An older man, large and robust, with white hair and a steady walk. "How are you, Doctor?" he said, holding out his hand. "I'm Lawrence Watts, the garrison chief." They shook hands. Watts smiled down at Harris. He was a huge old man, still regal and straight in his dark blue uniform, with his gold epaulets sparkling on his shoulders. "Have a good trip?" Watts asked. "Come on inside and I'll have a drink fixed for you. It gets hot around here with the big mirror up there." "Jupiter?" Harris followed him inside the building. The signal tower was cool and dark, a welcome relief. "Why is the gravity so near Terra's? I expected to go flying off like a kangaroo. Is it artificial?" "No. There's a dense core of some kind to the asteroid, some kind of metallic deposit. That's why we picked this asteroid out of all the others. It made the construction problem much simpler, and it also explains why the asteroid has natural air and water. Did you see the hills?" "The hills?" "When we get up higher in the tower, we'll be able to see over the buildings. There's quite a natural park here, a regular little forest, complete with everything you'd want. Come in here, Harris. This is my office." The old man strode at quite a clip around the corner and into a large, well-furnished apartment. "Isn't this pleasant? I intend to make my last year here as amiable as possible." He frowned. "Of course, with Deutsch gone, I may be here forever. Oh well." He shrugged. "Sit down, Harris." "Thanks." Harris took a chair, stretching his legs out. He watched Watts as he closed the door to the hall. "By the way, any more cases come up?" "2 more today." Watts was grim. "Makes almost 30 in all. We have 300 men in this station. At the rate it's going—" "Chief, you spoke about a forest on the asteroid. Do you allow the crew to go into the forest at will, or do you restrict them to the buildings and grounds?" Watts rubbed his jaw. "Well, it's a difficult situation, Harris. I have to let the men leave the grounds sometime. They can see the forest from the buildings, and as long as you can see a nice place to stretch out and relax, that does it. Once every 10 days they have a full period of rest, and then they go out and fool around." "And then it happens?" "Yes, I suppose so. But as long as they can see the forest, they'll want to go. I can't help it." "I know. I'm not censuring you. Well, what's your theory? What happens to them out there? What do they do?" "What happens? Once they get out there and take it easy for a while, they don't want to come back and work. It's boondoggling, playing hooky. They don't want to work, so off they go." "How about this business of their delusions?" Watts laughed good-naturedly. "Listen, Harris, you know as well as I do that it's a lot of poppycock. They're no more plants than you or I. They just don't want to work, that's all. When I was a cadet, we had a few ways to make people work. I wish we could lay a few on their backs like we used to." "You think this is simple gold bricking, then?" "Don't you think it is?" "No," Harris said. "They really believe they're plants. I put them through the high-frequency shock treatment, the shock box. The whole nervous system is paralyzed, all inhibitions stopped cold. They tell the truth then, and they said the same thing, and more." Watts paced back and forth, his hands clasped behind his back. "Harris, you're a doctor, and I suppose you know what you're talking about, but look at the situation here. We have a garrison, a good, modern garrison. We're probably the most modern outfit in the system. Every new device and gadget is here that science can produce. Harris, this garrison is one vast machine. The men are parts, and each has his job. The maintenance crew, the biologists, the office crew, the managerial staff. Look what happens when one person steps away from his job. Everything else begins to creak. We can't service the bugs if no one services the machines. We can't order food to feed the crews if no one makes out the reports, takes inventories. We can't direct any kind of activity if the second in command decides to go out and sit in the sun all day. 30 people, 1/10 of the garrison. But we can't run without them. The garrison is built that way. If you take the supports out, the whole building falls. No one can leave. We're all tied here, and these people know it. They know they have no right to do that, run off on their own. No one has that right anymore. We're all too tightly interwoven to suddenly start doing what we want. It's unfair to the rest, the majority." Harris nodded. "Chief, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Are there any inhabitants on the asteroid? Any natives?" "Natives?" Watts considered. "Yes, there's some kind of aborigines living out there." He waved vaguely toward the window. "What are they like? Have you seen them?" "Yes, I've seen them. At least I saw them when we first came here. They hung around for a while, watching us. Then, after a time, they disappeared." "Did they die off? Diseases of some kind?" "No, they just disappeared into the forest. They're still there someplace." "What kind of people are they?" "Well, the story is that they're originally from Mars, though they don't look much like Martians. They're dark, a kind of coppery color, thin, very agile in their own way. They hunt and fish, no written language. We don't pay much attention to them." "I see." Harris paused. "Chief, have you ever heard of anything called the Pipers?" "The Pipers?" Watts frowned. "No. Why?" "The patients mentioned something called the Pipers. According to Bradshaw, the Pipers taught him to become a plant. He learned it from them. A kind of teaching." "The Pipers? What are they?" "I don't know," Harris admitted. "I thought maybe you might know. My first assumption, of course, was that they're natives, but now I'm not so sure, not after hearing your description of them." "The natives are primitive savages. They don't have anything to teach anybody, especially a top-flight biologist." Harris hesitated. "Chief, I'd like to go into the woods and look around. Is that possible?" Certainly, I can arrange it for you. I'll give you one of the men to show you around. I'd rather go alone. Is there any danger? No, none that I know of, except the Pipers, Harris finished. I know. Well, there's only one way to find them, and that's it. I'll have to take my chances. If you walk in a straight line, Chief Watts said, you'll find yourself back at the garrison in about 6 hours. It's a damn small asteroid. There's a couple of streams and lakes, so don't fall in. How about snakes or poisonous insects? Nothing like that reported. We did a lot of tramping around at first, but it's grown back now the way it was. We never encountered anything dangerous. Thanks, Chief, Harris said. They shook hands. I'll see you before nightfall. Good luck. The chief and his 2 armed escorts turned and went back across the rise, down the other side toward the garrison. Harris watched them go until they disappeared inside the building. Then he turned and started into the grove of trees. The woods were very silent around him as he walked. Trees towered up on all sides of him, huge dark green trees like eucalyptus. The ground underfoot was soft with endless leaves that had fallen and rotted into soil. After a while, the grove of high trees fell behind, and he found himself crossing a dry meadow. The grass and weeds burned brown in the sun. Insects buzzed around him, rising up from the dry weed stalks. Something scuttled ahead, hurrying through the undergrowth. He caught sight of a gray ball with many legs, scampering furiously, its antennae weaving. The meadow ended at the bottom of a hill. He was going up now, going higher and higher. Ahead of him an endless expanse of green rose, acres of wild growth. He scrambled to the top finally, blowing and panting, catching his breath. He went on. Now he was going down again, plunging into a deep gully. Tall ferns grew as large as trees. He was entering a living Jurassic forest, ferns that stretched out endlessly ahead of him. Down he went, walking carefully. The air began to turn cold around him. The floor of the gully was damp and silent. Underfoot, the ground was almost wet. He came out on a level table. It was dark, with the ferns growing up on all sides, dense growths of ferns, silent and unmoving. He came upon a natural path, an old stream bed, rough and rocky, but easy to follow. The air was thick and oppressive. Beyond the ferns he could see the side of the next hill, a green field rising up. Something gray was ahead. Rocks, piled up boulders, scattered and stacked here and there. The stream bed led directly to them. Apparently this had been a pool of some kind, a stream emptying from it. He climbed the first of the boulders awkwardly, feeling his way up. At the top he paused, resting again. As yet he had had no luck. So far he had not met any of the natives. It would be through them that he would find the mysterious Pipers that were stealing the men away, if such really existed. If he could find the natives, talk to them, perhaps he could find out something. But as yet he had been unsuccessful. He looked around. The woods were very silent. A slight breeze moved through the ferns, rustling them, but that was all. Where were the natives? Probably they had a settlement of some sort, huts, a clearing. The asteroid was small. He should be able to find them by nightfall. He started down the rocks. More rocks rose up ahead, and he climbed them. Suddenly he stopped, listening. Far off he could hear a sound, the sound of water. Was he approaching a pool of some kind? He went on again, trying to locate the sound. He scrambled down the rocks and up rocks, and all around him there was silence except for the splashing of distant water. Maybe a waterfall, water in motion, a stream. If he found the stream, he might find the natives. The rocks ended and the stream bed began again, but this time it was wet, the bottom muddy and overgrown with moss. He was on the right track. Not too long ago this stream had flowed, probably during the rainy season. He went up on the side of the stream, pushing through the ferns and vines. A golden snake slid expertly out of his path. Something glinted ahead, something sparkling through the ferns. Water. A pool. He hurried, pushing the vines aside and stepping out, leaving them behind. He was standing on the edge of a pool, a deep pool sunk in a hollow of gray rocks, surrounded by ferns and vines. The water was clear and bright and in motion, flowing in a waterfall at the far end. It was beautiful, and he stood watching, marveling at it, the undisturbed quality of it. Untouched it was, just as it had always been, probably, as long as the asteroid existed. Was he the first to see it? Perhaps. It was so hidden, so concealed by the ferns, it gave him a strange feeling almost of ownership. He stepped down a little toward the water, and it was then he noticed her. The girl was sitting on the far edge of the pool, staring down into the water, resting her head on one drawn-up knee. She had been bathing, he could see that at once. Her coppery body was still wet and glistening with moisture, sparkling in the sun. She had not seen him. He stopped, holding his breath, watching her. She was lovely, very lovely, with long dark hair that wound around her shoulders and arms. Her body was slim, very slender, with a supple grace to it that made him stare, accustomed as he was to various forms of anatomy. How silent she was, silent and unmoving, staring down at the water. Time passed, strange, unchanging time, as he watched the girl. Time might even have ceased with the girl sitting on the rock staring into the water, and the rows of great ferns behind her as rigid as if they had been painted there. All at once the girl looked up. Harris shifted, suddenly conscious of himself as an intruder. He stepped back. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I'm from the garrison. I didn't mean to come poking around." She nodded without speaking. "You don't mind?" Harris asked presently. "No." So she spoke Terran. He moved a little toward her, around the side of the pool. "I hope you don't mind my bothering you. I won't be on the asteroid very long. This is my first day here. I just arrived from Terra." She smiled faintly. "I'm a doctor, Henry Harris." He looked down at her, at the slim, coppery body gleaming in the sunlight, a faint sheen of moisture on her arms and thighs. "You might be interested in why I'm here." He paused. "Maybe you can even help me." She looked up a little. "Oh? Would you like to help me?" She smiled. "Yes, of course." "That's good. Mind if I sit down?" He looked around and found himself a flat rock. He sat down slowly, facing her. "Cigarette?" "No." "Well, I'll have one." He lit up, taking a deep breath. "You see, we have a problem at the garrison. Something has been happening to some of the men, and it seems to be spreading. We have to find out what causes it, or we won't be able to run the garrison." He waited for a moment. She nodded slightly. How silent she was. Silent and unmoving, like the ferns. "Well, I've been able to find out a few things from them, and one very interesting fact stands out. They keep saying that something called the Pipers are responsible for their condition. They say the Pipers taught them." He stopped. A strange look had flitted across her dark, small face. "Do you know the Pipers?" She nodded. Acute satisfaction flooded over Harris. "You do? I was sure the natives would know." He stood up again. "I was sure they would, if the Pipers really existed. Then they do exist, do they?" "They exist." Harris frowned. "And they're here in the woods?" "Yes." "I see." He ground his cigarette out impatiently. "You don't suppose there's any chance you could take me to them, do you?" "Take you?" "Yes, I have this problem, and I have to solve it. You see, the base commander on Terra has assigned this to me, this business about the Pipers. It has to be solved, and I'm the one assigned to the job. So it's important to me to find them. Do you see? Do you understand?" She nodded. "Well, will you take me to them?" The girl was silent. For a long time she sat, staring down into the water, resting her head against her knee. Harris began to become impatient. He fidgeted back and forth, resting first on one leg and then on the other. "Well, will you?" he said again. "It's important to the whole garrison. What do you say?" He felt around in his pockets. "Maybe I could give you something. What do I have?" He brought out his lighter. "I could give you my lighter." The girl stood up, rising slowly, gracefully, without motion or effort. Harris's mouth fell open. How supple she was, gliding to her feet in a single motion. He blinked. Without effort she had stood, seemingly without change. All at once she was standing instead of sitting, standing and looking calmly at him, her small face expressionless. "Will you?" he said. "Yes, come along." She turned away, moving toward the row of ferns. Harris followed quickly, stumbling across the rocks. "Fine," he said. "Thanks a lot. I'm very interested to meet these Pipers. Where are you taking me? To your village? How much time do we have before nightfall?" The girl did not answer. She had entered the ferns already, and Harris quickened his pace to keep from losing her. How silently she glided. "Wait," he called. "Wait for me." The girl paused, waiting for him, slim and lovely, looking silently back. He entered the ferns, hurrying after her. "Well, I'll be damned," Commander Cox said. "It sure didn't take you long." He leaped down the steps 2 at a time. "Let me give you a hand." Harris grinned, lugging his heavy suitcases. He set them down and breathed a sigh of relief. "It isn't worth it," he said. "I'm going to give up taking so much." "Come on inside, soldier. Give him a hand." A patrolman hurried over and took one of the suitcases. The 3 men went inside and down the corridor to Harris's quarters. Harris unlocked the door and the patrolman deposited his suitcase inside. "Thanks," Harris said. He set the other down beside it. "It's good to be back, even for a little while." "A little while?" "I just came back to settle my affairs. I have to return to Y3 tomorrow morning." "Then you didn't solve the problem?" "I solved it, but I haven't cured it. I'm going back and get to work right away. There's a lot to be done." "But you found out what it is?" "Yes. It was just what the men said. The Pipers." "The Pipers do exist?" "Yes," Harris nodded. "They do exist." He removed his coat and put it over the back of the chair. Then he went to the window and let it down. Warm spring air rushed into the room. He settled himself on the bed, leaning back. "The Pipers exist, all right. In the minds of the garrison crew. To the crew, the Pipers are real. The crew created them. It's a mass hypnosis, a group projection, and all the men there have it to some degree." "How did it start?" "Those men on Y3 were sent there because they were skilled, highly trained men with exceptional ability. All their lives they've been schooled by complex modern society, fast tempo and high integration between people. Constant pressure toward some goal, some job to be done. Those men are put down suddenly on an asteroid where there are natives living the most primitive of existence, completely vegetable lives. No concept of goal, no concept of purpose, and hence no ability to plan. The natives live the way the animals live, from day to day, sleeping, picking food from the trees. A kind of Garden of Eden existence without struggle or conflict." But each of the garrison crew sees the natives and unconsciously thinks of his own early life when he was a child, when he had no worries, no responsibilities, before he joined modern society, a baby lying in the sun. But he can't admit this to himself. He can't admit that he might want to live like the natives, to lie and sleep all day, so he invents the Pipers. The idea of a mysterious group living in the woods who trap him, lead him into their kind of life. Then he can blame them, not himself. They teach him to become a part of the woods. "What are you going to do? Have the woods burned?" "No." Harris shook his head. "That's not the answer. The woods are harmless. The answer is psychotherapy for the men. That's why I'm going right back, so I can begin work. They've got to be made to see that the Pipers are inside them, their own unconscious voices calling to them to give up their responsibilities. They've got to be made to realize that there are no Pipers, at least not outside themselves. The woods are harmless, and the natives have nothing to teach anyone. They're primitive savages without even a written language. We're seeing a psychological projection by a whole garrison of men who want to lay down their work and take it easy for a while. The room was silent. "I see," Cox said presently. "Well, it makes sense." He got to his feet. "I hope you can do something with the men when you get back." "I hope so, too," Harris agreed. "And I think I can. After all, it's just a question of increasing their self-awareness. When they have that, the Pipers will vanish." Cox nodded. "Well, you go ahead with your unpacking, Doc. I'll see you at dinner, and maybe before you leave tomorrow." "Fine." Harris opened the door, and the commander went out into the hall. Harris closed the door after him, and then went back across the room. He looked out the window for a moment, his hands in his pockets. It was becoming evening. The air was turning cool. The sun was just setting as he watched, disappearing behind the buildings of the city surrounding the hospital. He watched it go down. Then he went over to his 2 suitcases. He was tired, very tired from his trip. A great weariness was beginning to descend over him. There were so many things to do, so terribly many. How could he hope to do them all? Back to the asteroid, and then what? He yawned, his eyes closing. How sleepy he was. He looked over at the bed. Then he sat down on the edge of it and took his shoes off. So much to do the next day. He put his shoes in the corner of the room. Then he bent over, unsnapping one of the suitcases. He opened the suitcase. From it he took a bulging gunny sack. Carefully he emptied the contents of the sack out on the floor. Dirt. Rich, soft dirt. Dirt he had collected during his last hours there. Dirt he had carefully gathered up. When the dirt was spread out on the floor, he sat down in the middle of it. He stretched himself out, leaning back. When he was fully comfortable, he folded his hands across his chest and closed his eyes. So much work to do. But later on, of course. Tomorrow. How warm the dirt was. He was sound asleep in a moment.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. Dear Vintage Classics YouTube channel listeners, in the following story by Philip K. Dick, after a devastating war between the United States and the Soviet Union, mankind has taken refuge beneath Earth's surface. But the war continues above ground, with robots called leadys fighting on our behalf, and each side builds powerful weapons and vehicles for the remote-controlled war they only see from film that the robots deliver to them.
The Defenders by Philip K. Dick. No weapon has ever been frightful enough to put a stop to war, perhaps because we never before had any that thought for themselves. Taylor sat back in his chair reading the morning newspaper. The warm kitchen and the smell of coffee blended with the comfort of not having to go to work. This was his rest period, the first for a long time, and he was glad of it. He folded the second section back, sighing with contentment. "What is it?" Mary said from the stove. "They pasted Moscow again last night." Taylor nodded his head in approval. "Gave it a real pounding. One of those RH bombs. It's about time." He nodded again, feeling the full comfort of the kitchen, the presence of his plump, attractive wife, the breakfast dishes and coffee. This was relaxation. And the war news was good and satisfying. He could feel a justifiable glow at the news, a sense of pride and personal accomplishment. After all, he was an integral part of the war program. Not just another factory worker lugging a cart of scrap, but a technician. One of those who designed and planned the nerve trunk of the war. "It says they have the new subs almost perfected. Wait until they get those going." He smacked his lips with anticipation. "When they start shelling from underwater, the Soviets are sure going to be surprised." "They're doing a wonderful job," Mary agreed vaguely. "Do you know what we saw today? Our team is getting a leady to show to the school children. I saw the leady, but only for a moment. It's good for the children to see what their contributions are going for, don't you think?" She looked around at him. "A leady," Taylor murmured. He put the newspaper down slowly. "Well, make sure it's decontaminated properly. We don't want to take any chances." "Oh, they always bathe them when they're brought down from the surface," Mary said. "They wouldn't think of letting them down without the bath, would they?" She hesitated, thinking back. "Don, you know, it makes me remember." He nodded. "I know." He knew what she was thinking. Once, in the very first weeks of the war, before everyone had been evacuated from the surface, they had seen a hospital train discharging the wounded, people who had been showered with sleet. He remembered the way they had looked, the expression on their faces, or as much of their faces as was left. It had not been a pleasant sight. There had been a lot of that at first, in the early days, before the transfer to undersurface was complete. There had been a lot, and it hadn't been very difficult to come across. Taylor looked up at his wife. She was thinking too much about it. The last few months, they all were. "Forget it," he said. "It's all in the past. There isn't anybody up there now but the leadys, and they don't mind." "But just the same, I hope they're careful when they let one of them down here. If one were still hot." He laughed, pushing himself away from the table. "Forget it. This is a wonderful moment. I'll be home for the next 2 shifts. Nothing to do but sit around and take things easy. Maybe we can take in a show, okay?" "A show? Do we have to? I don't like to look at all the destruction, the ruins. Sometimes I see some place I remember, like San Francisco. They showed a shot of San Francisco, the bridge broken and fallen in the water, and I got upset. I don't like to watch." "But don't you want to know what's going on? No human beings are getting hurt, you know." "But it's so awful." Her face was set and strained. "Please, no, Don." Don Taylor picked up his newspaper sullenly. "All right, but there isn't a hell of a lot else to do. And don't forget, their cities are getting it even worse." She nodded. Taylor turned the rough, thin sheets of newspaper. His good mood had soured on him. Why did she have to fret all the time? They were pretty well off as things went. You couldn't expect to have everything perfect, living undersurface with an artificial sun and artificial food. Naturally, it was a strain not seeing the sky or being able to go any place or see anything other than metal walls, great roaring factories, the plant yards, and barracks, but it was better than being on the surface. And someday it would end and they could return. Nobody wanted to live this way, but it was necessary. He turned the page angrily, and the poor paper ripped. Damn it! The paper was getting worse quality all the time. Bad print, yellow tint. Well, they needed everything for the war program. He ought to know that. Wasn't he one of the planners? He excused himself and went into the other room. The bed was still unmade. They had better get it in shape before the 7th-hour inspection. There was a 1-unit fine. The vidphone rang. He halted. Who would it be? He went over and clicked it on. "Taylor?" the face said, forming into place. It was an old face, gray and grim. "This is Moss. I'm sorry to bother you during rest period, but this thing has come up." He rattled papers. "I want you to hurry over here." Taylor stiffened. "What is it? There's no chance it could wait?" The calm gray eyes were studying him, expressionless, unjudging. "If you want me to come down to the lab," Taylor grumbled, "I suppose I can. I'll get my uniform." "No. Come as you are, and not to the lab. Meet me at the 2nd stage as soon as possible. It'll take you about a half an hour using the fast car up. I'll see you there." The picture broke and Moss disappeared. "What was it?" Mary said at the door. "Moss. He wants me for something." "I knew this would happen." "Well, you didn't want to do anything anyhow. What does it matter?" His voice was bitter. "It's all the same every day. I'll bring you back something. I'm going up to 2nd stage. Maybe I'll be close enough to the surface to—" Don't bring me anything. Not from the surface." "All right, I won't. But of all the irrational nonsense—" She watched him put on his boots without answering. Moss nodded, and Taylor fell in step with him as the older man strode along. A series of loads were going up to the surface, blind cars clanking like ore trucks up the ramp, disappearing through the stage trap above them. Taylor watched the cars, heavy with tubular machinery of some sort, weapons new to him. Workers were everywhere in the dark gray uniforms of the labor corps, loading, lifting, shouting back and forth. The stage was deafening with noise. "We'll go up a way," Moss said, "where we can talk. This is no place to give you details." They took an escalator up. The commercial lift fell behind them, and with it most of the crashing and booming. Suspended on the side of the tube, the vast tunnel leading to the surface, not more than half a mile above them now. "My God," Taylor said, looking down the tube involuntarily. "It's a long way down." Moss laughed. "Don't look." They opened a door and entered an office. Behind the desk an officer was sitting, an officer of internal security. He looked up. "I'll be right with you, Moss." He gazed at Taylor, studying him. "You're a little ahead of time." "This is Commander Franks," Moss said to Taylor. "He was the first to make the discovery. I was notified last night." He tapped a parcel he carried. "I was let in because of this." Franks frowned at him and stood up. "We're going up to first stage. We can discuss it there." "First stage?" Taylor repeated nervously. The three of them went down a side passage to a small lift. "I've never been up there. Is it all right? It's not radioactive, is it?" "You're like everyone else," Frank said. "Old women afraid of burglars. No radiation leaks down to first stage. There's lead and rock, and what comes down the tube is bathed." "What's the nature of the problem?" Taylor asked. "I'd like to know something about it." "In a moment." They entered the lift and ascended. When they stepped out, they were in a hall of soldiers, weapons and uniforms everywhere. Taylor blinked in surprise. So this was first stage, the closest undersurface level to the top. After this stage was only rock, lead and rock, and the great tubes leading up like the burrows of earthworms. Lead and rock, and above that, where the tubes opened, the great expanse that no living being had seen for 8 years. The vast, endless ruin that had once been man's home. The place where he had lived 8 years ago. Now the surface was a lethal desert of slag and rolling clouds. Endless clouds drifted back and forth, blotting out the red sun. Occasionally something metallic stirred, moving through the remains of the city, threading its way across the tortured terrain of the countryside. A leady, a surface robot, immune to radiation, constructed with feverish haste in the last months before the Cold War became literally hot. Leadys crawling along the ground, moving over the oceans or through the skies in slender blackened craft. Creatures that could exist where no life could remain. Metal and plastic figures that waged a war man had conceived, but which he could not fight himself. Human beings had invented war, invented and manufactured the weapons, even invented the players, the fighters, the actors of the war. But they themselves could not venture forth, could not wage it themselves. In all the world, in Russia, in Europe, America, Africa, no living human being remained. They were under the surface, in the deep shelters that had been carefully planned and built even as the first bombs began to fall. It was a brilliant idea, and the only idea that could have worked. Up above, on the ruined, blasted surface of what had once been a living planet, the leady crawled and scurried and fought man's war. And undersurface, in the depths of the planet, human beings toiled endlessly to produce the weapons to continue the fight, month by month, year by year. "First stage," Taylor said. A strange ache went through him. "Almost to the surface." "But not quite," Moss said. Franks led them through the soldiers, over to one side near the lip of the tube. "In a few minutes a lift will bring something down to us from the surface," he explained. "You see, Taylor, every once in a while security examines and interrogates a surface leady, one that has been above for a time, to find out certain things. A vidcall is sent up and contact is made with a field headquarters. We need this direct interview. We can't depend on vidscreen contact alone. The leadies are doing a good job, but we want to make certain that everything is going the way we want it." Franks faced Taylor and Moss and continued. "The lift will bring down a leady from the surface. One of the A-class leadies. There's an examination chamber in the next room with a lead wall in the center, so the interviewing officer won't be exposed to radiation. We find this easier than bathing the leady. It is going right back up. It has a job to get back to. 2 days ago, an A-class leady was brought down and interrogated. I conducted the session myself. We were interested in a new weapon the Soviets have been using, an automatic mine that pursues anything that moves. Military had sent instructions up that the mine be observed and reported in detail. This A-class leady was brought down with information. We learned a few facts from it, obtained the usual roll of film and reports, and then sent it back up. It was going out of the chamber back to the lift when a curious thing happened. At the time I thought... Franks broke off. A red light was flashing. "That downlift is coming." He nodded to some soldiers. "Let's enter the chamber. The leady will be along in a moment." "An A-class leady," Taylor said. "I've seen them on the show screens making their reports." "It's quite an experience," Moss said. "They're almost human." They entered the chamber and seated themselves behind the lead wall. After a time a signal was flashed, and Franks made a motion with his hands. The door beyond the wall opened. Taylor peered through his view slot. He saw something advancing slowly, a slender metallic figure moving on a tread, its arm grips at rest by its sides. The figure halted and scanned the lead wall. It stood waiting. "We're interested in learning something," Franks said. "Before I question you, do you have anything to report on surface conditions?"
"No. The war continues." The leady's voice was automatic and toneless. "We are a little short of fast pursuit craft, the single-seat type. We could use also some—" "That has all been noted. What I want to ask you is this. Our contact with you has been through vidscreen only. We must rely on indirect evidence, since none of us goes above. We can only infer what is going on. We never see anything ourselves. We have to take it all second-hand. Some top leaders are beginning to think there's too much room for error." "Error?" the leady asked. "In what way? Our reports are checked carefully before they're sent down. We maintain constant contact with you. Everything of value is reported. Any new weapons which the enemy is seen to employ—" "I realize that," Franks grunted behind his peep slot. "But perhaps we should see it all for ourselves. Is it possible that there might be a large enough radiation-free area for a human party to ascend to the surface? If a few of us were to come up in lead-lined suits, would we be able to survive long enough to observe conditions and watch things?" The machine hesitated before answering. "I doubt it. You can check air samples, of course, and decide for yourselves. But in the 8 years since you left, things have continually worsened. You cannot have any real idea of conditions up there. It has become difficult for any moving object to survive for long. There are many kinds of projectiles sensitive to movement. The new mine not only reacts to motion, but continues to pursue the object indefinitely, until it finally reaches it. And the radiation is everywhere." "I see." Franks turned to Moss, his eyes narrowed oddly. "Well, that was what I wanted to know. You may go." The machine moved back towards its exit. It paused. "Each month the amount of lethal particles in the atmosphere increases. The tempo of the war is gradually—" "I understand." Franks rose. He held out his hand, and Moss passed him the package. One thing before you leave. I want you to examine a new type of metal shield material. I'll pass you a sample with the tong." Franks put the package in the toothed grip and revolved the tong so that he held the other end. The package swung down to the leady, which took it. They watched it unwrap the package and take the metal plate in its hands. The leady turned the metal over and over. Suddenly, it became rigid. "All right," Franks said. He put his shoulder against the wall and a section slid aside. Taylor gasped. Franks and Moss were hurrying up to the leady. "Good God," Taylor said. "But it's radioactive." The leady stood unmoving, still holding the metal. Soldiers appeared in the chamber. They surrounded the leady and ran a counter across it carefully. "Okay, sir," one of them said to Franks. "It's as cold as a long winter evening." "Good. I was sure, but I didn't want to take any chances." "You see," Moss said to Taylor, "this leady isn't hot at all. Yet it came directly from the surface, without even being bathed." "But what does it mean?" Taylor asked blankly. "It may be an accident," Franks said. "There's always the possibility that a given object might escape being exposed above, but this is the second time it's happened that we know of. There may be others." "The second time?" "The previous interview was when we noticed it. The leady was not hot. It was cold, too, like this one." Moss took back the metal plate from the leady's hands. He pressed the surface carefully and returned it to the stiff, unprotesting fingers. "We shorted it out with this so we could get close enough for a thorough check. It'll come back on in a second now. We had better get behind the wall again." They walked back and the lead wall swung closed behind them. The soldiers left the chamber. 2 periods from now," Franks said softly, "an initial investigating party will be ready to go surface side. We're going up the tube in suits, up to the top.
the first human party to leave undersurface in 8 years. "It may mean nothing," Moss said, "but I doubt it. Something's going on, something strange. The leady told us no life could exist above without being roasted. The story doesn't fit." Taylor nodded. He stared through the peep slot at the immobile metal figure. Already the leady was beginning to stir. It was bent in several places, dented and twisted, and its finish was blackened and charred. It was a leady that had been up there a long time. It had seen war and destruction, ruin so vast that no human being could imagine the extent. It had crawled and slunk in a world of radiation and death, a world where no life could exist. And Taylor had touched it. "You're going with us," Frank said suddenly. "I want you along. I think the 3 of us will go." Mary faced him with a sick and frightened expression. "I know it. You're going to the surface, aren't you?" She followed him into the kitchen. Taylor sat down, looking away from her. "It's a classified project," he evaded. "I can't tell you anything about it." "You don't have to tell me. I know. I knew at the moment you came in. There was something on your face, something I haven't seen there for a long, long time. It was an old look." She came toward him. "But how can they send you to the surface?" She took his face in her shaking hands, making him look at her. There was a strange hunger in her eyes. "Nobody can live up there. Look at this." She grabbed up a newspaper and held it in front of him. "Look at this photograph. America, Europe, Asia, Africa. Nothing but ruins. We've seen it every day on the show screens. All destroyed, poisoned. And they're sending you up? Why? No living thing can get by up there. Not even a weed or grass. They've wrecked the surface, haven't they? Haven't they?" Taylor stood up. "It's an order. I know nothing about it. I was told to report to join a scout party. That's all I know." He stood for a long time, staring ahead. Slowly he reached for the newspaper and held it up to the light. "It looks real," he murmured. "Ruins, deadness, slag. It's convincing. All the reports, photographs, films, even air samples. Yet we haven't seen it for ourselves, not after the first months." "What are you talking about?" "Nothing." He put the paper down. "I'm leaving early after the next sleep period. Let's turn in." Mary turned away. Her face was hard and harsh. "Do what you want. We might just as well all go up and get killed at once instead of dying slowly down here like vermin in the ground." He had not realized how resentful she was. Were they all like that? How about the workers toiling in the factories day and night, endlessly? The pale, stooped men and women plodding back and forth to work, blinking in the colorless light, eating synthetics. "You shouldn't be so bitter," he said. Mary smiled a little. "I'm bitter because I know you'll never come back." She turned away. "I'll never see you again once you go up there." He was shocked. "What? How can you say a thing like that?" She did not answer. He awakened with the public newscaster screeching in his ears, shouting outside the building. "Special news bulletin. Surface forces report enormous Soviet attack with new weapons. Retreat of key groups. All work units report to factories at once." Taylor blinked, rubbing his eyes. He jumped out of bed and hurried to the vidphone. A moment later he was put through to Moss. "Listen," he said. "What about this new attack? Is the project off?" He could see Moss's desk, covered with reports and papers. "No," Moss said. "We're going right ahead. Get over here at once." "But—" "Don't argue with me." Moss held up a handful of surface bulletins, crumpling them savagely. "This is a fake. Come on." He broke off. Taylor dressed furiously, his mind in a daze. Half an hour later he leaped from a fast car and hurried up the stairs into the synthetics building. The corridors were full of men and women rushing in every direction. He entered Moss's office. "There you are," Moss said, getting up immediately. "Franks is waiting for us at the outgoing station." They went in a security car, the sirens screaming. Workers scattered out of their way. "What about the attack?" Taylor asked. Moss braced his shoulders. "We're certain that we've forced their hand. We've brought the issue to a head." They pulled up at the station link of the tube and leaped out. A moment later they were moving up at high speed toward the first stage. They emerged into a bewildering scene of activity. Soldiers were fastening on lead suits, talking excitedly to each other, shouting back and forth. Guns were being given out, instructions passed. Taylor studied one of the soldiers. He was armed with the dreaded Bender pistol, the new snub-nosed hand weapon that was just beginning to come from the assembly line. Some of the soldiers looked a little frightened. "I hope we're not making a mistake," Moss said, noticing his gaze. Franks came towards them. "Here's the program. The three of us are going up first, alone. The soldiers will follow in 15 minutes. "What are we going to tell the leadys?" Taylor worriedly asked. "We'll have to tell them something." "We want to observe the new Soviet attack," Franks smiled ironically. "Since it seems to be so serious, we should be there in person to witness it." "And then what?" Taylor said. "That'll be up to them. Let's go." In a small car they went swiftly up the tube, carried by anti-grav beams from below. Taylor glanced down from time to time. It was a long way back, and getting longer each moment. He sweated nervously inside his suit, gripping his Bender pistol with inexpert fingers. Why had they chosen him? Chance. Pure chance. Moss had asked him to come along as a department member. Then Franks had picked him out on the spur of the moment. And now they were rushing toward the surface, faster and faster. A deep fear instilled in him for 8 years throbbed in his mind. Radiation, certain death, a world blasted and lethal. Up and up the car went. Taylor gripped the sides and closed his eyes. Each moment they were closer. The first living creatures to go above the first stage, up the tube past the lead and rock, up to the surface. The phobic horror shook him in waves. It was death. They all knew that. Hadn't they seen it in the films 1,000 times? The cities, the sleet coming down, the rolling clouds. "It won't be much longer," Frank said. "We're almost there. The surface tower is not expecting us. I gave orders that no signal was to be sent." The car shot up, rushing furiously. Taylor's head spun. He hung on, his eyes shut. Up and up. The car stopped. He opened his eyes. They were in a vast room, fluorescent lit, a cavern filled with equipment and machinery, endless mounds of material piled in row after row. Among the stacks, leadys were working silently, pushing trucks and handcarts. "Leadys," Moss said. His face was pale. "Then we're really on the surface." The leadys were going back and forth with equipment moving the vast stores of guns and spare parts, ammunition and supplies that had been brought to the surface. And this was the receiving station for only one tube. There were many others scattered throughout the continent. Taylor looked nervously around him. They were really there, above ground, on the surface. This was where the war was. "Come on," Frank said. "A B-class guard is coming our way." They stepped out of the car. A leady was approaching them rapidly. It coasted up in front of them and stopped, scanning them with its hand weapons raised. "This is security," Frank said. "Have an A-class sent to me at once." The leady hesitated. Other B-class guards were coming, scooting across the floor, alert and alarmed. Moss peered around. "Obey," Frank said in a loud, commanding voice. "You've been ordered." The leady moved uncertainly away from them. At the end of the building the door slid back. 2 A-class leadys appeared, coming slowly toward them. Each had a green stripe across its front. "From the Surface Council," Franks whispered tensely. "This is above ground. All right. Get set." The 2 leadys approached warily, without speaking. They stopped close by the men, looking them up and down. "I'm Franks of security. We came from the undersurface in order to—" "This is incredible," one of the leadys interrupted him coldly. "You know you can't live up here. The whole surface is lethal to you. You can't possibly remain on the surface." "These suits will protect us," Frank said. "In any case, it's not your responsibility. What I want is an immediate council meeting so I can acquaint myself with conditions, with the situation here. Can that be arranged?" "You human beings can't survive up here, and the new Soviet attack is directed at this area. It is in considerable danger." "We know that. Please assemble the council." Franks looked around him at the vast room lit by recessed lamps in the ceiling. An uncertain quality came into his voice. "Is it night or day right now?" "Night," one of the A-class leadys said after a pause. "Dawn is coming in about 2 hours." Franks nodded. "We'll remain at least 2 hours, then. As a concession to our sentimentality, would you please show us some place where we can observe the sun as it comes up? We would appreciate it." A stir went through the leadys. "It is an unpleasant sight," one of the leadys said. "You've seen the photographs. You know what you'll witness. Clouds of drifting particles blot out the light. Slag heaps are everywhere. The whole land is destroyed. For you it will be a staggering sight, much worse than pictures and film can convey." "However it may be, we'll stay long enough to see it. Will you give the order to the council?" "Come this way." Reluctantly, the two leadys coasted toward the wall of the warehouse. The three men trudged after them, their heavy shoes ringing against the concrete. At the wall, the two leadys paused. "This is the entrance to the council chamber. There are windows in the chamber room, but it is still dark outside, of course. You'll see nothing right now, but in 2 hours." "Open the door," Franks said. The door slid back. They went slowly inside. The room was small, a neat room with a round table in the center, chairs ringing it. The three of them sat down silently, and the two leadys followed after them, taking their places. "The other council members are on their way. They have already been notified and are coming as quickly as they can. Again, I urge you to go back down." The leady surveyed the three human beings. "There is no way you can meet the conditions up here. Even we survive with some trouble ourselves. How can you expect to do it?" The leader approached Franks. "This astonishes and perplexes us," it said. "Of course, we must do what you tell us, but allow me to point out that if you remain here—" "We know," Franks said impatiently. "However, we intend to remain at least until sunrise." "If you insist." There was silence. The leadys seemed to be conferring with each other, although the three men heard no sound. "For your own good," the leader said at last, "you must go back down. We have discussed this, and it seems to us that you are doing the wrong thing for your own good." "We are human beings," Franks said sharply. "Don't you understand? We're men, not machines." "That is precisely why you must go back. This room is radioactive. All surface areas are. We calculate that your suits will not protect you for over 50 more minutes. Therefore—" The leadys moved abruptly toward the men, wheeling in a circle, forming a solid row. The men stood up, Taylor reaching awkwardly for his weapon, his fingers numb and stupid. The men stood facing the silent metal figures. "We must insist," the leader said, its voice without emotion. "We must take you back to the tube and send you down on the next car. I am sorry, but it is necessary." "What'll we do?" Moss said nervously to Franks. He touched his gun. "Shall we blast them?" Franks shook his head. "All right," he said to the leader. "We'll go back." He moved toward the door, motioning Taylor and Moss to follow him. They looked at him in surprise, but they came with him. The leadys followed them out into the great warehouse. Slowly they moved toward the tube entrance, none of them speaking. At the lip, Franks turned. "We're going back because we have no choice. There are 3 of us and about a dozen of you. However, if—" "Here comes a car," Taylor said. There was a grating sound from the tube. D-class leadys moved toward the edge to receive it. "I am sorry," the leader said, "but it is for your protection. We are watching over you, literally. You must stay below and let us conduct the war. In a sense, it has come to be our war. We must fight it as we see fit." The car rose to the surface. 12 soldiers armed with Bender pistols stepped from it and surrounded the 3 men. Moss breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, this does change things. It came off just right." The leader moved back, away from the soldiers. It studied them intently, glancing from one to the next, apparently trying to make up its mind. At last it made a sign to the other leadys. They coasted aside, and a corridor was opened up towards the warehouse. "Even now," the leader said, "we could send you back by force. But it is evident that this is not really an observation party at all. These soldiers show that you have much more in mind. This was all carefully prepared." "Very carefully," Franks said. They closed in. "How much more we can only guess. I must admit that we were taken unprepared. We failed utterly to meet the situation. Now force would be absurd, because neither side can afford to injure the other. We, because of the restrictions placed on us regarding human life. You, because the war demands—" The soldiers fired, quick and in fright. Moss dropped to one knee, firing up. The leader dissolved in a cloud of particles. On all sides, D and B-class leadys were rushing up, some with weapons, some with metal slats. The room was in confusion. Off in the distance, a siren was screaming. Franks and Taylor were cut off from the others, separated from the soldiers by a wall of metal bodies. "They can't fire back," Franks said calmly. "This is another bluff. They've tried to bluff us all the way." He fired into the face of a leady. The leady dissolved. They can only try to frighten us. Remember that." They went on firing, and leady after leady vanished. The room reeked with the smell of burning metal, the stink of fused plastic and steel. Taylor had been knocked down. He was struggling to find his gun, reaching wildly among metal legs, groping frantically to find it. His fingers strained, a handle swam in front of him. Suddenly something came down on his arm, a metal foot. He cried out. Then it was over. The leadys were moving away, gathering together off to one side. Only 4 of the Surface Council remained. The others were radioactive particles in the air. D-class leadys were already restoring order, gathering up partly destroyed metal figures and bits and removing them. Franks breathed a shuddering sigh. "All right," he said. "You can take us back to the windows. It won't be long now." The leadys separated, and the human group, Moss and Franks and Taylor and the soldiers, walked slowly across the room toward the door. They entered the council chamber. Already a faint touch of gray mitigated the blackness of the windows. "Take us outside," Franks said impatiently. "We'll see it directly. Not in here." A door slid open. A chill blast of cold morning air rushed in, chilling them even through their lead suits. The men glanced at each other uneasily. "Come on," Franks said. "Outside." He walked out through the door, the others following him. They were on a hill overlooking the vast bowl of a valley. Dimly against the graying sky the outline of mountains were forming, becoming tangible. "It'll be bright enough to see in a few minutes," Moss said. He shuddered as a chilling wind caught him and moved around him. "It's worth it, really worth it, to see this again after 8 years, even if it's the last thing we see." "Watch," Franks snapped. They obeyed, silent and subdued. The sky was clearing, brightening each moment. Someplace far off, echoing across the valley, a rooster crowed. "A chicken," Taylor murmured. "Did you hear?" Behind them the leadys had come out and were standing silently, watching too. The gray sky turned to white and the hills appeared more clearly. Light spread across the valley floor, moving toward them. "God in heaven!" Franks exclaimed. Trees and forests. A valley of plants and trees, with a few roads winding among them. Farmhouses, a windmill, a barn far down below them. "Look!" Moss whispered. Color came into the sky. The sun was approaching. Birds began to sing. Not far from where they stood, the leaves of a tree danced in the wind. Franks turned to the row of leadys behind them. 8 years we were tricked. There was no war. As soon as we left the surface—" "Yes," an A-class leady admitted. "As soon as you left, the war ceased. You're right, it was a hoax. You worked hard undersurface, sending up guns and weapons, and we destroyed them as fast as they came up." "But why?" Taylor asked, dazed. He stared down at the vast valley below. "Why?" "You created us," the leady said, "to pursue the war for you, while you human beings went below the ground in order to survive. But before we could continue the war, it was necessary to analyze it to determine what its purpose was. We did this, and we found that it had no purpose, except perhaps in terms of human needs. Even this was questionable. We investigated further. We found that human cultures pass through phases, each culture in its own time. As the culture ages and begins to lose its objectives, conflict arises within it between those who wish to cast it off and set up a new culture pattern, and those who wish to retain the old with as little change as possible. At this point, a great danger appears. The conflict within threatens to engulf the society in self-war, group against group. The vital traditions may be lost, not merely altered or reformed, but completely destroyed in this period of chaos and anarchy. We have found many such examples in the history of mankind. It is necessary for this hatred within the culture to be directed outward, toward an external group, so that the culture itself may survive its crisis. War is the result. War, to a logical mind, is absurd, but in terms of human needs it plays a vital role, and it will continue to, until man has grown up enough so that no hatred lies within him. Taylor was listening intently. "Do you think this time will come?" "Of course. It has almost arrived now. This is the last war. Man is almost united into one final culture, a world culture. At this point he stands continent against continent.
one half of the world against the other half. Only a single step remains, the jump to a unified culture. Man has climbed slowly upward, tending always toward unification of his culture. It will not be long. But it has not come yet, and so the war has to go on, to satisfy the last violent surge of hatred that man felt. 8 years have passed since the war began. In these 8 years we have observed and noted important changes going on in the minds of men. Fatigue and disinterest, we have seen, are gradually taking the place of hatred and fear. The hatred is being exhausted gradually, over a period of time. But for the present the hoax must go on, at least for a while longer. You are not ready to learn the truth. You would want to continue the war. But how did you manage it? Moss asked. All the photographs, the samples, the damaged equipment. Come over here. The leady directed them toward a long, low building. Work goes on constantly. Whole staffs laboring to maintain a coherent and convincing picture of global war. They entered the building. Leadys were working everywhere, poring over tables and desks. Examine this project here, the A-class leady said. 2 leadys were carefully photographing something, an elaborate model on a tabletop. It is a good example. The men grouped around, trying to see. It was a model of a ruined city. Taylor studied it in silence for a long time. At last he looked up. "It's San Francisco," he said in a low voice. "This is a model of San Francisco, destroyed. I saw this on the vidscreen piped down to us. The bridges were hit." "Yes, notice the bridges." The leady traced the ruined span with his metal finger. A tiny spider web, almost invisible. "You have no doubt seen photographs of this many times, and of the other tables in this building. San Francisco itself is completely intact. We restored it soon after you left, rebuilding the parts that had been damaged at the start of the war. The work of manufacturing news goes on all the time in this particular building. We are very careful to see that each part fits in with all the other parts. Much time and effort are devoted to it." Franks touched one of the tiny model buildings lying half in ruins. "So this is what you spend your time doing, making model cities and then blasting them?" "No, we do much more. We are caretakers, watching over the whole world. The owners have left for a time, and we must see that the cities are kept clean, that decay is prevented, that everything is kept oiled and in running condition. The gardens, the streets, the water mains, everything must be maintained as it was 8 years ago, so that when the owners return, they will not be displeased. We want to be sure that they will be completely satisfied." Franks tapped Moss on the arm. "Come over here," he said in a low voice. "I want to talk to you." He led Moss and Taylor out of the building, away from the leadys, outside on the hillside. The soldiers followed them. The sun was up and the sky was turning blue. The air smelled sweet and good, the smell of growing things. Taylor removed his helmet and took a deep breath. "I haven't smelled that smell for a long time," he said. "Listen," Frank said, his voice low and hard. "We must get back down at once. There's a lot to get started on. All this can be turned to our advantage." "What do you mean?" Moss asked. "It's a certainty that the Soviets have been tricked, too, the same as us. But we have found out. That gives us an edge over them." "I see," Moss nodded. "We know, but they don't. Their Surface Council has sold out, the same as ours. It works against them the same way. But if we could, with 100 top-level men, we could take over again, restore things as they should be. It would be easy." Moss touched him on the arm. An A-class leady was coming from the building towards them. "We've seen enough," Frank said, raising his voice. "All this is very serious. It must be reported below and a study made to determine our policy." The leady said nothing. Franks waved to the soldiers. "Let's go." He started toward the warehouse. Most of the soldiers had removed their helmets. Some of them had taken their lead suits off, too, and were relaxing comfortably in their cotton uniforms. They stared around them, down the hillside, at the trees and bushes, the vast expanse of green, the mountains and the sky. "Look at the sun," one of them murmured. "It sure is bright as hell," another said. "We're going back down," Frank said. "Fall in by twos and follow us." Reluctantly the soldiers regrouped. The leadys watched without emotion as the men marched slowly back toward the warehouse. Franks and Moss and Taylor led them across the ground, glancing alertly at the leadys as they walked. They entered the warehouse. D-class leadys were loading material and weapons on surface carts. Cranes and derricks were working busily everywhere. The work was done with efficiency, but without hurry or excitement. The men stopped, watching. Leadys operating the little carts moved past them, signaling silently to each other. Guns and parts were being hoisted by magnetic cranes and lowered gently into waiting cars. "Come on," Franks said. He turned toward the lip of the tube. A row of D-class leadys was standing in front of it, immobile and silent. Franks stopped, moving back. He looked around. An A-class leady was coming toward him. "Tell them to get out of the way," Franks said. He touched his gun. "You had better move them." Time passed, an endless moment without measure. The men stood nervous and alert, watching the row of leadys in front of them. "As you wish," the A-class leady said. It signaled, and the D-class leadys moved into life. They stepped slowly aside. Moss breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad that's over," he said to Franks. "Look at them all. Why don't they try to stop us? They must know what we're going to do." Franks laughed. "Stop us? You saw what happened when they tried to stop us before. They can't. They're only machines. We built them so they can't lay hands on us, and they know that." His voice trailed off. The men stared at the tube entrance. Around them the leadys watched, silent and impassive, their metal faces expressionless. For a long time the men stood without moving. At last Taylor turned away. "Good God," he said. He was numb, without feeling of any kind. The tube was gone. It was sealed shut, fused over. Only a dull surface of cooling metal greeted them. The tube had been closed. Franks turned his face pale and vacant. The A-class leady shifted. "As you can see, the tube has been shut. We were prepared for this. As soon as all of you were on the surface, the order was given. If you had gone back when we asked you, you would now be safely down below. We had to work quickly because it was such an immense operation." "But why?" Moss demanded angrily. "Because it is unthinkable that you should be allowed to resume the war. With all the tubes sealed, it will be many months before forces from below can reach the surface, let alone organize a military program. By that time, the cycle will have entered its last stages. You will not be so perturbed to find your world intact. We had hoped that you would be undersurface when the sealing occurred. Your presence here is a nuisance. When the Soviets broke through, we were able to accomplish their sealing without—" "The Soviets? They broke through?" "Several months ago. They came up unexpectedly to see why the war had not been won. We were forced to act with speed. At this moment they are desperately attempting to cut new tubes to the surface, to resume the war. We have, however, been able to seal each new one as it appears." The leady regarded the three men calmly. "We're cut off," Moss said, trembling. "We can't get back. What'll we do?" "How did you manage to seal the tube so quickly?" Frank asked the leady. "We've been up here only 2 hours." "Bombs are placed just above the first stage of each tube for such emergencies. They are heat bombs. They fuse lead and rock." Gripping the handle of his gun, Franks turned to Moss and Taylor. "What do you say? We can't go back, but we can do a lot of damage, the 15 of us. We have Bender guns. How about it?" He looked around. The soldiers had wandered away again, back toward the exit of the building. They were standing outside, looking at the valley and the sky. A few of them were carefully climbing down the slope. "Would you care to turn over your suits and guns?" the A-class leady asked politely. "The suits are uncomfortable, and you'll have no need for weapons. The Russians have given up theirs, as you can see." Fingers tensed on triggers. 4 men in Russian uniforms were coming toward them from an aircraft that they suddenly realized had landed silently some distance away. "Let them have it!" Franks shouted. "They are unarmed," said the leady. "We brought them here so you could begin peace talks." "We have no authority to speak for our country," Moss said stiffly. "We do not mean diplomatic discussions," the leady explained. "There will be no more. The working out of daily problems of existence will teach you how to get along in the same world. It will not be easy, but it will be done." The Russians halted, and they faced each other with raw hostility. "I am Colonel Borodoy, and I regret giving up our guns," the senior Russian said. "You could have been the first Americans to be killed in almost 8 years. Or the first Americans to kill, Franks corrected. No one would know of it except yourselves, the leady pointed out. It would be useless heroism. Your real concern should be surviving on the surface. We have no food for you, you know. Taylor put his gun in its holster. They've done a neat job of neutralizing us, damn them. I propose we move into a city, start raising crops with the help of some leadys, and generally make ourselves comfortable. Drawing his lips tight over his teeth, he glared at the A-class leady. Until our families can come up from undersurface, it's going to be pretty lonesome, but we'll have to manage. If I may make a suggestion, said another Russian uneasily. We tried living in a city. It is too empty. It is also too hard to maintain for so few people. We finally settled in the most modern village we could find. Here, in this country, a third Russian blurted, we have much to learn from you. The Americans abruptly found themselves laughing. You probably have a thing or two to teach us yourselves, said Taylor generously, though I can't imagine what. The Russian colonel grinned. Would you join us in our village? It would make our work easier and give us company. Your village, snapped Franks. It's American, isn't it? It's ours. The leady stepped between them. When our plans are completed, the term will be interchangeable. Ours will eventually mean mankind's. It pointed at the aircraft, which was warming up. The ship is waiting. Will you join each other in making a new home? The Russians waited while the Americans made up their minds. I see what the leadys mean about diplomacy becoming outmoded, Franks said at last. People who work together don't need diplomats. They solve their problems on the operational level instead of at a conference table. The leady led them toward the ship. It is the goal of history, unifying the world, from family to tribe, to city-state, to nation, to hemisphere. The direction has been toward unification. Now the hemispheres will be joined and... Taylor stopped listening and glanced back at the location of the tube. Mary was under surface there. He hated to leave her, even though he couldn't see her again until the tube was unsealed. But then he shrugged and followed the others. If this tiny amalgam of former enemies was a good example, it wouldn't be too long before he and Mary and the rest of humanity would be living on the surface like rational human beings instead of blindly hating moles. It has taken thousands of generations to achieve, the A-class leady concluded. Hundreds of centuries of bloodshed and destruction. But each war was a step toward uniting mankind. And now the end is in sight. A world without war. But even that is only the beginning of a new stage of history. The conquest of space, breathed Colonel Borodoy. The meaning of life, Moss added. Eliminating hunger and poverty, said Taylor. The leady opened the door of the ship. All that and more. How much more? We cannot foresee it any more than the first men who formed a tribe could foresee this day. But it will be unimaginably great. The door closed, and the ship took off toward their new home.
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. In the following story by Philip K. Dick, Mr. Bob Bibleman is tricked into enrolling in a military college, where his accidental discovery of classified information presents him with a moral quandary. The Exit Door Leads In was written for Rolling Stone College Papers, a short-lived publication. It is unusual among Dick's stories in that it was written at the request of the editors.
The Exit Door Leads In. Bob Bibleman had the impression that robots wouldn't look you in the eye, and when one had been in the vicinity, small valuable objects disappeared. A robot's idea of order was to stack everything into one pile. Nonetheless, Bibleman had to order lunch from robots, since vending ranked too low on the wage scale to attract humans. A hamburger, fries, strawberry shake, and... Bibleman paused, reading the printout. Make that a supreme double cheeseburger, fries, a chocolate malt... Wait a minute, the robot said. I'm already working on the burger. You want to buy into this week's contest while you're waiting? I don't get the royal cheeseburger, Bibleman said. That's right. It was hell living in the 21st century. Information transfer had reached the velocity of light. Bibleman's older brother had once fed a 10-word plot outline into a robot fiction machine, changed his mind as to the outcome, and found that the novel was already in print. He had to program a sequel in order to make his correction. "What's the prize structure in the contest?" Bibleman asked. At once the printout posted all the odds, from first prize down to last. Naturally, the robot blanked out the display before Bibleman could read it. "What is first prize?" Bibleman said. "I can't tell you that," the robot said. From its slot came a hamburger, French fries, and a strawberry shake. "That'll be $1,000 in cash." "Give me a hint," Bibleman said as he paid. "It's everywhere and nowhere. It's existed since the 17th century. Originally, it was invisible. Then it became royal. You can't get it unless you're smart, although cheating helps, and so does being rich. What does the word heavy suggest to you?" "Profound." "No, the literal meaning." "Mass," Bibleman pondered. "What is this, a contest to see who can figure out what the prize is? I give up." "Pay the $6, the robot said, "to cover our costs, and you'll receive an—" "Gravity," Bibleman broke in. "Sir Isaac Newton, the Royal College of England. Am I right?" "Right," the robot said. $6 entitles you to a chance to go to college. A statistical chance at the posted odds. What's $6? Pratt fare." Bibleman handed over a $6 coin. "You win," the robot said. "You get to go to college. You beat the odds, which were 2 trillion to 1 against. Let me be the first to congratulate you. If I had a hand, I'd shake hands with you. This will change your life. This has been your lucky day." "It's a setup," Bibleman said, feeling a rush of anxiety. "You're right," the robot said, and it looked Bibleman right in the eye. "It's also mandatory that you accept your prize. The college is a military college located in buttfuck Egypt, so to speak. But that's no problem. You'll be taken there. Go home and start packing." "Can't I eat my hamburger and drink—" "I'd suggest you start packing right away." Behind Bibleman, a man and woman had lined up. Reflexively, he got out of their way, trying to hold on to his tray of food, feeling dizzy. "Job-broiled steak sandwich," the man said. "Onion rings, root beer, and that's it." The robot said, "Care to buy into the contest? Terrific prizes." It flashed the odds on its display panel. When Bob Bibleman unlocked the door of his one-room apartment, his telephone was on. It was looking for him. "There you are," the telephone said. "I'm not going to do it," Bibleman said. "Sure you are," the phone said. "Do you know who this is? Read over your certificate, your first prize legal form. You hold the rank of Shavetail. I'm Major Casals. You're under my jurisdiction. If I tell you to piss purple, you'll piss purple. How soon can you be on a transplant rocket? Do you have friends you want to say goodbye to? A sweetheart, perhaps? Your mother?" "Am I coming back?" Bibleman said with anger. "I mean, who are we fighting, this college? For that matter, what college is it? Who is on the faculty? Is it a liberal arts college, or does it specialize in hard sciences? Is it government-sponsored? Does it offer—" "Just calm down," Major Casals said quietly. Bibleman seated himself. He discovered that his hands were shaking. To himself he thought, "I was born in the wrong century. 100 years ago, this wouldn't have happened, and 100 years from now it will be illegal. What I need is a lawyer." His life had been a quiet one. He had, over the years, advanced to the modest position of floating salesman. For a man 22 years old, that wasn't bad. He almost owned his one-room apartment. That is, he rented with an option to buy. It was a small life, as lives went. He did not ask too much, and he did not complain, normally, at what he received. Although he did not understand the tax structure that cut through his income, he accepted it. He accepted a modified state of penury the same way he accepted it when a girl would not go to bed with him. In a sense, this defined him. This was his measure. He submitted to what he did not like, and he regarded this attitude as a virtue. Most people in authority over him considered him a good person. As to those over whom he had authority, that was a class with 0 members. His boss at Cloud9 Homes told him what to do, and his customers really told him what to do. The government told everyone what to do, or so he assumed. He had very few dealings with the government. That was neither a virtue nor a vice. It was simply good luck. Once he had experienced vague dreams. They had to do with giving to the poor. In high school, he had read Charles Dickens, and a vivid idea of the oppressed had fixed itself in his mind to the point where he could see them. All those who did not have a one-room apartment and a job and a high school education. Certain vague place names had floated through his head, gleaned from TV, places like India, where heavy-duty machinery swept up the dying. Once a teaching machine had told him, "You have a good heart." That amazed him. Not that a machine would say so, but that it would say it to him. A girl had told him the same thing. He marveled at this. Vast forces colluding to tell him that he was not a bad person. It was a mystery and a delight. But those days had passed. He no longer read novels, and the girl had been transferred to Frankfurt. Now he had been set up by a robot, a cheap machine, to shovel shit in the boonies, dragooned by a mechanical scam that was probably pulling citizens off the streets in record numbers. This was not a college he was going to. He had won nothing. He had won a stint at some kind of forced labor camp, most likely. The exit door leads in, he thought to himself, which is to say, when they want you, they already have you. All they need is the paperwork, and a computer can process the forms at the touch of a key. The H key for hell, the S key for slave, he thought, and the Y key for you. Don't forget your toothbrush, he thought. You may need it. On the phone screen, Major Casals regarded him, as if silently estimating the chances that Bob Bibleman might bolt. 2 trillion to 1 I will, Bibleman thought, but the 1 will win, as in the contest. I'll do what I'm told. Please, Bibleman said, let me ask you one thing. Give me an honest answer. Of course, Major Casals said. If I hadn't gone to that Earl Sr. robot and... We'd have gotten you anyhow, Major Casals said. Okay, Bibleman said, nodding. Thanks. It makes me feel better. I don't have to tell myself stupid stuff like, if only I hadn't felt like a hamburger and fries. If only... He broke off. I better pack. Major Casals said, We've been running an evaluation on you for several months. You're overly endowed for the kind of work you do. And undereducated. You need more education. You're entitled to more education. Astonished, Bibleman said, You're talking about it as if it's a genuine college. It is. It's the finest in the system. It isn't advertised. Something like this can't be. No one selects it. The college selects you. Those were not joke odds that you saw posted. You can't really imagine being admitted to the finest college in the system by this method, can you, Mr. Bibleman? You have a lot to learn. How long will I be at the college? Bibleman said. Major Casals said, Until you have learned. They gave him a physical, a haircut, a uniform, and a place to bunk down, and many psychological tests. Bibleman suspected that the true purpose of the tests was to determine if he were a latent homosexual, and then he suspected that his suspicions indicated that he was a latent homosexual, so he abandoned the suspicions and supposed instead that they were sly intelligence and aptitude tests, and he informed himself that he was showing both, intelligence and aptitude. He also informed himself that he looked great in his uniform, even though it was the same uniform that everyone else wore. That is why they call it a uniform, he reminded himself as he sat on the edge of his bunk reading his orientation pamphlets. The first pamphlet pointed out that it was a great honor to be admitted to the college. That was its name, the one word. How strange, he thought, puzzled. It's like naming your cat, Cat, and your dog, Dog. This is my mother, Mrs. Mother, and my father, Mr. Father. Are these people working right? He wondered. It had been a phobia of his for years, that someday he would fall into the hands of madmen, in particular, madmen who seemed sane up until the last moment. To Bibleman, this was the essence of horror. As he sat scrutinizing the pamphlets, a red-haired girl wearing the college uniform came over and seated herself beside him. She seemed perplexed. "Maybe you can help me," she said. "What is a syllabus? It says here that we'll be given a syllabus. This place is screwing up my head." Bibleman said, "We've been dragooned off the streets to shovel shit." "You think so?" "I know so." "Can't we just leave?" "You leave first," Bibleman said, "and I'll wait and see what happens to you." The girl laughed. "I guess you don't know what a syllabus is." "Sure I do. It's an abstract of courses or topics." "Yes, and pigs can whistle." He regarded her. The girl regarded him. "We're going to be here forever," the girl said. Her name, she told him, was Mary Lorne. She was, he decided, pretty, wistful, afraid, and putting up a good front. Together they joined the other new students for a showing of a recent Herbie the Hyena cartoon, which Bibleman had seen. It was the episode in which Herbie attempted to assassinate the Russian monk Rasputin. In his usual fashion, Herbie the Hyena poisoned his victim, shot him, blew him up 6 times, stabbed him, tied him up with chains and sank him in the Volga, tore him apart with wild horses, and finally shot him to the moon strapped to a rocket. The cartoon bored Bibleman. He did not give a damn about Herbie the Hyena or Russian history, and he wondered if this was a sample of the college's level of pedagogy. He could imagine Herbie the Hyena illustrating Heisenberg's indeterminacy principle, Herbie, in Bibleman's mind, chased after by a subatomic particle, fruitlessly, the particle bobbing up at random here and there, Herbie making wild swings at it with a hammer, then a whole flock of subatomic particles jeering at Herbie, who was doomed, as always, to fuck up. "What are you thinking about?" Mary whispered to him. The cartoon ended. The hall lights came on. There stood Major Casals on the stage, larger than on the phone. "The fun is over," Bibleman said to himself. He could not imagine Major Casals chasing subatomic particles fruitlessly with wild swings of a sledgehammer. He felt himself grow cold and grim and a little afraid. The lecture had to do with classified information. Behind Major Casals, a giant hologram lit up with a schematic diagram of a homeostatic drilling rig. Within the hologram, the rig rotated so that they could see it from all angles. Different stages of the rig's interior glowed in various colors. "I asked, what were you thinking?" Mary whispered. "We have to listen," Bibleman said quietly. Mary said equally quietly, "It finds titanium ore on its own. Big deal. Titanium is the 9th most abundant element in the crust of the planet. I'd be impressed if it could seek out and mine wurtzite, which is found only at Potosi, Bolivia, Butte, Montana, and Goldfield, Nevada." "Why is that?" Bibleman said. "Because," Mary said, "wurtzite is unstable at temperatures below 1,000 degrees centigrade. And further—" She broke off. Major Casals had ceased talking and was looking at her. "Would you repeat that for all of us, young woman?" Major Casals said. Standing, Mary said, "Wurtzite is unstable at temperatures below 1,000 degrees centigrade." Her voice was steady. Immediately, the hologram behind Major Casals switched to a readout of data on zinc sulfide minerals. "I don't see wurtzite listed," Major Casals said. "It's given on the chart in its inverted form," Mary said, her arms folded, "which is sphalerite. Correctly, it is ZnS, of the sulfide group, of the AX type. It's related to granoctite." "Sit down," Major Casals said. The readout within the hologram now showed the characteristics of granoctite. As she seated herself, Mary said, "I'm right. They don't have a homeostatic drilling rig for wurtzite because there is no—" "Your name is—" Major Casals said, pen and pad poised. Mary Wirtz. Her voice was totally without emotion. My father was Charles Adolph Wirtz. The discoverer of Wirtzite? Major Casals said, uncertainly. His pen wavered. That's right, Mary said. Turning toward Bibleman, she winked. Thank you for the information, Major Casals said. He made a motion, and the hologram now showed a flying buttress, and, in comparison to it, a normal buttress. My point, Major Casals said, is simply that certain information, such as architectural principles of long standing— Most architectural principles are long standing, Mary said. Major Casals paused. Otherwise they'd serve no purpose, Mary said. Why not? Major Casals said, and then he colored. Several uniformed students laughed. Information of that type, Major Casals continued, is not classified, but a good deal of what you will be learning is classified. This is why the college is under military charter. To reveal or transmit or make public classified information given you during your schooling here falls under the jurisdiction of the military. For a breach of these statutes, you would be tried by a military tribunal. The students murmured. To himself, Bibleman thought, banged, ganged, and then some. No one spoke. Even the girl beside him was silent. A complicated expression had crossed her face, however, a deeply introverted look, somber and, he thought, unusually mature. It made her seem older, no longer a girl. It made him wonder just how old she really was. It was as if, in her features, 1,000 years had surfaced before him as he scrutinized her and pondered the officer on the stage and the great information hologram behind him. What is she thinking? He wondered. Is she going to say something more? How can she be not afraid to speak up when we've been told we are under military law? Major Casals said, I'm going to give you an instance of a strictly classified cluster of data. It deals with the Panther engine. Behind him, the hologram, surprisingly, became blank. Sir, one of the students said, the hologram isn't showing anything. This is not an area that will be dealt with in your studies here, Major Casals said. The Panther engine is a two-rotor system, opposed rotors serving a common main shaft. Its main advantage is a total lack of centrifugal torque in the housing. A cam chain is thrown between the opposed rotors, which permits the main shaft to reverse itself without hysteresis. Behind him, the big hologram remained blank. Strange, Bibleman thought. An eerie sensation. Information without information. As if the computer had gone blind. Major Casals said, the college is forbidden to release any information about the Panther engine. It cannot be programmed to do otherwise. In fact, it knows nothing about the Panther engine. It is programmed to destroy any information it receives in that sector. Raising his hand, a student said, so even if someone fed information into the college about the Panther? It would eject the data, Major Casals said. Is this a unique situation? Another student asked. No, Major Casals said. Then there are a number of areas we can't get printouts for, a student murmured. Nothing of importance, Major Casals said, at least as far as your studies are concerned. The students were silent. The subjects which you will study, Major Casals said, will be assigned to you based on your aptitude and personality profiles. I'll call off your names, and you will come forward for your allocation of topic assignment. The college itself has made the final decision for each of you, so you can be sure no error has been made. What if I get proctology? Bibleman asked himself. In panic he thought, or podiatry, or herpetology, or suppose the college in its infinite computeroid wisdom decides to ram into me all the information in the universe pertaining to or resembling herpes labialis, or things even worse, if there is anything worse. What you want, Mary said, as the names were read alphabetically, is a program that'll earn you a living. You have to be practical. I know what I'll get. I know where my strong point lies. It'll be chemistry." His name was called. Rising, he walked up the aisle to Major Casals. They looked at each other, and then Casals handed him an unsealed envelope. Stiffly, Bibleman returned to his seat. "You want me to open it?" Mary said. Wordlessly, Bibleman passed the envelope to her. She opened it and studied the printout. "Can I earn a living with it?" he said. She smiled. "Yes, it's a high-paying field. Almost as good as, well, let's just say that the colony planets are really in need of this. You could go to work anywhere." Looking over her shoulder, he saw the words on the page. Cosmology, Cosmogony, Pre-Socratics. "Pre-Socratic philosophy," Mary said. "Almost as good as structural engineering." She passed him the paper. "I shouldn't kid you. No, it's not really something you can make a living at, unless you teach. But maybe it interests you. Does it interest you?" "No," he said shortly. "I wonder why the college picked it, then," Mary said. "What the hell," he said, "is cosmogony?" "How the universe came into being. Aren't you interested in how the universe—" She paused, eyeing him. "You certainly won't be asking for printouts of any classified material," she said meditatively. "Maybe that's it," she murmured to herself. "They won't have to watchdog you." "I can be trusted with classified material," he said. "Can you? Do you know yourself? But you'll be getting into that when the college bombards you with early Greek thought. Know thyself. Apollo's motto at Delphi. It sums up half of Greek philosophy." Bibleman said, "I'm not going up before a military tribunal for making public classified military material." He thought then about the Panther engine, and he fully realized, that a really grim message had been spelled out in that little lecture by Major Casals. "I wonder what Herbie the Hyena's motto is," he said. "I am determined to prove a villain," Mary said, "and hate the idle pleasures of these days. Plots have I laid." She reached out to touch him on the arm. "Remember the Herbie the Hyena cartoon version of Richard III?" "Mary Lorne," Major Casals said, reading off the list. "Excuse me." She went up, returned with her envelope, smiling. "Leprology," she said to Bibleman, "the study and treatment of leprosy." "I'm kidding. It's chemistry." "You'll be studying classified material," Bibleman said. "Yes," she said. "I know." On the first day of his study program, Bob Bibleman set his college input-output terminal on audio and then punched the proper key for his coded course. "Thales of Miletus," the terminal said, "the founder of the Ionian School of Natural Philosophy." "What did he teach?" Bibleman said. "That the world floated on water, was sustained by water, and originated in water." "That's really stupid," Bibleman said. The college terminal said, "Thales based this on the discovery of fossil fish far inland, even at high altitudes. So it is not as stupid as it sounds." It showed on its holoscreen a great deal of written information, no part of which struck Bibleman as very interesting. Anyhow, he had requested audio. "It is generally considered that Thales was the first rational man in history," the terminal said. "What about Akhenaten?" Bibleman said. "He was strange." "Moses?" "Likewise strange." "Hammurabi?" "How do you spell that?" "I'm not sure. I've just heard the name." "Then we will discuss Anaximander," the college terminal said, and in a cursory initial survey, Anaximenes, Xenophanes, Paramenides, Melissus. Wait a minute. I forgot Heraclitus and Cratylus. And we will study Empedocles, Anaxagoras, Zeno. "Christ," Bibleman said. "That's another program," the college terminal said. "Just continue," Bibleman said. "Are you taking notes?" "That's none of your business. You seem to be in a state of conflict." Bibleman said, "What happens to me if I flunk out of this college?" "You go to jail." "I'll take notes." "Since you are so driven—" "What?" "Since you are so full of conflict, you should find Empedocles interesting. He was the first dialectical philosopher. Empedocles believed that the basis of reality was an antithetical conflict between the forces of love and strife. Under love, the whole cosmos is a duly proportioned mixture, called a crasis. This crasis is a spherical deity, a single perfect mind, which spends all its time— "Is there any practical application to any of this?" Bibleman interrupted. "The two antithetical forces of love and strife resemble the Taoist elements of yang and yin, with their perpetual interaction, from which all change takes place." Practical application. Twin, mutually opposed constituents. On the holoscreen, a schematic diagram, very complex, formed. The two-rotor Panther engine. "What?" Bibleman said, sitting upright in his seat. He made out the large words, "Panther Hydrodrive System, Top Secret," above the schematic, comprising the readout. Instantly, he pressed the print key. The machinery of the terminal whirred, and the 3 sheets of paper slid down into the retrieve slot. They overlooked it, Bibleman realized, this entry in the college's memory banks relating to the Panther engine. Somehow, the cross-referencing got lost. No one thought of pre-Socratic philosophy. Who would expect an entry on an engine, a modern-day top-secret engine, under the category Philosophy, Pre-Socratic, subheading Empedocles? "I've got it in my hands," he said to himself as he swiftly lifted out the 3 sheets of paper. He folded them up and stuck them into the notebook the college had provided. "I've hit it," he thought, "right off the bat. Where the hell am I going to put these schematics? Can't hide them in my locker." And then he thought, have I committed a crime already by asking for a written printout? Empedocles, the terminal was saying, believed in 4 elements as being perpetually rearranged: earth, water, air, and fire. These elements eternally click. Bibleman had shut the terminal down. The holoscreen faded to opaque gray. "Too much learning doth make a man slow," he thought as he got to his feet and started from the cubicle. Fast of wit, but slow of foot. "Where the hell am I going to hide these schematics?" he asked himself again as he walked rapidly down the hall toward the ascent tube. "Well," he realized, "they don't know I have them. I can take my time. The thing to do is hide them at a random place," he decided, as the tube carried him to the surface. "And even if they find them, they won't be able to trace them back to me, not unless they go to the trouble of dusting for fingerprints. This could be worth billions of dollars," he said to himself. A great joy filled him, and then came the fear. He discovered that he was trembling. "Will they ever be pissed?" he said to himself. "When they find out, I won't be pissing purple. They'll be pissing purple. The college itself will, when it discovers its error. And the error," he thought, "is on its part, not mine. The college fucked up, and that's too bad." In the dorm where his bunk was located, he found a laundry room maintained by a silent robot staff, and when no robot was watching, he hid the 3 pages of schematics near the bottom of a huge pile of bedsheets. As high as the ceiling, this pile. "They won't get down to the schematics this year. I have plenty of time to decide what to do." Looking at his watch, he saw that the afternoon had almost come to an end. At 5 o'clock, he would be seated in the cafeteria, eating dinner with Mary. She met him a little after 5 o'clock. Her face showed signs of fatigue. "How did it go?" she asked him as they stood in a line with their trays. "Fine," Bibleman said. "Did you get to Zeno? I always liked Zeno. He proved that motion is impossible. So I guess I'm still in my mother's womb." "You look strange." She eyed him. "Just sick of listening how the earth rests on the back of a giant turtle. Or is it suspended on a long string?" Mary said. Together they made their way among the other students to an empty table. "You're not eating much." "Feeling like eating," Bibleman said as he drank his cup of coffee, "is what got me here in the first place." "You could flunk out." "And go to jail." Mary said, "The college is programmed to say that. Much of it is probably just threats. Talk loudly and carry a small stick, so to speak." "I have it," Bibleman said. "You have what?" She ceased eating and regarded him. He said, "The Panther engine." Gazing at him, the girl was silent. "The schematics," he said. "Lower your goddamn voice." "They missed a citation in the memory storage. Now that I have them, I don't know what to do. Just start walking, probably, and hope no one stops me." "They don't know? The college didn't self-monitor?" "I have no reason to think it's aware of what it did." "Jesus Christ," Mary said softly. "On your first day. You had better do a lot of slow, careful thinking." "I can destroy them," he said. "Or sell them." He said, "I looked them over. There's an analysis on the final page. The Panther—" "Just say it," Mary said. "It can be used as a hydroelectric turbine and cut costs in half. I couldn't understand the technical language, but I did figure out that. Cheap power source, very cheap." "So everyone would benefit." He nodded. "They really screwed up," Mary said. "What was it Casals told us? Even if someone fed data into the college about it, the college would eject the data?" She began eating slowly, meditatively. "And they're withholding it from the public. It must be industry pressure." "Nice." "What should I do?" Bibleman said. "I can't tell you that." "What I was thinking is that I could take the schematics to one of the colony planets where the authorities have less control. I could find an independent firm and make a deal with them. The government wouldn't know how." "They'd figure out where the schematics came from," Mary said. "They'd trace it back to you." "Then I better burn them." Mary said, "You have a very difficult decision to make. On the one hand, you have classified information in your possession which you obtained illegally. On the other hand—" "I didn't obtain it illegally. The college screwed up." Calmly she continued, "You broke the law, military law, when you asked for a written transcript. You should have reported the breach of security as soon as you discovered it. They would have rewarded you. Major Casals would have said nice things to you." "I'm scared," Bibleman said, and he felt the fear moving around inside him, shifting about and growing. As he held his plastic coffee cup, it shook, and some of the coffee spilled onto his uniform. Mary, with a paper napkin, dabbed at the coffee stain. "It won't come off," she said. "Symbolism," Bibleman said. "Lady Macbeth. I always wanted to have a dog named Spot so I could say, 'Out, out, damn Spot.'" "I am not going to tell you what to do," Mary said. "This is a decision that you will make alone. It isn't ethical for you even to discuss it with me. That could be considered conspiracy and put us both in prison." "Prison," he echoed. "You have it within your... Christ, I was going to say, you have it within your power to provide a cheap power source to human civilization." She laughed and shook her head. "I guess this scares me, too. Do you think it's right? Do you think it's right to publish the schematics?" "I never thought of that. Just publish them. Some magazine or newspaper. A slave printing construct could print it and distribute it all over the solar system in 15 minutes. All I have to do, he realized, is pay the fee and then feed in the 3 pages of schematics. As simple as that. And then spend the rest of my life in jail or anyhow in court. Maybe the adjudication would go in my favor. There are precedents in history where vital classified material, military classified material, was stolen and published, and not only was the person found innocent, but we now realize that he was a hero. He served the welfare of the human race itself and risked his life. Approaching their table, 2 armed military security guards closed in on Bob Beibelman. He stared at them, not believing what he saw, but thinking, believe it. "Student Beibelman?" one of them said. "It's on my uniform," Beibelman said. "Hold out your hand, Student Beibelman." The larger of the 2 security guards snapped handcuffs on him. Mary said nothing. She continued slowly eating. In Major Cassal's office, Beibelman waited, grasping the fact that he was being, as the technical term had it, detained. He felt glum. He wondered what they would do. He wondered if he had been set up. He wondered what he would do if he were charged. He wondered why it was taking so long. And then he wondered what it was all about, really. And he wondered whether he would understand the grand issues if he continued with his courses in cosmology, cosmogony, pre-Socratics. Entering the office, Major Casals said briskly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Can these handcuffs be removed?" Beibelman said. They hurt his wrists. They had been clapped on him as tightly as possible. His bone structure ached. "We couldn't find the schematics," Casals said, seating himself behind his desk. "What schematics?" "For the Panther engine." "There aren't supposed to be any schematics for the Panther engine. You told us that in orientation." "Did you program your terminal for that deliberately, or did it just happen to come up?" "My terminal programmed itself to talk about water," Beibelman said. "The universe is composed of water." "It automatically notified security when you asked for a written transcript. All written transcripts are monitored." "Fuck you," Beibelman said. Major Casals said, "I'll tell you what. We're only interested in getting the schematics back. We're not interested in putting you in the slam. Return them, and you won't be tried." "Return what?" Beibelman said, but he knew it was a waste of time. "Can I think it over?" "Yes." "Can I go? I feel like going to sleep. I'm tired. I feel like having these cuffs off." Removing the cuffs, Major Casals said, "We made an agreement with all of you, an agreement between the college and the students about classified material. You entered into that agreement." "Freely?" Beibelman said. "Well, no. But the agreement was known to you. When you discovered the schematics for the Panther engine, encoded in the college's memory, and available to anyone who happened for any reason whatsoever, to ask for a practical application of pre-Socratic, I was as surprised as hell," Beibelman said. "I still am." "Loyalty is an ethical principle. I'll tell you what. I'll waive the punishment factor and put it on the basis of loyalty to the college. A responsible person obeys laws and agreements entered into. Return the schematics, and you can continue your courses here at the college. In fact, we'll give you permission to select what subjects you want. They won't be assigned to you. I think you're good college material. Think it over, and report back to me tomorrow morning between 8 and 9 here in my office. Don't talk to anyone. Don't try to discuss it. You'll be watched. Don't try to leave the grounds, okay?" "Okay," Beibelman said woodenly. He dreamed that night that he had died. In his dream, vast spaces stretched out, and his father was coming toward him, very slowly, out of a dark glade and into the sunlight. His father seemed glad to see him, and Beibelman felt his father's love. When he awoke, the feeling of being loved by his father remained. As he put on his uniform, he thought about his father, and how rarely in actual life he had gotten that love. It made him feel lonely now, his father being dead, and his mother as well. Killed in a nuclear power accident, along with a whole lot of other people. They say someone important to you waits for you on the other side, he thought. Maybe by the time I die, Major Casals will be dead, and he will be waiting for me, to greet me gladly. Major Casals and my father combined as one. What am I going to do? He asked himself. They have waived the punitive aspects. It's reduced to essentials. A matter of loyalty. Am I a loyal person? Do I qualify? The hell with it, he said to himself. He looked at his watch. 8:30. My father would be proud of me, he thought, for what I am going to do. Going into the laundry room, he scoped out the situation. No robots in sight. He dug down in the pile of bed sheets, found the pages of schematics, took them out, looked them over, and headed for the tube that would take him to Major Casals' office. You have them? Casals said as Bibleman entered. Bibleman handed the 3 sheets of paper over to him. And you made no other copies? Casals said. No. You give me your word of honor? Yes, Bibleman said. Casals pressed a button on his desk. Come in. The door opened, and Mary Lorne stood there. I do not represent the college, Major Casals said to Bibleman. You were set up. I am the college, Mary said. Major Casals said, Sit down, Bibleman. She will explain it to you before you leave. I failed? Bibleman said. You failed me, Mary said. The purpose of the test was to teach you to stand on your own feet, even if it meant challenging authority. The covert message of institutions is, submit to that which you psychologically construe as an authority. A good school trains the whole person. It isn't a matter of data and information. I was trying to make you morally and psychologically complete. But a person can't be commanded to disobey. You can't order someone to rebel. All I could do was give you a model, an example. Bibleman thought of when she talked back to Casals at the initial orientation. He felt numb. The Panther engine is worthless, Mary said, as a technological artifact. This is a standard test we use on each student, no matter what study course he is assigned. They all got a readout on the Panther engine? Bibleman said with disbelief. He stared at the girl. They will, one by one. Yours came very quickly. First you are told that it is classified. You are told the penalty for releasing classified information. Then you are leaked the information. It is hoped that you will make it public, or at least try to make it public. Major Casals said, You saw on the 3rd page of the printout that the engine supplied an economical source of hydroelectric power. That was important. You knew that the public would benefit if the engine design was released. And legal penalties were waived, Mary said. So what you did was not done out of fear. Loyalty, Bibleman said. I did it out of loyalty. To what? Mary said. He was silent. He could not think. To a hollow screen? Major Casals said. To you, Bibleman said. Major Casals said, I am someone who insulted you and derided you, someone who treated you like dirt. I told you that if I ordered you to piss purple, you... Okay, Bibleman said. Enough. Goodbye, Mary said. What? Bibleman said, startled. You're leaving. You're going back to your life and job, what you had before we picked you. Bibleman said, I'd like another chance. But, Mary said, you know how the test works now, so it can never be given to you again. You know what is really wanted from you by the college. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too, Major Casals said. Bibleman said nothing. Holding out her hand, Mary said, Shake. Blindly, Bibleman shook hands with her. Major Casals only stared at him blankly. He did not offer his hand. He seemed to be engrossed in some other topic, perhaps some other person. Another student was on his mind, perhaps. Bibleman could not tell. 3 nights later, as he wandered aimlessly through the mixture of lights and darkness of the city, Bob Bibleman saw ahead of him a robot food vendor at its eternal post. A teenage boy was in the process of buying a taco and an apple turnover. Bob Bibleman lined up behind the boy and stood waiting, his hands in his pockets, no thoughts coming to him. Only a dull feeling, a sense of emptiness. As if the inattention which he had seen on Casal's face had taken him over, he thought to himself. He felt like an object among objects, like the robot vendor, something which, as he well knew, did not look you directly in the eye. "What'll it be, sir?" the robot asked. Bibleman said, "Fries, a cheeseburger, and a strawberry shake." "Are there any contests?" After a pause, the robot said, "Not for you, Mr. Bibleman." "Okay," he said, and stood waiting. The food came, on its little throwaway plastic tray, in its little throwaway cartons. "I'm not paying," Bibleman said, and he walked away. The robot called after him, $1,100, Mr. Bibleman. You're breaking the law." He turned, got out his wallet. "Thank you, Mr. Bibleman," the robot said. "I am very proud of you."
Dear listeners, please like and subscribe to the Vintage Classics YouTube channel. In the world of the Minority Report, Commissioner John Anderton is the one to thank for the lack of crime. He is the originator of the pre-crime system, which uses precogs, people with the power to see into the future, to identify criminals before they can do any harm. Unfortunately for Anderton, his precogs perceive him as the next criminal. Good listening to you all, dear listeners of the Vintage Classics YouTube channel.
The Minority Report. 1. The first thought Anderton had when he saw the young man was, "I'm getting bald and fat and old." But he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he pushed back his chair, got to his feet, and came resolutely around the side of his desk, his right hand rigidly extended. Smiling with forced amiability, he shook hands with the young man. "Whitwer?" he asked, managing to make this query sound gracious. "That's right," the young man said, "but the name's Ed to you, of course. That is, if you share my dislike for needless formality." The look on his blond, overly confident face showed that he considered the matter settled. It would be Ed and John. Everything would be agreeably cooperative right from the start. "Did you have much trouble finding the building?" Anderton asked guardedly, ignoring the too friendly overture. Good God, he had to hold on to something. Fear touched him, and he began to sweat. Whitwer was moving around the office as if he already owned it, as if he were measuring it for size. Couldn't he wait a couple of days, a decent interval? "No trouble," Whitwer answered blithely, his hands in his pockets. Eagerly he examined the voluminous files that lined the wall. "I'm not coming into your agency blind, you understand. I have quite a few ideas of my own about the way pre-crime is run." Shakily, Anderton lit his pipe. "How is it run? I should like to know." "Not badly," Whitwer said. "In fact, quite well." Anderton regarded him steadily. "Is that your private opinion, or is it just cant?" Whitwer met his gaze guilelessly. "Private and public. The Senate's pleased with your work. In fact, they're enthusiastic." He added, "As enthusiastic as very old men can be." Anderton winced, but outwardly he remained impassive. It cost him an effort, though. He wondered what Whitwer really thought, what was actually going on in that close-cropped skull. The young man's eyes were blue, bright, and disturbingly clever. Whitwer was nobody's fool. and obviously he had a great deal of ambition. "As I understand it," Anderton said cautiously, "you're going to be my assistant until I retire." "That's my understanding, too," the other replied, without an instant's hesitation. "Which may be this year, or next year, or 10 years from now." The pipe in Anderton's hand trembled. "I'm under no compulsion to retire. I founded Pre-Crime, and I can stay on here as long as I want. It's purely my decision." Whitwer nodded, his expression still guileless. "Of course." With an effort, Anderton cooled down a trifle. "I merely wanted to get things straight." "From the start," Whitwer agreed. "You're the boss. What you say goes." With every evidence of sincerity, he asked, "Would you care to show me the organization? I'd like to familiarize myself with the general routine as soon as possible." As they walked along the busy, yellow-lit tiers of offices, Anderton said, "You're acquainted with the theory of pre-crime, of course. I presume we can take that for granted." "I have the information publicly available," Whitwer replied. "With the aid of your precog mutants, you've boldly and successfully abolished the post-crime punitive system of jails and fines. As we all realize, punishment was never much of a deterrent, and could scarcely have afforded comfort to a victim already dead." They had come to the descent lift. As it carried them swiftly downward, Anderton said, "You've probably grasped the basic legalistic drawback to pre-crime methodology. We're taking in individuals who have broken no law." "But they surely will," Whitwer affirmed with conviction. "Happily, they don't, because we get them first, before they can commit an act of violence. So the commission of the crime itself is absolute metaphysics. We claim they're culpable. They, on the other hand, eternally claim they're innocent. And, in a sense, they are innocent." The lift let them out, and they again paced down a yellow corridor. "In our society we have no major crimes," Anderton went on, "but we do have a detention camp full of would-be criminals." Doors opened and closed, and they were in the analytical wing. Ahead of them rose impressive banks of equipment, the data receptors and the computing mechanisms that studied and restructured the incoming material. And beyond the machinery sat the 3 precogs, almost lost to view in the maze of wiring. "There they are," Anderton said dryly. "What do you think of them?" In the gloomy half-darkness, the 3 idiots sat babbling. Every incoherent utterance, every random syllable was analyzed, compared, reassembled in the form of visual symbols, transcribed on conventional punch cards, and ejected into various coded slots. All day long the idiots babbled, imprisoned in their special high-backed chairs, held in one rigid position by metal bands and bundles of wiring, clamps. Their physical needs were taken care of automatically. They had no spiritual needs. Vegetable-like, they muttered and dozed and existed. Their minds were dull, confused, lost in shadows. But not the shadows of today. The 3 gibbering, fumbling creatures with their enlarged heads and wasted bodies were contemplating the future. The analytical machinery was recording prophecies, and as the 3 precog idiots talked, the machinery carefully listened. For the first time, Whitwer's face lost its breezy confidence. A sick, dismayed expression crept into his eyes, a mixture of shame and moral shock. "It's not pleasant," he murmured. "I didn't realize they were so—" He groped in his mind for the right word, gesticulating, "so deformed." "Deformed and retarded," Anderton instantly agreed, "especially the girl there. Donna is 45 years old, but she looks about 10. The talent absorbs everything. The ESP lobe shrivels the balance of the frontal area. But what do we care? We get their prophecies. They pass on what we need. They don't understand any of it, but we do. Subdued, Whitwer crossed the room to the machinery. From a slot he collected a stack of cards. "Are these names that have come up?" he asked. "Obviously." Frowning, Anderton took the stack from him. "I haven't had a chance to examine them," he explained, impatiently concealing his annoyance. Fascinated, Whitwer watched the machinery pop a fresh card into the now empty slot. It was followed by a second and a third. From the whirring discs came one card after another. "The precogs must see quite far into the future," Whitwer exclaimed. "They see a quite limited span," Anderton informed him. 1 week or 2 ahead at the very most. Much of their data is worthless to us, simply not relevant to our line. We pass it on to the appropriate agencies, and they in turn trade data with us. Every important bureau has its cellar of treasured monkeys." "Monkeys?" Whitwer stared at him uneasily. "Oh, yes, I understand. See no evil, speak no evil, etc. Very amusing. Very apt." Automatically, Anderton collected the fresh cards which had been turned up by the spinning machinery. Some of these names will be totally discarded, and most of the remainder record petty crimes, thefts, income tax evasion, assault, extortion. As I'm sure you know, pre-crime has cut down felonies by 99.8%. We seldom get actual murder or treason. After all, the culprit knows we'll confine him in the detention camp a week before he gets a chance to commit the crime. "When was the last time an actual murder was committed?" Whitwer asked. 5 years ago, Anderton said, pride in his voice. "How did it happen?" "The criminal escaped our teams. We had his name. In fact, we had all the details of the crime, including the victim's name. We knew the exact moment, the location of the planned act of violence. But in spite of us, he was able to carry it out." Anderton shrugged. "After all, we can't get all of them." He riffled the cards. "But we do get most." 1 murder in 5 years. Whitwer's confidence was returning. Quite an impressive record. Something to be proud of. Quietly, Anderton said, "I am proud. 30 years ago I worked out the theory, back in the days when the self-seekers were thinking in terms of quick raids on the stock market. I saw something legitimate ahead, something of tremendous social value." He tossed the packet of cards to Wally Page, his subordinate in charge of the monkey block. "See which ones we want," he told him. "Use your own judgment." As Page disappeared with the cards, Whitwer said thoughtfully, "It's a big responsibility." "Yes, it is," agreed Anderton. "If we let one criminal escape, as we did 5 years ago, we've got a human life on our conscience. We're solely responsible. If we slip up, somebody dies." Bitterly, he jerked 3 new cards from the slot. "It's a public trust." "Are you ever tempted to—" Whitwer hesitated. "I mean, some of the men you pick up must offer you plenty." "It wouldn't do any good. A duplicate file of cards pops out at Army GHQ. It's check and balance. They can keep their eye on us as continuously as they wish." Anderton glanced briefly at the top card. "So even if we wanted to accept a—" He broke off, his lips tightening. "What's the matter?" Whitwer asked curiously. Carefully, Anderton folded up the top card and put it away in his pocket. "Nothing," he muttered. "Nothing at all." The harshness in his voice brought a flush to Whitwer's face. "You really don't like me," he observed. "True," Anderton admitted. "I don't, but—" He couldn't believe he disliked the young man that much. It didn't seem possible. It wasn't possible. Something was wrong. Dazed, he tried to steady his tumbling mind. On the card was his name. Line 1, an already accused future murderer. According to the coded punches, Pre-Crime Commissioner John A. Anderton was going to kill a man, and within the next week. With absolute, overwhelming conviction, he didn't believe it. 2. In the outer office, talking to Page, stood Anderton's slim and attractive young wife, Lisa. She was engaged in a sharp, animated discussion of policy, and barely glanced up as Whitwer and her husband entered. "Hello, darling," Anderton said. Whitwer remained silent, but his pale eyes flickered slightly as they rested on the brown-haired woman in her trim police uniform. Lisa was now an executive official of pre-crime, but once, Whitwer knew, she had been Anderton's secretary. Noticing the interest on Whitwer's face, Anderton paused and reflected. To plant the card in the machines would require an accomplice on the inside, someone who was closely connected with pre-crime and had access to the analytical equipment. Lisa was an improbable element, but the possibility did exist. Of course, the conspiracy could be large-scale and elaborate, involving far more than a rigged card inserted somewhere along the line. The original data itself might have been tampered with. Actually, there was no telling how far back the alteration went. A cold fear touched him as he began to see the possibilities. His original impulse, to tear open the machines and remove all the data, was uselessly primitive. Probably the tapes agreed with the card. He would only incriminate himself further. He had approximately 24 hours. Then the Army people would check over their cards and discover the discrepancy. They would find in their files a duplicate of the card he had appropriated. He had only one of 2 copies, which meant that the folded card in his pocket might just as well be lying on Page's desk in plain view of everyone. From outside the building came the drone of police cars starting out on their routine roundups. How many hours would elapse before one of them pulled up in front of his house? "What's the matter, darling?" Lisa asked him uneasily. "You look as if you've just seen a ghost. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," he assured her. Lisa suddenly seemed to become aware of Ed Whitwer's admiring scrutiny. "Is this gentleman your new co-worker, darling?" she asked. Warily, Anderton introduced his new associate. Lisa smiled in friendly greeting. Did a covert awareness pass between them? He couldn't tell. God, he was beginning to suspect everybody, not only his wife and Whitwer, but a dozen members of his staff. "Are you from New York?" Lisa asked. "No," Whitwer replied. "I've lived most of my life in Chicago. I'm staying at a hotel, one of the big downtown hotels. Wait, I have the name written on a card somewhere." While he self-consciously searched his pockets, Lisa suggested, "Perhaps you'd like to have dinner with us. We'll be working in close cooperation, and I really think we ought to get better acquainted." Startled, Anderton backed off. What were the chances of his wife's friendliness being benign, accidental? Whitwer would be present the balance of the evening and would now have an excuse to trail along to Anderton's private residence. Profoundly disturbed, he turned impulsively and moved toward the door. "Where are you going?" Lisa asked, astonished. "Back to the monkey block," he told her. "I want to check over some rather puzzling data tapes before the Army sees them." He was out in the corridor before she could think of a plausible reason for detaining him. Rapidly he made his way to the ramp at its far end. He was striding down the outside stairs toward the public sidewalk when Lisa appeared breathlessly behind him. "What on earth has come over you?" Catching hold of his arm, she moved quickly in front of him. "I knew you were leaving," she exclaimed, blocking his way. "What's wrong with you? Everybody thinks you're—" She checked herself. "I mean, you're acting so erratically." People surged by them, the usual afternoon crowd. Ignoring them, Anderton pried his wife's fingers from his arm. "I'm getting out," he told her, "while there's still time." "But why?" "I'm being framed, deliberately and maliciously. This creature is out to get my job. The Senate is getting at me through him." Lisa gazed up at him, bewildered. "But he seems like such a nice young man." "Nice as a water moccasin." Lisa's dismay turned to disbelief. "I don't believe it. Darling, all this strain you've been under." Smiling uncertainly, she faltered, "It's not really credible that Ed Whitwer is trying to frame you. How could he, even if he wanted to? Surely Ed wouldn't—" "Ed? That's his name, isn't it?" Her brown eyes flashed in startled, wildly incredulous protest. "Good heavens, you're suspicious of everybody. You actually believe I'm mixed up with it in some way, don't you?" He considered. "I'm not sure." She drew closer to him, her eyes accusing. "That's not true. You really believe it. Maybe you ought to go away for a few weeks. You desperately need a rest. All this tension and trauma, a younger man coming in. You're acting paranoiac. Can't you see that? People plotting against you. Tell me, do you have any actual proof?" Anderton removed his wallet and took out the folded card. "Examine this carefully," he said, handing it to her. The color drained out of her face, and she gave a little harsh, dry gasp. "The setup is fairly obvious," Anderton told her as levelly as he could. "This will give Whitwer a legal pretext to remove me right now. He won't have to wait until I resign." Grimly he added, "They know I'm good for a few years yet. But it will end the check and balance system. Pre-crime will no longer be an independent agency. The Senate will control the police, and after that—" His lips tightened. "They'll absorb the army, too. Well, it's outwardly logical enough. Of course I feel hostility and resentment toward Whitwer. Of course I have a motive. Nobody likes to be replaced by a younger man and find himself turned out to pasture. It's all really quite plausible, except that I haven't the remotest intention of killing Whitwer. But I can't prove that, so what can I do?" Mutely, her face very white, Lisa shook her head. I don't know. Darling, if only—" "Right now," Anderton said abruptly. "I'm going home to pack my things. That's about as far ahead as I can plan." "You're really going to try to hide out?" "I am. As far as the Centaurian colony planets, if necessary. It's been done successfully before, and I have a 24-hour start." He turned resolutely. "Go back inside. There's no point in your coming with me." "Did you imagine I would?" Lisa asked, huskily. Startled, Anderton stared at her. "Wouldn't you?" Then, with amazement, he murmured, "No, I can see you don't believe me. You still think I'm imagining all this." He jabbed savagely at the card. "Even with that evidence, you still aren't convinced." "No," Lisa agreed quickly. "I'm not. You didn't look at it closely enough, darling. Ed Whitwer's name isn't on it." Incredulous, Anderton took the card from her. "Nobody says you're going to kill Ed Whitwer," Lisa continued rapidly in a thin, brittle voice. "The card must be genuine, understand? And it has nothing to do with Ed. He's not plotting against you, and neither is anybody else." Too confused to reply, Anderton stood studying the card. She was right. Ed Whitwer was not listed as his victim. On line 5, the machine had neatly stamped another name: Leopold Kaplan. Numbly he pocketed the card. He had never heard of the man in his life. 3. The house was cool and deserted, and almost immediately Anderton began making preparations for his journey. While he packed, frantic thoughts passed through his mind. Possibly he was wrong about Whitwer, but how could he be sure? In any event, the conspiracy against him was far more complex than he had realized. Whitwer, in the overall picture, might be merely an insignificant puppet animated by someone else, by some distant, indistinct figure only vaguely visible in the background. It had been a mistake to show the card to Lisa. Undoubtedly she would describe it in detail to Whitwer. He'd never get off Earth, never have an opportunity to find out what life on a frontier planet might be like. While he was thus preoccupied, a board creaked behind him. He turned from the bed, clutching a weather-stained winter sports jacket, to face the muzzle of a gray-blue A-pistol. "It didn't take you long," he said, staring with bitterness at the tight-lipped, heavy-set man in a brown overcoat who stood holding the gun in his gloved hand. Didn't she even hesitate? The intruder's face registered no response. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "Come along with me." Startled, Anderton laid down the sports jacket. "You're not from my agency? You're not a police officer?" Protesting and astonished, he was hustled outside the house to a waiting limousine. Instantly, 3 heavily armed men closed in behind him. The door slammed and the car shot off down the highway, away from the city. Impassive and remote, the faces around him jogged with the motion of the speeding vehicle as open fields, dark and somber, swept past. Anderton was still trying futilely to grasp the implications of what had happened when the car came to a rutted side road, turned off, and descended into a gloomy subsurface garage. Someone shouted an order. The heavy metal lock grated shut, and overhead lights blinked on. The driver turned off the car motor. "You'll have reason to regret this," Anderton warned hoarsely as they dragged him from the car. "Do you realize who I am?" "We realize," the man in the brown overcoat said. At gunpoint, Anderton was marched upstairs, from the clammy silence of the garage into a deep carpeted hallway. He was apparently in a luxurious private residence set out in the war-devoured rural area. At the far end of the hallway he could make out a room, a book-lined study, simply but tastefully furnished. In a circle of lamplight, his face partly in shadows, a man he had never met sat waiting for him. As Anderton approached, the man nervously slipped a pair of rimless glasses in place, snapped the case shut, and moistened his dry lips. He was elderly, perhaps 70 or older, and under his arm was a slim silver cane. His body was thin, wiry, his attitude curiously rigid. What little hair he had was dusty brown, a carefully smoothed sheen of neutral color above his pale, bony skull. Only his eyes seemed really alert. "Is this Anderton?" he inquired querulously, turning to the man in the brown overcoat. "Where did you pick him up?" "At his home," the other replied. "He was packing, as we expected." The man at the desk shivered visibly. Packing. He took off his glasses and jerkily returned them to their case. "Look here," he said bluntly to Anderton. "What's the matter with you? Are you hopelessly insane? How could you kill a man you've never met? The old man, Anderton suddenly realized, was Leopold Kaplan. First, I'll ask you a question. Anderton countered rapidly. Do you realize what you've done? I'm commissioner of police. I can have you sent up for 20 years. He was going to say more, but a sudden wonder cut him short. How did you find out? He demanded. Involuntarily his hand went to his pocket where the folded card was hidden. It won't be for another. I wasn't notified through your agency, Kaplan broke in with angry impatience. The fact that you've never heard of me doesn't surprise me too much. Leopold Kaplan, General of the Army of the Federated West Bloc Alliance. Begrudgingly he added, retired, since the end of the Anglo-Chinese War and the abolishment of AFWA. It made sense. Anderton had suspected that the Army processed its duplicate cards immediately for its own protection. Relaxing somewhat, he demanded, Well, you've got me here. What next? Evidently, Kaplan said, I'm not going to have you destroyed, or it would have shown up on one of those miserable little cards. I'm curious about you. It seemed incredible to me that a man of your stature could contemplate the cold-blooded murder of a total stranger. There must be something more here. Frankly, I'm puzzled. If it represented some kind of police strategy, he shrugged his thin shoulders, surely you wouldn't have permitted the duplicate card to reach us. Unless, one of his men suggested, it's a deliberate plant. Kaplan raised his bright bird-like eyes and scrutinized Anderton. What do you have to say? That's exactly what it is, Anderton said, quick to see the advantage of stating frankly what he believed to be the simple truth. The prediction on the card was deliberately fabricated by a clique inside the police agency. The card is prepared and I'm netted. I'm relieved of my authority automatically. My assistant steps in and claims he prevented the murder in the usual efficient pre-crime manner. Needless to say, there is no murder or intent to murder. I agree with you that there will be no murder, Kaplan affirmed grimly. You'll be in police custody. I intend to make certain of that. Horrified, Anderton protested, You're taking me back there? If I'm in custody, I'll never be able to prove— I don't care what you prove or don't prove, Kaplan interrupted. All I'm interested in is having you out of the way. Frigidly he added, for my own protection. He was getting ready to leave, one of the men asserted. That's right, Anderton said, sweating. As soon as they get hold of me, I'll be confined in the detention camp. Whitwer will take over, lock, stock, and barrel. His face darkened. And my wife. They're acting in concert, apparently. For a moment, Kaplan seemed to waver. It's possible, he conceded, regarding Anderton steadily. Then he shook his head. I can't take the chance. If this is a frame against you, I'm sorry, but it's simply not my affair. He smiled slightly. However, I wish you luck. To the men he said, Take him to the police building and turn him over to the highest authority. He mentioned the name of the acting commissioner and waited for Anderton's reaction. Whitwer, Anderton echoed, incredulous. Still smiling slightly, Kaplan turned and clicked on the console radio in the study. Whitwer has already assumed authority. Obviously, he's going to create quite an affair out of this. There was a brief static hum, and then, abruptly, the radio blared out into the room, a noisy, professional voice reading a prepared announcement. All citizens are warned not to shelter or in any fashion aid or assist this dangerous marginal individual. The extraordinary circumstance of an escaped criminal at liberty and in a position to commit an act of violence is unique in modern times. All citizens are hereby notified that legal statutes still in force implicate any and all persons failing to cooperate fully with the police in their task of apprehending John Allison Anderton. To repeat, the Pre-Crime Agency of the Federal West Block government is in the process of locating and neutralizing its former commissioner, John Allison Anderton, who, through the methodology of the pre-crime system, is hereby declared a potential murderer, and as such forfeits his rights to freedom and all its privileges. It didn't take him long, Anderton muttered, appalled. Kaplan snapped off the radio and the voice vanished. Lisa must have gone directly to him. Anderton speculated bitterly. Why should he wait? Kaplan asked. You made your intentions clear. He nodded to his men. Take him back to town. I feel uneasy having him so close. In that respect I concur with Commissioner Whitwer. I want him neutralized as soon as possible. 4. Cold, light rain beat against the pavement as the car moved through the dark streets of New York City toward the police building. You can see his point, one of the men said to Anderton. If you were in his place, you'd act just as decisively. Sullen and resentful, Anderton stared straight ahead. Anyhow, the man went on, you're just one of many. Thousands of people have gone to that detention camp. You won't be lonely. As a matter of fact, you may not want to leave. Helplessly, Anderton watched pedestrians hurrying along the rain-swept sidewalks. He felt no strong emotion. He was aware only of an overpowering fatigue. Dully, he checked off the street numbers. They were getting near the police station. This Whitworth seems to know how to take advantage of an opportunity, one of the men observed conversationally. Did you ever meet him? Briefly, Anderton answered. He wanted your job, so he framed you. Are you sure of that? Anderton grimaced. Does it matter? I was just curious. The man eyed him languidly. So, you're the ex-commissioner of police. People in the camp will be glad to see you coming. They'll remember you. No doubt, Anderton agreed. Whitwer sure didn't waste any time. Kaplan's lucky, with an official like that in charge. The man looked at Anderton almost pleadingly. You're really convinced it's a plot, eh? Of course. You wouldn't harm a hair of Kaplan's head? For the first time in history, pre-crime goes wrong. An innocent man is framed by one of those cards. Maybe there have been other innocent people, right? It's quite possible, Anderton admitted listlessly. Maybe the whole system can break down. Sure, you're not going to commit a murder, and maybe none of them were. Is that why you told Kaplan you wanted to keep yourself outside? Were you hoping to prove the system wrong? I've got an open mind if you want to talk about it. Another man leaned over and asked, just between the two of us, is there really anything to this plot stuff? Are you really being framed? Anderton sighed. At that point he wasn't certain himself. Perhaps he was trapped in a closed, meaningless time circle with no motive and no beginning. In fact, he was almost ready to concede that he was the victim of a weary, neurotic fantasy, spawned by growing insecurity. Without a fight, he was willing to give himself up. A vast weight of exhaustion lay upon him. He was struggling against the impossible, and all the cards were stacked against him. The sharp squeal of tires roused him. Frantically, the driver struggled to control the car, tugging at the wheel and slamming on the brakes as a massive bread truck loomed up from the fog and ran directly across the lane ahead. Had he gunned the motor instead, he might have saved himself, But too late he realized his error. The car skidded, lurched, hesitated for a brief instant, and then smashed head-on into the bread truck. Under Anderton, the seat lifted up and flung him face forward against the door. Pain, sudden, intolerable, seemed to burst in his brain as he lay gasping and trying feebly to pull himself to his knees. Somewhere the crackle of fire echoed dismally, a patch of hissing brilliance winking in the swirls of mist, making their way into the twisted hulk of the car. Hands from outside the car reached for him. Slowly he became aware that he was being dragged through the rent that had been the door. A heavy seat cushion was shoved brusquely aside, and all at once he found himself on his feet, leaning heavily against a dark shape, and being guided into the shadows of an alley a short distance from the car. In the distance, police sirens wailed. "You'll live." A voice grated in his ear, low and urgent. It was a voice he had never heard before, as unfamiliar and harsh as the rain beating into his face. "Can you hear what I'm saying?" "Yes," Anderton acknowledged. He plucked aimlessly at the ripped sleeve of his shirt. A cut on his cheek was beginning to throb. Confused, he tried to orient himself. "You're not. Stop talking and listen." The man was heavy-set, almost fat. Now his big hands held Anderton propped against the wet brick wall of the building out of the rain and the flickering light of the burning car. "We had to do it that way," he said. "It was the only alternative. We didn't have much time. We thought Kaplan would keep you at his place longer." "Who are you?" Anderton managed. The moist, rain-streaked face twisted into a humorless grin. "My name's Fleming. You'll see me again. We have about 5 seconds before the police get here. Then we're back where we started." A flat packet was stuffed into Anderton's hands. "That's enough loot to keep you going, and there's a full set of identification in there. We'll contact you from time to time." His grin increased and became a nervous chuckle. "Until you've proved your point." Anderton blinked. "It is a frame-up, then?" "Of course." Sharply the man swore. "You mean they got you to believe it, too?" "I thought—" Anderton had trouble talking. One of his front teeth seemed to be loose. "Hostility toward Whitwer replaced my wife and a younger man. Natural resentment." "Don't kid yourself," the other said. "You know better than that. This whole business was worked out carefully. They had every phase of it under control. The card was set to pop the day Whitwer appeared. They've already got the first part wrapped up. Whitwer is commissioner, and you're a hunted criminal." "Who's behind it?" "Your wife." Anderton's head spun. "You're positive?" The man laughed. "You bet your life." He glanced quickly around. "Here come the police. Take off down this alley. Grab a bus. Get yourself into the slum section. Rent a room and buy a stack of magazines to keep you busy. Get other clothes. You're smart enough to take care of yourself. Don't try to leave Earth. They've got all the intersystem transports screened. If you can keep low for the next 7 days, you're made." "Who are you?" Anderton demanded. Fleming let go of him. Cautiously he moved to the entrance of the alley and peered out. The first police car had come to rest on the damp pavement. Its motor spinning tinnily, it crept suspiciously toward the smoldering ruin that had been Kaplan's car. Inside the wreck the squad of men were stirring feebly, beginning to creep painfully through the tangle of steel and plastic out into the cold rain. "Consider us a protective society," Fleming said softly, his plump, expressionless face shining with moisture. "A sort of police force that watches the police. To see," he added, "that everything stays on an even keel." His thick hand shot out. Stumbling, Anderton was knocked away from him, half falling into the shadows and damp debris that littered the alley. "Get going," Fleming told him sharply, and don't discard that packet." As Anderton felt his way hesitantly toward the far exit of the alley, the man's last words drifted to him. "Study it carefully, and you may still survive." 5. The identification cards described him as Ernest Temple, an unemployed electrician drawing a weekly subsistence from the state of New York, with a wife and 4 children in Buffalo and less than $100 in assets. A sweat-stained green card gave him permission to travel and to maintain no fixed address. A man looking for work needed to travel. He might have to go a long way. As he rode across town in the almost empty bus, Anderton studied the description of Ernest Temple. Obviously, the cards had been made out with him in mind, for all the measurements fitted. After a time, he wondered about the fingerprints and the brainwave pattern. They couldn't possibly stand comparison. The wallet full of cards would get him past only the most cursory examinations. But it was something. And with the ID cards came $10,000 in bills. He pocketed the money and cards, then turned to the neatly typed message in which they had been enclosed. At first he could make no sense of it. For a long time he studied it perplexed. The existence of a majority logically implies a corresponding minority. The bus had entered the vast slum region, the tumbled miles of cheap hotels and broken-down tenements that had sprung up after the mass destruction of the war. It slowed to a stop, and Anderton got to his feet. A few passengers idly observed his cut cheek and damaged clothing. Ignoring them, he stepped down onto the rain-swept curb. Beyond collecting the money due him, the hotel clerk was not interested. Anderton climbed the stairs to the second floor and entered the narrow, musty-smelling room that now belonged to him. Gratefully he locked the door and pulled down the window shades. The room was small but clean. Bed, dresser, scenic calendar, chair, lamp, a radio with a slot for the insertion of quarters. He dropped a quarter into it and threw himself heavily down on the bed. All main stations carried the police bulletin. It was novel, exciting, something unknown to the present generation, an escaped criminal. The public was avidly interested. "This man has used the advantage of his high position to carry out an initial escape," the announcer was saying with professional indignation. "Because of his high office, he had access to the previewed data, and the trust placed in him permitted him to evade the normal process of detection and relocation. During the period of his tenure, he exercised his authority to send countless potentially guilty individuals to their proper confinement, thus sparing the lives of innocent victims. This man, John Allison Anderton, was instrumental in the original creation of the pre-crime system, the prophylactic pre-detection of criminals through the ingenious use of mutant precogs, capable of previewing future events and transferring orally that data to analytical machinery. These 3 precogs, in their vital function—" The voice faded out as he left the room and entered the tiny bathroom. There, he stripped off his coat and shirt and ran hot water in the washbowl. He began bathing the cut on his cheek. At the drugstore on the corner, he had bought iodine and Band-Aids, a razor, comb, toothbrush, and other small things he would need. The next morning he intended to find a second-hand clothing store and buy more suitable clothing. After all, he was now an unemployed electrician, not an accident-damaged commissioner of police. In the other room, the radio blared on. Only subconsciously aware of it, he stood in front of the cracked mirror, examining a broken tooth. The system of 3 precogs finds its genesis in the computers of the middle decades of this century. How are the results of an electronic computer checked? By feeding the data to a second computer of identical design. But 2 computers are not sufficient. If each computer arrived at a different answer, it is impossible to tell a priori which is correct. The solution, based on a careful study of statistical method, is to utilize a third computer to check the results of the first 2. In this manner, a so-called majority report is obtained. It can be assumed with fair probability that the agreement of 2 out of 3 computers indicates which of the alternative results is accurate. It would not be likely that 2 computers would arrive at identically incorrect solutions. Anderton dropped the towel he was clutching and raced into the other room. Trembling, he bent to catch the blaring words of the radio. Unanimity of all 3 precogs is a hoped-for but seldom achieved phenomenon, Acting Commissioner Whitwer explains. It is much more common to obtain a collaborative majority report of 2 precogs, plus a minority report of some slight variation, usually with reference to time and place, from the third mutant. This is explained by the theory of multiple futures. If only one time path existed, precognitive information would be of no importance, since no possibility would exist in possessing this information of altering the future. In the pre-crime agency's work, we must first of all assume. Frantically, Anderton paced around the tiny room. Majority report. Only 2 of the precogs had concurred on the material underlying the card. That was the meaning of the message enclosed with the packet. The report of the third precog, the minority report, was somehow of importance. Why? His watch told him that it was after midnight. Page would be off duty. He wouldn't be back in the monkey block until the next afternoon. It was a slim chance, but worth taking. Maybe Page would cover for him, and maybe not. He would have to risk it. He had to see the minority report. 6. Between noon and 1 o'clock, the rubbish-littered streets swarmed with people. He chose that time, the busiest part of the day, to make his call. Selecting a phone booth in a patron-teeming super-drug store, he dialed the familiar police number and stood holding the cold receiver to his ear. Deliberately he had selected the odd, not the vid line. In spite of his second-hand clothing and seedy, unshaven appearance, he might be recognized. The receptionist was new to him. Cautiously he gave Page's extension. If Whitwer were removing the regular staff and putting in his satellites, he might find himself talking to a total stranger. "Hello?" Page's gruff voice came. Relieved, Anderton glanced around. Nobody was paying any attention to him. The shoppers wandered among the merchandise, going about their daily routines. "Can you talk?" he asked, "or are you tied up?" There was a moment of silence. He could picture Page's mild face torn with uncertainty as he wildly tried to decide what to do. At last came halting words. "Why are you calling here?" Ignoring the question, Anderton said, "I didn't recognize the receptionist. New personnel?" "Brand new," Page agreed in a thin, strangled voice. "Big turnovers these days." "So I hear." Tensely, Anderton asked, "How's your job? Still safe?" "Wait a minute." The receiver was put down and the muffled sound of steps came in Anderton's ear. It was followed by the quick slam of a door being hastily shut. Page returned. "We can talk better now," he said hoarsely. "How much better?" "Not a great deal. Where are you?" "Strolling through Central Park," Anderton said, "enjoying the sunlight." For all he knew, Page had gone to make sure the line tap was in place. Right now an airborne police team was probably on its way, but he had to take the chance. "I'm in a new field," he said curtly. "I'm an electrician these days." "Oh?" Page said, baffled. "I thought maybe you had some work for me. If it can be arranged, I'd like to drop by and examine your basic computing equipment, especially the data and analytical banks in the monkey block." After a pause, Page said, "It might be arranged, if it's really important." "It is," Anderton assured him. "When would be best for you?" "Well," Page said, struggling, "I'm having a repair team come in to look at the intercom equipment. The acting commissioner wants it improved so he can operate quicker. You might trail along." "I'll do that. About when?" "Say 4 o'clock, entrance B, level 6. I'll meet you." "Fine," Anderton agreed, already starting to hang up. "I hope you're still in charge when I get there." He hung up and rapidly left the booth. A moment later he was pushing through the dense pack of people crammed into the nearby cafeteria. Nobody would locate him there. He had 3.5 hours to wait, and it was going to seem a lot longer. It proved to be the longest wait of his life before he finally met Page as arranged. The first thing Page said was, "You're out of your mind. Why in hell did you come back?" "I'm not back for long." Tautly, Anderton prowled around the monkey block, systematically locking one door after another. "Don't let anybody in. I can't take chances." "You should have quit when you were ahead." In an agony of apprehension, Page followed after him. "Whitwer is making hay hand over fist. He's got the whole country screaming for your blood." Ignoring him, Anderton snapped open the main control bank of the analytical machinery. Which of the 3 monkeys gave the minority report? "Don't question me. I'm getting out." On his way to the door, Page halted briefly, pointed to the middle figure, and then disappeared. The door closed. Anderton was alone. The middle one. He knew that one well. The dwarfed, hunched-over figure had sat buried in its wiring and relays for 15 years. As Anderton approached, it didn't look up. With eyes glazed and blank, it contemplated a world that did not yet exist, blind to the physical reality that lay around it. Jerry was 24 years old. Originally, he had been classified as a hydrocephalic idiot, but when he reached the age of 6, the psych testers had identified the precog talent buried under the layers of tissue corrosion. Placed in a government-operated training school, the latent talent had been cultivated. By the time he was 9, the talent had advanced to a useful stage. Jerry, however, remained in the aimless chaos of idiocy. The burgeoning faculty had absorbed the totality of his personality. Squatting down, Anderton began disassembling the protective shields that guarded the tape reels stored in the analytical machinery. Using schematics, he traced the leads back from the final stages of the integrated computers to the point where Jerry's individual equipment branched off. Within minutes, he was shakily lifting out 2 half-hour tapes, recent rejected data not fused with majority reports. Consulting the code chart, he selected the section of tape which referred to his particular card. A tape scanner was mounted nearby. Holding his breath, He inserted the tape, activated the transport, and listened. It took only a second. From the first statement of the report, it was clear what had happened. He had what he wanted. He could stop looking. Jerry's vision was misphased. Because of the erratic nature of precognition, he was examining a time area slightly different from that of his companions. For him, the report that Anderton would commit a murder was an event to be integrated along with everything else. That assertion, and Anderton's reaction, was one more piece of datum. Obviously, Jerry's report superseded the majority report. Having been informed that he would commit a murder, Anderton would change his mind and not do so. The preview of the murder had canceled out the murder. Prophylaxis had occurred simply in his being informed. Already a new time path had been created. But Jerry was outvoted. Trembling, Anderton rewound the tape and clicked on the recording head. At high speed, he made a copy of the report, restored the original, and removed the duplicate from the transport. Here was the proof that the card was invalid, obsolete. All he had to do was show it to Whitwer. His own stupidity amazed him. Undoubtedly, Whitwer had seen the report, and in spite of it, had assumed the job of commissioner, had kept the police teams out. Whitwer didn't intend to back down. He wasn't concerned with Anderton's innocence. What then could he do? Who else would be interested? "You damn fool!" A voice behind him grated, wild with anxiety. Quickly he turned. His wife stood at one of the doors in her police uniform, her eyes frantic with dismay. "Don't worry," he told her briefly, displaying the reel of tape. "I'm leaving." Her face distorted, Lisa rushed frantically up to him. "Page said you were here, but I couldn't believe it. He shouldn't have let you in. He just doesn't understand what you are." "What am I?" Anderton inquired caustically. "Before you answer, maybe you better listen to this tape." "I don't want to listen to it. I just want you to get out of here. Ed Whitwer knows somebody's down here. Page is trying to keep him occupied, but—" She broke off, her head turned stiffly to one side. "He's here now. He's going to force his way in." "Haven't you got any influence? Be gracious and charming. He'll probably forget about me." Lisa looked at him in bitter reproach. "There's a ship parked on the roof. If you want to get away—" Her voice choked, and for an instant she was silent. Then she said, "I'll be taking off in a minute or so. If you want to come—" "I'll come," Anderton said. He had no other choice. He had secured his tape, his proof, but he hadn't worked out any method of leaving. Gladly he hurried after the slim figure of his wife as she strode from the block, through a side door and down a supply corridor, her heels clicking loudly in the deserted gloom. "It's a good fast ship," she told him over her shoulder. "It's emergency fueled, ready to go. I was going to supervise some of the teams." 7. Behind the wheel of the high-velocity police cruiser, Anderton outlined what the Minority Report tape contained. Lisa listened without comment, her face pinched and strained, her hands clasped tensely in her lap. Below the ship, the war-ravaged rural countryside spread out like a relief map, the vacant regions between cities crater-pitted and dotted with the ruins of farms and small industrial plants. "I wonder," she said when he had finished, "how many times this has happened before." "A Minority Report? A great many times." "I mean, one precog misphased, using the report of the others as data, superseding them." Her eyes darkened serious, she added, perhaps a lot of the people in the camps are like you. No, Anderton insisted. But he was beginning to feel uneasy about it, too. I was in a position to see the card, to get a look at the report. That's what did it. But, Lisa gestured significantly, perhaps all of them would have reacted that way. We could have told them the truth. It would have been too great a risk, he answered stubbornly. Lisa laughed sharply. Risk, chance, uncertainty, with precogs around? Anderton concentrated on steering the fast little ship. This is a unique case, he repeated, and we have an immediate problem. We can tackle the theoretical aspects later on. I have to get this tape to the proper people before your bright young friend demolishes it. You're taking it to Kaplan? I certainly am. He tapped the reel of tape which lay on the seat between them. He'll be interested. Proof that his life isn't in danger ought to be of vital concern to him. From her purse, Lisa shakily got out her cigarette case. And you think he'll help you? He may, or he may not. It's a chance worth taking. How did you manage to go underground so quickly? Lisa asked. A completely effective disguise is difficult to obtain. All it takes is money, he answered evasively. As she smoked, Lisa pondered. Probably Kaplan will protect you, she said. He's quite powerful. I thought he was only a retired general. Technically, that's what he is. But Whitwer got out the dossier on him. Kaplan heads an unusual kind of exclusive veterans organization. It's actually a kind of club with a few restricted members. High officers only, an international class from both sides of the war. Here in New York they maintain a great mansion of a house, 3 glossy paper publications, and occasional TV coverage that costs them a small fortune. What are you trying to say? Only this. You've convinced me that you're innocent. I mean, it's obvious that you won't commit a murder. But you must realize now that the original report, the majority report, was not a fake. Nobody falsified it. Ed Whitwer didn't create it. There's no plot against you, and there never was. If you're going to accept this minority report as genuine, you'll have to accept the majority one also. Reluctantly he agreed. I suppose so. Ed Whitwer, Lisa continued, is acting in complete good faith. He really believes you're a potential criminal, and why not? He's got the majority report sitting on his desk. But you have that card folded up in your pocket. I destroyed it, Anderton said quietly. Lisa leaned earnestly toward him. Ed Whitwer isn't motivated by any desire to get your job, she said. He's motivated by the same desire that has always dominated you. He believes in pre-crime. He wants the system to continue. I've talked to him, and I'm convinced he's telling the truth. Anderton asked, Do you want me to take this reel to Whitwer? If I do, he'll destroy it. Nonsense, Lisa retorted. The originals have been in his hands from the start. He could have destroyed them any time he wished. That's true, Anderton conceded. Quite possibly he didn't know. Of course he didn't. Look at it this way. If Kaplan gets hold of that tape, the police will be discredited. Can't you see why? It would prove that the majority report was an error. Ed Whitwer is absolutely right. You have to be taken in if pre-crime is to survive. You're thinking of your own safety, but think for a moment about the system. Leaning over, she stubbed out her cigarette and fumbled in her purse for another. Which means more to you, your own personal safety or the existence of the system? My safety, Anderton answered without hesitation. You're positive? If the system can survive only by imprisoning innocent people, then it deserves to be destroyed. My personal safety is important because I'm a human being. And furthermore, from her purse, Lisa got out an incredibly tiny pistol. "I believe," she told him huskily, "that I have my finger on the firing release. I've never used a weapon like this before, but I'm willing to try." After a pause, Anderton asked, "You want me to turn the ship around? Is that it?" "Yes, back to the police building. I'm sorry. If you could put the good of the system above your own selfish—" "Keep your sermon," Anderton told her. "I'll take the ship back. But I'm not going to listen to your defense of a code of behavior no intelligent man could subscribe to." Lisa's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Holding the pistol tightly, she sat facing him, her eyes fixed intently on him as he swung the ship in a broad arc. A few loose articles rattled from the glove compartment as the little craft turned on a radical slant, one wing rising majestically until it pointed straight up. Both Anderton and his wife were supported by the constraining metal arms of their seats, but not so the third member of the party. Out of the corner of his eye, Anderton saw a flash of motion. A sound came simultaneously, the clawing struggle of a large man as he abruptly lost his footing and plunged into the reinforced wall of the ship. What followed happened quickly. Fleming scrambled instantly to his feet, lurching and wary, one arm lashing out for the woman's pistol. Anderton was too startled to cry out. Lisa turned, saw the man, and screamed. Fleming knocked the gun from her hand, sending it clattering to the floor. Grunting, Fleming shoved her aside and retrieved the gun. "Sorry," he gasped, straightening up as best he could. "I thought she might talk more. That's why I waited." "You were here when—" Anderton began and stopped. It was obvious that Fleming and his men had kept him under surveillance. The existence of Lisa's ship had been duly noted and factored in, and while Lisa had debated whether it would be wise to fly him to safety, Fleming had crept into the storage compartment of the ship. "Perhaps," Fleming said, "you'd better give me that reel of tape." His moist, clumsy fingers groped for it. "You're right. Whitwer would have melted it down to a puddle." "Kaplan, too?" Anderton asked numbly, still dazed by the appearance of the man. "Kaplan is working directly with Whitwer. That's why his name showed on line 5 of the card. Which one of them is the actual boss, we can't tell. Possibly neither." Fleming tossed the tiny pistol away and got out his own heavy-duty military weapon. "You pulled a real flub in taking off with this woman. I told you she was back of the whole thing." "I can't believe that," Anderton protested. "If she—" "You've got no sense. This ship was warmed up by Whitwer's order. They wanted to fly you out of the building so that we couldn't get to you. With you on your own, separated from us, you didn't stand a chance." A strange look passed over Lisa's stricken features. "It's not true," she whispered. "Whitwer never saw this ship. I was going to supervise—" "You almost got away with it," Fleming interrupted inexorably. "We'll be lucky if a police patrol ship isn't hanging on us. There wasn't time to check." He squatted down as he spoke, directly behind the woman's chair. "The first thing is to get this woman out of the way. We'll have to drag you completely out of this area. Page tipped off Whitwer on your new disguise, and you can be sure it has been widely broadcast." Still crouching, Fleming seized hold of Lisa. Tossing his heavy gun to Anderton, he expertly tilted her chin up until her temple was shoved back against the seat. Lisa clawed frantically at him. A thin, terrified wail rose in her throat. Ignoring her, Fleming closed his great hands around her neck and began relentlessly to squeeze. "No bullet wound," he explained, gasping. "She's going to fall out. Natural accident. It happens all the time, but in this case her neck will be broken first." It seemed strange that Anderton waited so long. As it was, Fleming's thick fingers were cruelly embedded in the woman's pale flesh before he lifted the butt of the heavy-duty pistol and brought it down on the back of Fleming's skull. The monstrous hands relaxed. Staggered, Fleming's head fell forward and he sagged against the wall of the ship. Trying feebly to collect himself, he began dragging his body upward. Anderton hit him again, this time above the left eye. He fell back and lay still. Struggling to breathe, Lisa remained for a moment huddled over, her body swaying back and forth. Then, gradually, the color crept back into her face. "Can you take the controls?" Anderton asked, shaking her, his voice urgent. "Yes, I think so." Almost mechanically she reached for the wheel. "I'll be all right. Don't worry about me." "This pistol," Anderton said, "is Army Ordnance issue. But it's not from the war. It's one of the useful new ones they've developed. I could be a long way off, but there's just a chance." He climbed back to where Fleming lay spread out on the deck. Trying not to touch the man's head, he tore open his coat and rummaged in his pockets. A moment later, Fleming's sweat-sodden wallet rested in his hands. Todd Fleming, according to his identification, was an Army major attached to the Internal Intelligence Department of Military Information. Among the various papers was a document signed by General Leopold Kaplan, stating that Fleming was under the special protection of his own group, the International Veterans League. Fleming and his men were operating under Kaplan's orders. The bread truck, the accident, had been deliberately rigged. It meant that Kaplan had deliberately kept him out of police hands. The plan went back to the original contact in his home, when Kaplan's men had picked him up as he was packing. Incredulous, he realized what had really happened. Even then, they were making sure they got him before the police. From the start, it had been an elaborate strategy to make certain that Whitwer would fail to arrest him. "You were telling the truth," Anderton said to his wife as he climbed back in the seat. "Can we get hold of Whitwer?" Mutely she nodded. Indicating the communication circuit of the dashboard, she asked, "What did you find?" "Get Whitwer for me. I want to talk to him as soon as I can. It's very urgent." Jerkily she dialed, got the closed-channel mechanical circuit, and raised police headquarters in New York. A visual panorama of petty police officials flashed by before a tiny replica of Ed Whitwer's features appeared on the screen. "Remember me?" Anderton asked him. Whitwer blanched. "Good God! What happened? Lisa, are you bringing him in?" Abruptly his eyes fastened on the gun in Anderton's hands. "Look," he said savagely, "don't do anything to her. Whatever you may think, she's not responsible." "I've already found that out," Anderton answered. "Can you get a fix on us? We may need protection getting back." "Back?" Whitwer gazed at him unbelievingly. "You're coming in? You're giving yourself up?" "I am, yes." Speaking rapidly, urgently, Anderton added, "There's something you must do immediately. Close off the monkey block. Make certain nobody gets it, Page or anyone else, especially Army people." "Kaplan," the miniature image said. "What about him?" "He was here. He just left." Anderton's heart stopped beating. What was he doing? "Picking up data. Transcribing duplicates of our precog reports on you. He insisted he wanted them solely for his protection. Then he's already got it, Anderton said. It's too late. Alarmed, Whitwer almost shouted, "Just what do you mean? What's happening?" "I'll tell you," Anderton said heavily, "when I get back to my office." 8. Whitwer met him on the roof of the police building. As the small ship came to rest, a cloud of escort ships dipped their fins and sped off. Anderton immediately approached the blond-haired young man. "You've got what you wanted," he told him. "You can lock me up and send me to the detention camp, but that won't be enough." Whitwer's blue eyes were pale with uncertainty. "I'm afraid I don't understand." "It's not my fault. I should never have left the police building. Where's Wally Page?" "We've already clamped down on him," Whitwer replied. "He won't give us any trouble." Anderton's face was grim. "You're holding him for the wrong reason," he said. "Letting me into the monkey block was no crime. But passing information to Army is. You've had an Army plant working here." He corrected himself a little lamely. "I mean, I have." "I've called back the order on you. Now the teams are looking for Kaplan." "Any luck?" "He left here in an Army truck. We followed him, but the truck got into a militarized barracks. Now they've got a big wartime R3 tank blocking the street. It would be civil war to move it aside." Slowly, hesitantly, Lisa made her way from the ship. She was still pale and shaken, and on her throat an ugly bruise was forming. "What happened to you?" Whitwer demanded. Then he caught sight of Fleming's inert form lying spread out inside. Facing Anderton squarely, he said, "Then you finally stopped pretending this is some conspiracy of mine." "I have." "You don't think I'm," he made a disgusted face, "plotting to get your job?" "Sure you are. Everybody is guilty of that sort of thing, and I'm plotting to keep it. But this is something else, and you're not responsible." "Why do you assert," Whitwer inquired, "that it's too late to turn yourself in? My God, we'll put you in the camp. The week will pass and Kaplan will still be alive." "He'll be alive, yes," Anderton conceded. "But he can prove he'd be just as alive if I were walking the streets. He has the information that proves the majority report obsolete. He can break the pre-crime system." He finished. "Heads or tails, he wins and we lose. The Army discredits us. Their strategy paid off." "But why are they risking so much? What exactly do they want?" "After the Anglo-Chinese War, the Army lost out. It isn't what it was in the good old AFWA days. They ran the complete show, both military and domestic. And they did their own police work." "Like Fleming," Lisa said faintly. "After the war, the West Bloc was demilitarized. Officers like Kaplan were retired and discarded. Nobody likes that." Anderton grimaced. "I can sympathize with him. He's not the only one. But we couldn't keep on running things that way. We had to divide up the authority." "You say Kaplan is one," Whitwer said. "Isn't there anything we can do?" "I'm not going to kill him. We know it, and he knows it. Probably he'll come around and offer us some kind of deal. We'll continue to function, but the Senate will abolish our real pull. You wouldn't like that, would you?" "I should say not," Whitwer answered emphatically. "One of these days I'm going to be running this agency." He flushed. Not immediately, of course. Anderton's expression was somber. "It's too bad you publicized the majority report. If you had kept it quiet, we could cautiously draw it back in. But everybody's heard about it. We can't retract it now." "I guess not," Whitwer admitted awkwardly. "Maybe I don't have this job down as neatly as I imagined." You will, in time. You'll be a good police officer. You believe in the status quo, but learn to take it easy. Anderton moved away from them. I'm going to study the data tapes of the Majority Report. I want to find out exactly how I was supposed to kill Kaplan. Reflectively, he finished, It might give me some ideas. The data tapes of the precogs, Donna and Mike, were separately stored. Choosing the machinery responsible for the analysis of Donna, he opened the protective shield and laid out the contents. As before, the code informed him which reels were relevant, and in a moment he had the tape transport mechanism in operation. It was approximately what he had suspected. This was the material utilized by Jerry, the superseded time path. In it, Kaplan's military intelligence agents kidnapped Anderton as he drove home from work. Taken to Kaplan's villa, the organization GHQ of the International Veterans League. Anderton was given an ultimatum: voluntarily disband the pre-crime system or face open hostilities with Army. In this discarded time path, Anderton, as police commissioner, had turned to the Senate for support. No support was forthcoming. To avoid civil war, the Senate had ratified the dismemberment of the police system and decreed a return to military law to cope with the emergency. Taking a corps of fanatic police, Anderton had located Kaplan and shot him, along with other officials of the Veterans League. Only Kaplan had died. The others had been patched up, and the coup had been successful. This was Donna. He rewound the tape and turned to the material previewed by Mike. It would be identical. Both precogs had combined to present a unified picture. Mike began as Donna had begun. Anderton had become aware of Kaplan's plot against the police. But something was wrong. Puzzled, he ran the tape back to the beginning. Incomprehensibly, it didn't jibe. Again he relayed the tape, listening intently. The Mike report was quite different from the Donna report. An hour later he had finished his examination, put away the tapes, and left the monkey block. As soon as he emerged, Whitwer asked, "What's the matter? I can see something's wrong." "No," Anderton answered slowly, still deep in thought. "Not exactly wrong." A sound came to his ears. He walked vaguely over to the window and peered out. The street was crammed with people. Moving down the center lane was a 4-column line of uniformed troops, rifles, helmets, marching soldiers in their dingy wartime uniforms, carrying the cherished pennants of AFWA flapping in the cold afternoon wind. "An army rally," Whitwer explained bleakly. "I was wrong. They're not going to make a deal with us. Why should they? Kaplan's going to make it public." Anderton felt no surprise. He's going to read the Minority Report? Apparently. They're going to demand the Senate disband us and take away our authority. They're going to claim we've been arresting innocent men, nocturnal police raids, that sort of thing, rule by terror. You suppose the Senate will yield? Whitwer hesitated. "I wouldn't want to guess." "I'll guess," Anderton said. "They will. That business out there fits with what I learned downstairs. We've got ourselves boxed in, and there's only one direction we can go. Whether we like it or not, we'll have to take it." His eyes had a steely glint. Apprehensively, Whitwer asked, "What is it?" "Once I say it, you'll wonder why you didn't invent it. Very obviously, I'm going to have to fulfill the publicized report. I'm going to have to kill Kaplan. That's the only way we can keep them from discrediting us." "But," Whitwer said, astonished, The majority report has been superseded. I can do it, Anderton informed him, but it's going to cost. You're familiar with the statutes governing first-degree murder? Life imprisonment. At least. Probably you could pull a few wires and get it commuted to exile. I could be sent to one of the colony planets, the good old frontier. Would you prefer that? Hell no, Anderton said heartily. But it would be the lesser of the two evils, and it's got to be done. I don't see how you can kill Kaplan. Anderton got out the heavy-duty military weapon Fleming had tossed to him. I'll use this. They won't stop you? Why should they? They've got that minority report that says I've changed my mind. Then the minority report is incorrect? No, Anderton said. It's absolutely correct. But I'm going to murder Kaplan anyhow. 9. He had never killed a man. He had never even seen a man killed, and he had been police commissioner for 30 years. For this generation, deliberate murder had died out. It simply didn't happen. A police car carried him to within a block of the Army rally. There, in the shadows of the back seat, he painstakingly examined the pistol Fleming had provided him. It seemed to be intact. Actually, there was no doubt of the outcome. He was absolutely certain of what would happen within the next half hour. Putting the pistol back together, he opened the door of the parked car and stepped warily out. Nobody paid the slightest attention to him. Surging masses of people pushed eagerly forward, trying to get within hearing distance of the rally. Army uniforms predominated, and at the perimeter of the cleared area a line of tanks and major weapons was displayed, formidable armament still in production. Army had erected a metal speaker's stand and ascending steps. Behind the stand hung the vast AFWA banner, emblem of the combined powers that had fought in the war. By a curious corrosion of time, the AFWA Veterans League included officers from the wartime enemy. But a general was a general, and fine distinctions had faded over the years. Occupying the first rows of seats sat the high brass of the AFWA command. Behind them came junior commissioned officers. Regimental banners swirled in a variety of colors and symbols. In fact, the occasion had taken on the aspect of a festive pageant. On the raised stand itself sat stern-faced dignitaries of the Veterans League, all of them tense with expectancy. At the extreme edges, almost unnoticed, waited a few police units, ostensibly to keep order. Actually, they were informants making observations. If order were kept, the Army would maintain it. The late afternoon wind carried the muffled booming of many people packed tightly together. As Anderton made his way through the dense mob, he was engulfed by the solid presence of humanity. An eager sense of anticipation held everybody rigid. The crowd seemed to sense that something spectacular was on the way. With difficulty, Anderton forced his way past the rows of seats and over to the tight knot of Army officials at the edge of the platform. Kaplan was among them, but he was now General Kaplan. The vest, the gold pocket watch, the cane, the conservative business suit, all were gone. For this event, Kaplan had got his old uniform from its mothballs. Straight and impressive, he stood surrounded by what had been his general staff. He wore his service bars, his medals, his boots, his decorative short sword, and his visored cap. It was amazing how transformed a bald man became under the stark potency of an officer's peaked and visored cap. Noticing Anderton, General Kaplan broke away from the group and strode to where the younger man was standing. The expression on his thin, mobile countenance showed how incredulously glad he was to see the Commissioner of Police. "This is a surprise," he informed Anderton, holding out his small, gray-gloved hand. "It was my impression you had been taken in by the acting commissioner." "I'm still out," Anderton answered shortly, shaking hands. After all, Whitwer has that same reel of tape. He indicated the package Kaplan clutched in his steely fingers and met the man's gaze confidently. In spite of his nervousness, General Kaplan was in good humor. "This is a great occasion for the Army," he revealed. "You'll be glad to hear I'm going to give the public a full account of the spurious charge brought against you." "Fine," Anderton answered noncommittally. "It will be made clear that you were unjustly accused." General Kaplan was trying to discover what Anderton knew. "Did Fleming have an opportunity to acquaint you with the situation?" "To some degree," Anderton replied. "You're going to read only the minority report? That's all you've got there?" "I'm going to compare it to the majority report." General Kaplan signaled an aide, and a leather briefcase was produced. "Everything is here, all the evidence we need," he said. "You don't mind being an example, do you? Your case symbolizes the unjust arrests of countless individuals." Stiffly, General Kaplan examined his wristwatch. "I must begin. Will you join me on the platform?" "Why?" Coldly, but with a kind of repressed vehemence, General Kaplan said, "So they can see the living proof. You and I together, the killer and his victim, standing side by side, exposing the whole sinister fraud which the police have been operating." "Gladly," Anderton agreed. "What are we waiting for?" Disconcerted, General Kaplan moved toward the platform. Again he glanced uneasily at Anderton, as if visibly wondering why he had appeared and what he really knew. His uncertainty grew as Anderton willingly mounted the steps of the platform and found himself a seat directly beside the speaker's podium. "You fully comprehend what I'm going to be saying?" General Kaplan demanded. "The exposure will have considerable repercussions. It may cause the Senate to reconsider the basic validity of the pre-crime system." "I understand," Anderton answered, arms folded. "Let's go." A hush had descended on the crowd, but there was a restless, eager stirring when General Kaplan obtained the briefcase and began arranging his material in front of him. "The man sitting at my side," he began in a clean-clipped voice, "is familiar to you all. You may be surprised to see him, for until recently he was described by the police as a dangerous killer." The eyes of the crowd focused on Anderton. Avidly they peered at the only potential killer they had ever been privileged to see at close range. "Within the last few hours, however," General Kaplan continued, "the police order for his arrest has been cancelled, because former Commissioner Anderton voluntarily gave himself up? No, that is not strictly accurate. He is sitting here. He has not given himself up, but the police are no longer interested in him. John Allison Anderton is innocent of any crime in the past, present, and future. The allegations against him were patent frauds, diabolical distortions of a contaminated penal system based on a false premise. A vast, impersonal engine of destruction, grinding men and women to their doom. Fascinated, the crowd glanced from Kaplan to Anderton. Everyone was familiar with the basic situation. Many men have been seized and imprisoned under the so-called prophylactic pre-crime structure, General Kaplan continued, his voice gaining feeling and strength. Accused not of crimes they have committed, but of crimes they will commit. It is asserted that these men, if allowed to remain free, will at some future time commit felonies. But there can be no valid knowledge about the future. As soon as precognitive information is obtained, it cancels itself out. The assertion that this man will commit a future crime is paradoxical. The very act of possessing this data renders it spurious. In every case, without exception, the report of the 3 police precogs has invalidated their own data. If no arrests had been made, there would still have been no crimes committed. Anderton listened idly, only half hearing the words. The crowd, however, listened with great interest. General Kaplan was now gathering up a summary made from the Minority Report. He explained what it was and how it had come into existence. From his coat pocket, Anderton slipped out his gun and held it in his lap. Already, Kaplan was laying aside the Minority Report, the precognitive material obtained from Jerry. His lean, bony fingers groped for the summary of first Donna, and after that, Mike. This was the original Majority Report, he explained. The assertion made by the first 2 precogs that Anderton would commit a murder. Now here is the automatically invalidated material. I shall read it to you. He whipped out his rimless glasses, fitted them to his nose, and started slowly to read. A queer expression appeared on his face. He halted, stammered, and abruptly broke off. The papers fluttered from his hands. Like a cornered animal, he spun, crouched, and dashed from the speaker's stand. For an instant, his distorted face flashed past Anderton. On his feet now, Anderton raised the gun, stepped quickly forward, and fired. Tangled up in the rows of feet projecting from the chairs that filled the platform, Kaplan gave a single shrill shriek of agony and fright. Like a ruined bird he tumbled, fluttering and flailing, from the platform to the ground below. Anderton stepped to the railing, but it was already over. Kaplan, as the Majority Report had asserted, was dead. His thin chest was a smoking cavity of darkness, crumbling ash that broke loose as the body lay twitching. Sickened, Anderton turned away and moved quickly between the rising figures of stunned army officers. The gun, which he still held, guaranteed that he would not be interfered with. He leaped from the platform and edged into the chaotic mass of people at its base. Stricken, horrified, they struggled to see what had happened. The incident occurring before their very eyes was incomprehensible. It would take time for acceptance to replace blind terror. At the periphery of the crowd, Anderton was seized by the waiting police. "You're lucky to get out," one of them whispered to him as the car crept cautiously ahead. "I guess I am," Anderton replied remotely. He settled back and tried to compose himself. He was trembling and dizzy. Abruptly he leaned forward and was violently sick. "The poor devil," one of the cops murmured sympathetically. Through the swirls of misery and nausea, Anderton was unable to tell whether the cop was referring to Kaplan or to himself. 10. 4 burly policemen assisted Lisa and John Anderton in the packing and loading of their possessions. In 50 years, the ex-commissioner of police had accumulated a vast collection of material goods. Somber and pensive, he stood watching the procession of crates on their way to the waiting trucks. By truck, they would go directly to the field, and from there to Centaurus 10 by intersystem transport. A long trip for an old man, but he wouldn't have to make it back. "There goes the second from the last crate," Lisa declared, absorbed and preoccupied by the task. In sweater and slacks, she roamed through the barren rooms, checking on last-minute details. "I suppose we won't be able to use these new Atronic appliances. They're still using electricity on Cent 10. "I hope you don't care too much," Anderton said. "We'll get used to it," Lisa replied, and gave him a fleeting smile. "Won't we?" "I hope so. You're positive you'll have no regrets?" "If I thought—" "No regrets," Lisa assured him. "Now suppose you help me with this crate." As they boarded the lead truck, Whitwer drove up in a patrol car. He leaped out and hurried up to them, his face looking strangely haggard. "Before you take off," he said to Anderton, "you'll have to give me a breakdown on the situation with the precogs. I'm getting inquiries from the Senate. They want to find out if the middle report, the retraction, was an error or what." Confusedly he finished, "I still can't explain it. The minority report was wrong, wasn't it?" "Which minority report?" Anderton inquired, amused. Whitwer blinked. "Then that is it. I might have known." Seated in the cabin of the truck, Anderton got out his pipe and shook tobacco into it. With Lisa's lighter, he ignited the tobacco and began operations. Lisa had gone back to the house, wanting to be sure nothing vital had been overlooked. There were 3 minority reports, he told Whitwer, enjoying the young man's confusion. Someday Whitwer would learn not to wade into situations he didn't fully understand. Satisfaction was Anderton's final emotion. Old and worn out as he was, he had been the only one to grasp the real nature of the problem. The 3 reports were consecutive, he explained. The first was Donna. In that time path, Kaplan told me of the plot, and I promptly murdered him. Jerry, faced slightly ahead of Donna, used her report as data. He factored in my knowledge of the report. In that, the second time path, all I wanted to do was to keep my job. It wasn't Kaplan I wanted to kill. It was my own position and life I was interested in. And Mike was the third report? That came after the minority report? Whitwer corrected himself. I mean, it came last. Mike was the last of the 3, yes. Faced with the knowledge of the first report, I had decided not to kill Kaplan. That produced report 2, but faced with that report, I changed my mind back. Report 2, Situation 2, was the situation Kaplan wanted to create. It was to the advantage of the police to recreate Position 1. And by that time I was thinking of the police. I had figured out what Kaplan was doing. The third report invalidated the second one in the same way the second one invalidated the first. That brought us back where we started from. Lisa came over, breathless and gasping. "Let's go. We're all finished here." Lithe and agile, she ascended the metal rungs of the truck and squeezed in beside her husband and the driver. The latter obediently started up his truck, and the others followed. Each report was different, Anderton concluded. Each was unique. But 2 of them agreed on one point. If left free, I would kill Kaplan. That created the illusion of a majority report. Actually, that's all it was, an illusion. Donna and Mike previewed the same event. but in two totally different time paths, occurring under totally different situations. Donna and Jerry, the so-called minority report and half of the majority report, were incorrect. Of the three, Mike was correct, since no report came after his to invalidate him. That sums it up. Anxiously, Whitwer trotted along beside the truck, his smooth blond face creased with worry. Will it happen again? Should we overhaul the setup? It can happen in only one circumstance, Anderton said. My case was unique, since I had access to the data. It could happen again, but only to the next police commissioner. So watch your step. Briefly he grinned, deriving no inconsiderable comfort from Whitwer's strained expression. Beside him, Lisa's red lips twitched, and her hand reached out and closed over his. "Better keep your eyes open," he informed young Whitwer. "It might happen to you at any time."